ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
And we are back here, day 2, week 2 of the LPL Pro Dota 2 for 2022, presented by LG. It's day 2 of the patch as well somehow. Day 1 was pretty nice to see different changes coming in, teams adapting just a little bit. We've got 4 more teams come to the board to see what they can bring to this complete new era of Dota coming in. And bringing action will be me, GTH, and joined again by Pogletman. How's it going? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we have no idea what they're going to bring, but we do know that they're going to be still doing that single round robin stage, the best of 2s. So they're going to need to bring some hot games, get these points on the board, 2-0s, 1-0s. We'll see how they go, because they want to get all these points towards our single elimination, our playoff stage. The top 4 makes it through, and it all gets decided at the end by a best of 5 grand final for those big prizes that we know the teams are coming for. So all these games to come, all this action's coming on up, and these teams need these great strategies, but still, it is looking pretty hot. I'm actually really liking this round robin stage. These teams have been super close as well in these games, 2-0s, 1-1s. It's been very even, diverse for the points, all for these prizes, as we know. First place, $2,100. Second place, $1,400. Third place, $900. And fourth place, $650. And every single one of the teams still have a chance of grabbing it.
The playoff bracket is where it matters. It's where you can see the prize pool coming in, and it's where we get to see best of 3s, best of 5s coming out as well. That's going to be huge.
Oh yeah, all decided for. Everything's looking pretty. I'm hyped up for these games because these have been looking pretty good. The teams have been so fierce before the patch coming into days. It seems like Team M11 and all these other teams are just having a great idea around it, and a little bit of teams we haven't seen too much about are going to get their chance of showing what they've got. But the leaderboard, day 2 here after a whole week plus a day. It is still Team M11 there, but Gargle Esports, which are coming back today, Apes Esports, which are coming back today as well, and UDV, our top 4 for now. It might completely change.
Yeah, I mean, and you forgot to mention Burmese Ghouls are also playing today.
That's
so of the top 6, we've got 4 teams in it, and it's going to be spicy because you look at Burmese Ghouls, you look at UDV, you look at Gargoyle. They haven't played that many games. There's quite a big window of opportunity for them to start picking up these wins and maybe even getting that first seed before the playoffs. Yeah,
well, the only way you get that first seed is by winning these games, and both series I'm pretty excited for. Gargle Esports, which are playing some real, just nice, impressive Dota coming up, but against UDV, who in their one performance that we saw, 2-0, just straight up 2-0, comfortable 2-0, and maybe they'll be able to take points away from Gargle Esports. But then we get to end this day with another great game, Apes Esports versus Burmese Ghouls as well.
Yeah, these are huge games, and like you say for UDV, we've only seen them once, and I'm fairly sure the score in those 2 games combined was 67-18.
It was blood.
It's like, you talk about Stomp, that is ridiculously how one-sided it was. But Gargoyle Esports, they're second on the leaderboard for a reason, and their 3 wins have been really comfortable as well. Yamate, Ohio, they're huge players, and I'm expecting a lot from them, and I'm expecting them to get better every single game.
Well, let's see who they're going to be bringing to the forefront. Gargoyle Esports, as we said, Yamate, Ohio. The support combination there is fierce, but it's being backed up by some new stars coming in and some old favourites. Candy Loon is back. Fear is dominating the mid, and Lonely Chucky. This man is such a stable carry, it is scary to watch him play.
Yeah, I enjoy the playstyle they're going for. Give Yamate a playmaking hero. We've seen him play Shakers, Spirits, that style. Make sure Lonely Chucky, like you say, can be a stable carry. Doesn't need to do anything flashy, just needs to get the farm, come to the team fights that matter, and push through that way. Gargoyle Esports, they're a team to look out for and see, and honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing them today because Ohio is known for his wild strats every new patch.
Well, gonna need some mild strats going in, because if UDV bring up their strats that they were playing, it's gonna be insane. Can JG, Rapido, Lucifer, and Teehee, these guys have got some seasoned players, they've got some brand new talent, and they've got some hella new strats on top of it. It's gonna be one hell of a close competition here.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. When you see that UDV's only played 2 matches, you start to question, are they as good as that first series suggests? Was it luck? Was it skill? It's too early to tell, and now that we get to see them today, and I'm fairly sure we get to see them again this weekend, it's going to be exciting for UDV.
Oh yeah. And really, it does seem to come down between these two teams. It's the most seasoned players, especially in the captain role and the support position 5 roles. These guys are just the foundation. Everything is built on. Ohio has so many different strategies in his pocket. In a brand new patch, I'm sure he's got even more to go with it. And Teehee, hitting this position 5 role, he's so aggressive, but he also adapts his drafts around it to enable every single one of his heroes and him as well. This is going to be a fearsome competition.
Yeah, and I love to see the different play styles. Like, obviously, we talk about Yamate being aggressive. For Gargoyle, Ohio is that support that we expect. It's defensive, it's healing styles, and like you said, Teehee is super aggressive. I'm very curious to see how the bans go, because they don't really share the same hero. Like, yeah. I don't see Ohio playing Weaver, I don't see Ohio playing like Rubik, Pos5, etc. But I do see Teehee doing things like that. And on vice versa, I don't see Teehee playing Dazzle, I don't see him playing Omni, Oracle, things like that. So, genuinely, it could be one of those situations where both of these players get all of their heroes, because it's just too hard to ban when you're only single targeting one player.
Oh yeah. There's just too much diversity right now in the position 5 role. And actually, day 1 on our patch right now, yesterday, how are you feeling about that support variety there? Do you think it has kind of flexed up away from that, you know, you want a Bane, here you go. This is your position 5, you're going to play it and you're going to be happy about it.
I think it was in the right direction. It's definitely a step in the right way. Because I'm more of a fan of the defensive support. I think they didn't get buffed enough. I think Oracle is now going to be in that niche pick area when you have a Huskar, things like that. I think Dazzle's going to be the same. Omni Knight, I don't know if it's playable, to be honest.
Damn,
they nerfed him around, they moved him around. It feels like they've tried to make him an off lane. I feel like they've tried to do the same for Abaddon as well. But there's still going to be B, C, D, E versions of this patch, and I think it's a step in the right direction. I think they're going to double down and give those slight little number tweaks with one more crunch upwards.
Cool. And I don't know exactly Ohio's complete hero pool here, because I know it's the offlane and then he's playing very defensive position 5s, but Ohio seems kind of the strategy mind to me that he might actually take advantage of those new jungle creep additions, but I'm not exactly sure if that actually suits his playstyle, because he does like to sit beside his position 5, make sure that lane goes super well. I don't exactly know him for roaming too much unless that lane is going amazing.
I mean, that's the benefit of Enchantress and Chen right now. They're lane dominators, so a lot of people think they're rotating. I think the way they should be played in this meta, especially early lane, is you get 1 or 2 big creeps, you bring them in, and you just butcher this off lane. We've seen how much work off laners can do, and if you get a Pos5 that dominates the lane, like Ohio could do, that could be a really fun, interesting strat, and it could lead to them maybe looking for a Beastmaster off lane, combo that into the mid game, rather than having to focus on these high level of rotations. Leave that up to Yamate and have some fun with it.
Yeah, and really Yamate and Lucifer, his counterpart on the other team, seem to have those same idea between it. It seems like really it's Gargoyle, it's the only team willing to pick Earthshaker at this point, but Lucifer, he's got Morana's Rubik's, he's got just a different hero pool, but he has the same idea how to play the game.
I mean, they are very similar playstyles. Earthshaker, by the way, completely untouched.
Nice.
So if you're not going to play in last patch, you're probably not going to pick him up this patch. Which means, once again, Yamate's going to get a free run of it. Like you said, Lucifer could go his Earth Spirit. There's a bunch of number changes there. I genuinely don't know if it was a buff or a nerf, just because some numbers went up, some went down. It'll have to be playstyle and how you actually build a team around. So that will be another thing to look out for.
Even in the offlane, it actually is kind of very different between it, because Candylane is those initiation-heavy heroes. We've seen playing Sand King, Mars, very intensive heroes, but then when I think of Rapido, he's played Legion quite a bit. He's very reactive base, and I'm not sure if his hero pool was kind of given the old polishing that's going to make it shine in this patch.
Oh, I mean, you're leading on. You're making this question easy for me, because Legion Commander right now, huge nerf. And of course, you didn't want to say it. You want to make me look big brained, but like you're saying, Rapido's hero pool right now, it took a huge beating because his favorite hero is nerfed. I believe his second favorite hero, the Pango style, is also kind of a slight little nerf there and
number-wise, yeah.
He's gonna have to change it up. But again, offlane is probably the most buffed lane, the most buffed role for this new patch, and there's a lot of new heroes that you can bring in.
Sweet. Well, hopefully they got some flexibility, some strategies behind them. Even the carry role as well. Lonely Chucky seems to play PAs, Wraith Kings, and Ken. I'm pretty sure we've only seen Wraith King and Medusa. We had 2 games. Like that's about it, really, from UDV. So we can't exactly see the spread of it, unfortunately. But hey, maybe not exactly sure if he got changed too badly either. It seems like it's still a pretty viable carry pick in this game.
Yeah. So he had a slight Agi, which isn't much. Like, Agi's good for attack speed. The thing that he got buffed on is now the skeletons will give you more skeleton charges. Cool. I don't know why they thought they needed to do that. I think it might be one of the few times where they've actually catered to lower MMR players than pros. Because pros never miss that last hit. Like, they never get out last hit by a skeleton. And I feel like a lot of lower MMR players do, and they get annoyed because then they never get stacks because they use the skeletons to farm, and it just goes on that snowball style.
Cool. Well, we'll see how it goes. As we are just trying to reload into the game, unfortunately, and Dota did crash a little bit getting into it. So the game will be underway in a moment. Gargoyle Esports versus UDV. So I'm excited to see what else we're going to bring. But I guess the last lane we kind of do need to talk about is really Fifia versus JG. Fifia has very signature heroes that he did bring back after this patch. He's still playing Mars. You're not going to stop him play Mars. He's never going to not play Mars no matter how many nerfs he gets. And JG seems to be a very, good mid player, like a very standard, good, flashy mid player. He plays the Ember. He's very good laning. It seems like a very close matchup between these two guys.
Yeah, it will be interesting because JG also loved his Cooker, and he loved his Queen of Pain. Both of those heroes got nerfed quite a bit, and he actually struggled. Just last night, he was playing some of those games, and he kind of got stomped in those lanes. It looked like he was a bit out of place, and for me, the worry is if you're not able to adapt to a new patch and it takes you a couple days, how many games do you want to lose in tournaments before you start to panic?
Yeah, before you start to get a hang of what you need to play. And even one of the heroes as well that we're really talking a whole bunch about, he did get a slight nerf as well. A good nerf. It's what was needed to happen. Batrider, the old shard with the Manta, it's been taken out of the game just in time. And Valve is slowly tweaking away all the cheese away from these heroes.
Did they actually remove the Batrider?
Yep.
Ah.
Illusions can't do it anymore.
I can't say I'm against it. Like, we were laughing about it yesterday. It was cooked. Like, it was just one of those things you look at and you're like, yeah, that's not on. You can't just Manta someone, ulti, and then 16 auto attacks later, they're dead and they didn't get time to react.
Yeah, it doesn't work. And actually, you know what I've never actually asked you about yet, and I know it's not in Captain's mode at all. The new hero, Primal Beast. Big old strength hero, hits pretty hard, seems like he's, just a run-of-the-mill, straightforward guy. He wants to fight, he's going to fight constantly, and might be a fun hero. How do you feel about him?
I think the first time ever, he's a bad on-release hero. The mechanics are great. I think they're really fun to play around with. But this is the first time ever in Dota 2 they've released a hero with a sub 50% win rate. And what's worse, after day 1, he was sub 40. He has 38% win rate in this is 7,000 MMR and above.
Yeah, but a good Dota is.
The problem was you even start going down because you're like, okay, less punishing games happen in Ancient, Legend, Archon, etc. He was still negative across the board on day 1. The whole board he was negative, and that just shows you they released an underpowered hero, and I don't think I've ever seen that.
Usually they're crazy
as far as
about.
numbers go, super easy to patch him. He's got a lot of mechanics, a lot of different numbers you can scale up and scale down. I wouldn't be too worried. We've got a while before he's going to be in Captain's mode.
I'm pretty sure they already did buff every single one of his skills too. They reduced mana, reduced cooldown,
I'm just checking
and
the
damage.
gameplay update. I'm like, increased turn rate, increased run speed, increased damage, decreased mana, decreased cooldown, damage increase.
Yeah.
And it's just reading, top to bottom the list.
Yep.
Now has dispel, duration increased.
Soon he'll be great. He'll be overpowered eventually after patch him so much. But hey, game 1's on the way. We've got a draft. We can see some heroes as well coming in. See what the band's going to be. OD. OD, yeah. I'm surprised there was no rework complete on OD.
So what they've done to him, I think, is actually enough. They've nerfed Meteor Hammer, and they've nerfed his laning ability with Arcane Orb. Arcane Orb does less damage. As far as late game's concerned, OD's never been a problem, right? Like, he's been good, but he's not just the menace of the late game. He will win everything. He's actually quite hard to play. They've nerfed his laning. They've nerfed his Meteor Hammer build-up. Sure, they gave the Revenant's Brooch to him, and he's probably one of the best heroes to pick it up.
Yeah.
But it's a 6,000 gold item. Like, it's quite exy as far as early building goes. So I think he's in a fine place. He'll probably have a 52% win rate, give or take.
Cool. Okay. That wasn't well. But hey, Bane is back. He's not going to get a Revenant Brooch anytime soon. Because he's going to get Golden Shadow Demon. Hey, a ban, I believe, in both games yesterday. Both series yesterday. We're going to see him come in the full frontier and pretty good against the Bane, just naturally.
I love this. I love the new Shadow Demon. I think he's going to be a very high sought-after pick.
Cool.
He's going to combo well with a lot of carries because you have that disruption. Any illusion-based hero is still strong. And he's going to have the double dispel. One for teammates to remove debuffs, and one, obviously, for enemies to remove buffs. And we talked about Kunkka. I talked about JG still wanting to play it. They still first phase it.
Still, is it two teams still want to play carry? Is it still got that carry potential there? Or are we kind of going back to that mid Kunkka?
It's hard to gauge because 16 strength is the big
Pretty
nerf.
good,
Like
yeah.
the change of 15 talent. It's huge. I think losing that 320 health, that damage, I don't know if it's still a carry, because that was a huge scale for the carry where you like built one item, you hit level 15, and all of a sudden you hit like a truck. It's more of a mid because you've got the X marks the spot upgraded. 550 cast range level 1 means you can actually prank everyone but Lena in lane, I believe, because everyone else is 600 of range. Turn rate means that you actually get on top of them before they turn around and run off. So that's a thing to look at. Lena, of course, is such a high-ranged hero, you don't care.
Sweet. Well, Mars probably won't care too much either, because there's going to be a Mars Bane already picked up first two. Very safe from Gargoyle, to be fair. We're not seeing anything to change. And actually, it's still their style. It's picked a potential Fufufi hero very early, and then you just kind of go from there.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Like, you've got upgraded Mars. Again, don't know why he needed a buff, but apparently...
Just Mars things.
Ice Frog, 1 second cooldown. Balance that out with giving him an impossible escape ulti. You can't get out of it.
Nice.
But they have disruption already. That's a good defense.
They have saves. They have a boat torrent into the arena, so they have ways around it. So it's not the easiest Mars game overall, but I honestly don't think Fufufi cares.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, in my opinion, you pick Mars for damage. And that sounds counterintuitive. I think you pick him just to dominate a certain area of the map and just make sure team fights are hard to play. Because no matter how bad you are, you could miss the arena on everyone, but they can't auto-attack in, they can't auto-attack out. So as long as you just like put them in a decent spot, you can protect your allies, and you can basically cordon off a section of a team fight and just tell them, get stuffed, you're not fighting here.
Sweet. That's a pretty good strategy to go around. And hey, Band's pretty cool. You know what? I was also surprised. I didn't notice that they also changed Puck. I didn't realize they got rid of his Ags, gave him his shard as his Ags, and then gave him his talent as his shard.
Yeah, on paper, sounds great. Like, you get Ags Broken Coil at level 25. I've got a few issues with it. Number one, his Illusory Orb doesn't kill the waves instantly anymore. So, like, it used to be at level 7, you had 1 or 2 nulls, and you used to kill the range creep instantly. That's no longer the case, because nulls don't give spell amp. So, it makes laning harder. On top of that, I think not having the ability to actually get the Ags earlier is quite a huge nerf. And he lost the Illusory Orb range, and he lost the cooldown. It went from 4-second cooldown Illusory Orb down to 2 at level 10. Which is, I think,
that's so good.
Pretty huge, considering it used to be a 5-second or 6-second cooldown. And you could spam that to push out waves. Now it's 9 seconds. It's quite slow.
It slows everyone down, but still ban-worthy. And I mean, against a Shadow Demon and a Kunkka, I don't jump out of my way and think that it's a great Puck game. Even Void Spirit as well. Disruption does set up, but it's not easy to get done.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a pattern here. I'm seeing a lot of mid-bans.
Yep.
Bat, Quap, Park, OD, Void Spirit. I think UDV have flashbacks from last night, because JG got smacked in their competitive game. Like, it was rough to watch. He was properly just having a bad time in the office. So maybe JG just said, please make my lane salvageable, and they banned Storm Spirit as well.
Cool. In a Clockwork instant pickup as well, which hasn't seen the most success yet, but still being picked up by his team, and Storm Spirit being banned. Actually, do you like the 6 Null Talisman Storm build?
You saw it as well, did you?
I did see
25 minutes, you can zip from base to base.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bit worried that it's actually going to be a thing that you buy, like, one really expensive item.
Yep.
And at 25 minutes, you just buy 4 nulls. So, like, you buy something big like an E-Blade, you have 1 null already, you have a bottle, you have a wand or whatever. At 25.00, you sell everything but the E-Blade and just buy more nulls. Just have 5 nulls, 1 E-Blade, and just zip it.
It's insane. Like, you don't lose enough mana, and it's just unstoppable to catch. And I was even seeing a support Storm who was just building nulls and just zipping around.
That one I want to test, because for those that don't know, his Ag's Shard actually gives bonuses to his teammates. Like, people forget it gives attack speed to teammates. It's like giving overpower to allies.
Yeah, it's
so
pretty nice.
You could give that at you could give that at 15 minutes.
Potentially.
Back to the draft though. They've
But,
got Willow Mars,
That's
and they've
cool.
got Tiny Carry.
But also, UDV have the Lifesteal, which is typically one of the first bans against it.
Yeah, I like this. You do have the Fans group, you do have the Mars Arena Spear trap potential on Nates, but it is a pretty free Nates game. You dispel everything from Dark Willow. Like you say, he deals with Tiny very well.
Cool.
And in lane, he does a serviceable job against Mars. Like I talk about the Spear, but does any hero do with the Spear well?
No. None.
It's just one of those abilities. It just sucks to lane against. There's nothing else about it.
Oh man, it's bull. And while we don't honestly know yet if it is going to be the Mars in the offlane, also as well, it could be Tiny mid. Maybe for fear just taking it mid instead of the carry. There's still flexibility in Gargoyle. We've got to decide where it's going. And UDV, it's kind of more straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with this. You have no surprises in your draft, but at the same time, you've picked 4 comfort heroes, and you've picked a matchup where you're favourable in a lot of them. Like, Conquer against anyone, pretty favourable. Lifestealer, always going to have farm. Shadow Demon wins lanes. Clockwork's the only questionable one, because we've seen games where Clockwork goes like 1 in 15, and there's just nothing that hero can do.
But I guess this game will be much easier, because you have Cogs and follow through from Kunkka, from Shadow Demon. Lifesteal probably not the easiest one, but we still have that final pick to make sure Clockwork can have a good game.
I mean, you've got the benefit of Infest Bombs. People don't really use Infest Bombs as much anymore, because it gives health when you jump in, so you want to use it during a team fight to knock someone up. But you've still got the Clockwork Infest Bomb, and it's still
classic.
strong. It would kill Bane, it would kill Willow. Hell, it might even surprise the mid lane pick here.
Well, bans, Necro, Viper, Razor being banned, but that's the Lifesteal usual typical answer here. Necro changes, actually, do you like those Necro changes?
I hate them. I think the way you need to fix that hero is give him his Ag's Scepter change and give Aghanim Scepter the Death Timer back.
I'm down with that.
Because the permanent stacks is cool, but the reason you picked Necro in the late game was you hit someone with the Reaper Sight and they're dead for 160 seconds. And all of a sudden you have 2.5 minutes to win the game. Where now it's like, well, I don't get extra time.
Regen.
I don't really care if you have 70 health regen. I'm either going to burst you or not touch you at all. There's no in between.
Fair enough.
It's a weird buff. It's a weird one.
Well, right now, one more band to go, then we get the final picks. Who actually gets the final pick at the end of this? It is UDV, so they get the final answer against Gargoyle. So this should be a good situation for them. They can flex their lanes where they need to be. Gargoyle, what do they kind of need here?
In my opinion, they need a mid. And they just need a playmaking mid. Something that's fast-paced. I wouldn't hate to... Ooh, I was going to say Lesh. They've gone Beast offlane with a Mars...
Yeah, food for
Tiny
fear, I
carry?
guess. Yeah, I hope so. If we're going Gargoyle, that's exactly how it should be, but you seem kind of perplexed.
Not perplexed. Like, you have Mars Willow, right? Which is like a notoriously good lane matchup. I don't think you can put the Beastmaster in the mid lane, because the way he functions so well is being able to have the second hero with the attack slow from his board to actually get kills. So like that matchup wouldn't work if you switch it mid to put the Mars top. You could have a Beastmaster carry, but then you have a Beastmaster carry. And they have three strength cores up against the now Timbersaw. I was going to say
That's
three
pretty
strength
nice.
up against Cook and Nakes, and they left the Timber in as well.
Okay, well, how you feeling? Timbersaw looks pretty clean. Lifesteal looks pretty unanswered, unless you get that raw Fiend's Grip combination perfectly on him, but you've still got a Shadow Demon save and a Clockwork to interrupt animations. UDV had some pretty good answers.
Yeah, I think UDV should come in favourable. This draft is much better. I think they've got a lot of tools to actually break the Gargoyle potential death ball.
Sweet.
But you can never count out the new Tiny and the attack speed from Beastmaster if you get the Tomato Creep, I believe.
Yeah.
It has on death gives it 100 attack speed. Or is it yellow?
Well, one of them gives attack damage, the other gives attack speed.
One of the Elgatos.
It's either one of them. They're the creep you
whichever
kind of want.
You get that one, and you make sure it dies, and all of a sudden Tiny will hit 3 attacks a second. And it's for 600. No one's living through it.
That sounds pretty good. Oh, well, maybe Timbersaw lives through it.
That's true. The problem with Timber, they don't have a lot of auto attackers, so he might not get a lot of reactive armor.
Yeah, Tiny is going to get those stacks really slowly onto him, and I guess out of all the position 5s you kind of want against a Timbersaw, Bane's pretty good.
Yeah, Bane is pretty good, and for those wondering, it is Fufafia playing the Mars. So like, we were speculating, they've now picked it in draft, so carry Tiny, offlane, Beastmaster. No surprises there, and obviously UDV's lineup is super simple. Like, we knew where they were going as soon as they picked those heroes.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's Gargoyle, but then again, it's what Gargoyle does great. They pick their comfort heroes and they win games. Fufafia dominates mid, rotates around, gets an early blink dagger, and uses it very effectively. So I'm kind of excited to see how we go here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I think it should be very, very slow lanes, because neither side has a lot of kill potential, unless mistakes get made. And for both these sides, they need a lot of farm. Their first items are huge. Like getting an early Helm of the Overlord, obviously massive on Candy Loom, and on the other side, getting that Yule Scepter, getting that Eternal Shroud on Rapido, that'll mean he's basically unkillable.
But yeah, I think we need. Oh, okay. Bane wrong clicked supposedly. Oh,
Oh no, he accidentally hit disconnect. Surely not.
Oh no! And they're all gone straight away, as we do.
Okay.
Well, I guess as we do want to reconnect and remake this lobby, we're just gonna have to get to it, cut to a quick on break, make every single thing perfect, and get right back on to game 1 here between UDV and Gargoyle Esports. And we are back almost in time for the game as Valve unfortunately forgot to fix one thing in the patch. It's the DC bug.
Just the one thing.
Just the one thing.
That DC bug, by the way, has been a thing since 2014. Where you disconnect and there's no reconnect button for you to get back into the game. What's worse, it wasn't just us. It was 2 players, 2 casters, and we're sitting there like, let's hope the other team says we're happy to remake because we can't get back in.
Nope. We'll have to just watch from the outside and be like, hey guys, this is what's happening 5 minutes in the past. The best Dota.
We could always, I guess, get the admin to Discord stream in.
See, there's ways around it.
Like, that just sounds like a nightmare. Like, I'm glad we didn't have to deal with it. We are just having all the players pick their heroes now, so it'll only be about a minute before we're actually back underway.
Oh yeah.
And you can blame Valve for this.
Thanks, Gabe. But yeah, all players are picked their heroes. We've got them up. We're just loading on into the games. Less than 30 seconds away, and I guess in the end we already saw what the draft is gonna do. And overall, I mean, you're still, if I remember correctly, you're feeling a little bit UDV favoured.
I think UDV definitely won the draft. You see Timber against 3 strength heroes. You see Nace against 3 strength heroes. You see Kunkka against 3 melee heroes.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, oh, you surely have a chance. Like, you have a pretty strong chance you will win every single fight in the mid-game. But it comes down to execution. Like, you could be the best team in the world. You could just make a mistake and throw a game, and all of a sudden,
no.
that advantage is gone.
Yeah, okay, T has DC for the moment, but...
He said second. He said second before he disconnected.
He did.
I think it's going to be a lag issue, and it's not going to be a lobby issue.
Yeah, no. As long as he has the reconnect button in his Dota, we're Gucci. Well, less than a second away, everything's going to be good, and we're going to get some great Dota to kick off today, our first match of our 2 series. I'm excited about this series, and I'm excited about our next series also coming up. And really, we haven't seen too much of UDV, and really, I'm excited to see them go up against Gargoyle Esports, because what I've seen from them, these guys are goddamn strong.
Yeah, and you know what I love? Like, we switch their play cams. They don't know when it's on them, by the way, so they just assume it's always on.
Nice.
And we just get them all laughing at each other. Like, they're all just having a smile, having a giggle. You can see UDV, they're having a bit of a panic about their internet. That just shows the 2 sides of this coin. UDV had all of the perfect internet, everything, and then Gargoyle crashed in game 1, and then they were laughing, and then vice versa now that they've got the lag issues.
Oh yeah, it always comes back around. You never want to laugh too hard until your internet collapses too. When you're in the middle of a team fight and you're like, oh god, I can't actually win this anymore.
Yeah, one day, I promise Southeast Asia will have good internet and we'll not have it disconnect. But it's not today.
It's not today.
It might not even be this year. It might not even be when Dota 2 is still a thing. We might be looking at like 10 years down the track.
Yeah, when it's like Dota 5.
Dota 3.3 maybe, because I think it takes about 15 years per game, right? Like that's
sounds about it.
The longevity you get out of a Valve game.
Dota 3, good internet edition.
And we might be jumping back in, by the way, because we've actually got 10 players here.
We do. Everyone is alive, ready to go. The 5-man smoke situation from Gargoyle Esports to kick them off as they're running to hit the runes and get this first game underway. I'm stoked for it. I want to see some first blood straight away too. I don't want to see anybody just camping around this river waiting for somebody to cross it. I want Gargoyles Esports to go straight across it and look for blood.
Yeah, and what's interesting with the new map changes, it's much easier to defend your 2 runes, but it's also much easier to get your head beaten in by like a big rotation. And we're seeing Ohio's been scouted out, so it's going to be curious now if anything's going to be done, because Lucify, I don't know if you're in the wrong neighborhood, lad.
He is under Vig right now. Walk away though, so we are good to go. No one's contesting too much, but deep wards being placed, but hey, Ohio already on the ball. The early ward placement on the cliff is going to find out exactly what Lucifer was doing and give some just free gold on top.
Yeah. Keep in mind, I think people and their warding is going to change throughout the patch. I think the one constant will be this high ground on the Radiant side, where Ohio just dewarded, is going to be the most contested ward spot in the game, and I think you can quote me on that for the next entire patch. It shows so much vision between the 2 lanes, and it also shows, obviously, that bounty rune, all of the stacks. It's just too important right now.
See, he wants to get that rune, but he will not be allowed to, as Brown Maze gets put down and he gets sent on packet. So right now, yeah, it's just going to be, what, 2 runes apiece? 3 runes apiece? No, 2 runes. Even trades between both these teams are not getting too many advantages yet.
Yeah, again, super expected. Usually it's like a 2-2 split, like 2 on the top side, 2 on the bottom side. This time, they didn't really want to commit on those full rotations. And we start to see the lanes come together, and I really want to focus on the top lane. I think if Candyloon can get off to a good start here, it becomes incredibly hard to play Lifestealer as Ken. But it's like vice versa as well. If he gets an early Helmet Iron Will on Ken, he's almost impossible to kill, because Beastmaster doesn't do a lot of damage, he just auto-attacks a lot.
Well, Brown Maze is going to go down. Doesn't hit much. Going to juke around it, but pushed away into it. Well, what is Teehee's role in this lane then? Is he to save? Is he to force somebody up? Is he to pressure Candyloon, or just really keep Yamate away from this Lifestealer?
I think it's more to keep Yamate away, and then once he's got a couple levels, probably level 3, it's going to be just spam Shadow Poison and look for kills.
Or get the ball.
Until then, I think you're just happy with a passive lane, make sure Ken gets levels, make sure Ken's just getting as much farm as he can.
Cool. Bottom lane is similar situations. Timber is feeling reasonably strong. He's a Timber against a Tiny, but it's a support on support actions. Lucifer's is going up against a Hyo, who's got the point of brain set, but not much mana to use, and Rapido is going to cut the trees and helping out with the Avalanche, and he's going to make sure any kill in this lane is going to be super difficult. So for now, at least, while the levels aren't here yet, it's just going to be pseudo-passive farming.
And surprisingly, Tree Grab level 1 is actually a buff. For those that were looking at the patch notes and were wondering, it is slightly more damage at level 1. It's lower damage through the mid-game, and then it gets to more damage late-game. So you can see Lonely Chucky is abusing that a lot, because it's base damage, it means you can use it to deny a lot easier.
Are they trying for Rapido here? Because Ohio's going to be trying to man up and try and get those reactive armors. Well, I mean, you've got 3. 4. Nightmare on top. Mana for Brain Sap. Not exactly there yet, but you can at least zone out Rapido quite hard and force this Clockwork to come back into the lane. He did get up.
Yamate's dead.
Yamate's dead? Oh no. Okay, Teehee, you got points of poison, and you got a kill off it. So good start for UDV.
Yeah, Teehee right now just walked around, gets 7 stacks of Shadow Poison, and then that's why he looks so healthy, right? You look at the mini-map, he's got half his health bar, bang. Instantly gone.
Gotta be careful. That poison does stack up in mid lane, though. JG actually keeping pretty good time. 16 last hits so far against this Mars, but this matchup should be pretty good for JG. It seems like he's not going to be too pressured in it.
It should be even. Like, they've both got great harass. You've got God's Rebuke versus the Tidebringer. You've got the Spear versus the Torrent. So, like, they've got ways to displace them as they're farming.
Cool.
The one thing I want to point out right now, Lonely Chucky has 14 denies on this time.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right. You'll miss it, but this man is just denying every single creep.
It's up to 15 now. Even last hits. He's just trying to keep that scoreboard completely even between them. Man, that is slowing down his Timbers game pretty big. He's got 5 last hits so far, and while he does have XP, he doesn't exactly have the Ring of Regen or the items to back it up.
Yeah, and like the big problem is here, Lucifer is stealing a bit of the XP, but not really that much. Like you look at Ohio, Ohio's 2/3 of the way to 3. Lonely Chucky is probably a quarter or a third ahead of Rapido as well. And those denies, they're going to add up pretty quickly because a level 6 on Bane versus like a level 3, level 4 Clockwork, that's a disaster. Like Clockwork won't be able to rotate, Bane's going to get all these kills, and obviously it's Tiny, so Tiny can just start taking jungle stacks.
Oh yeah, just keep on hitting up and leave the lane that Timbersaw wants to dominate. And sure, Timbersaw's going to take a tier 1, but it is a Timbersaw. He's meant to shut down your carry and force him in the jungle when he doesn't want to, but Chucky has complete control of this lane so far.
And it's not going to change, I think. The way Tree Toss is working right now, he's very comfortable. It will turn around once they start rotating to get these kills, though.
Yeah.
Maybe when JG 6, maybe when he comes down bot, or even they might rotate someone down like Teehee to start securing kills.
Oh yeah, Life still seems reasonably comfortable in the top lane as well. He is going to get the phase boots before he actually rushes the Unwin. And from what it seems, he might not even build it.
will he not build it at all? I don't know. It's early days. We'll have to see. You can just switch your build up. It's not the end of the world.
Well, keep these lanes pushed down now. Keep the zones coming in. A high, very low bottom here. Just going to be feeling pretty strong because his brain sap just abated on out. But so far, no pulls are being done by Lucifer. Ahaya is camping these two camps and forcing into a 1v1 matchup and making sure that Clockwork can't exactly stack these camps without being punished. And he's got one ancient sack, large camp, not so much to go around it. But at least he's still playing that economic game to make up for this landing stage.
That is true. I mean, it's going to be curious to see who takes the stacks, as he actually has a stack ruined because Skeleton Warriors now just spawn. They just spawn. Anytime you auto attack them, it's not having a dead creep there anymore.
Right.
They just, for whatever reason, auto attack the Dark Troll Summoner, and he just spawns Razor Dead.
Right. So really, Troll's the worst camp to have two stack.
It's the worst camp to stack, but I think it's the best if you want creeps.
Okay.
Because we were talking about they're the Skelly Warriors that I was talking about being huge for the buffs.
The damage amp.
Yeah, it's 9% damage amp. Or 9% damage, rather. 3 per skeleton, and you can just spam the spell and have a couple of them up at any given time.
I'm just watching Chucky here. 19 denies. Okay, he's not going to get that one. Not going to get that one, but my man is about to hit 20 denies in this lane.
There it is.
That's impressive.
And the worst part of it is, it's like, Rapido's got 4 denies on the other side, but only 11 last hits. So like, It's not like he's getting his farm in the jungle, and I don't think he can take the hard camps either. So like, he's not going to get farmed that way.
It's good fun. Figure out some way to get it because Chucky is still going to explode from this lane. But if you want to call that, is farming JG currently in this mid lane. Still having a great time. Nice Torrent. Actually going to find the Marsden back. Not going to commit yet. He is going to be here though. But it's just all about baiting out the arena, it seems. He is coming across. Might want to set up the poison. Arena does come out. Disruption to keep him back. So Combo's not going to be there. But Yamata is slowly coming at himself. The boat will arrive. JG is very low. But the boat does hit Mars. We need some more poison attacks as we get the X to keep him in and blow him up. And JG will survive. But Lucifer is keeping Ahaya back so he can't get the brain set to finally get a kill and conquer. See, he's still getting the poison back, and Yamata one stack, not going to kill on him, but everybody else survives, but Fu for Fear goes down.
And that's just a sick play. They knew the Mars 6 was coming up, so they rotate behind him. They kind of bait out the Kunkka. I don't know if they thought it was going to be that close, but that bait works out perfectly, and now JG on the board didn't get the kill. Make sure he gets at least the assist and doesn't get punished for going home.
Okay, he is back with Vengeance, full HP, full mana, and he's got his own level 6 and boat on cooldown for 30 more seconds. We got some fighting though, supports are fighting up. Ohio used the haste rune to connect with T. He's out of mana but level 4, and it's really just going to be a support fighter, so just slap each other for his mines out, so just make sure that they can't be sacking the camps. Cool. Efficiency plays here, and Clockwork at this point, I mean, he's still level 2, it's kind of a repeat of yesterday, but it seems like a better situation for UDV to be in, even if your Clockwork is level 2.
Yeah, that is true. It was a nice little dodge, by the way. Ohio just dodging the X combo with the Nightmare. So it's something to look forward to. Maybe he'll do it a couple times. And you're right, it's a better position. 2-0, less than 1k net worth leads. That's pretty irrelevant, but just in general, not losing these lanes is huge.
And even on the other side, Rapido's got up to 20 last hits so far. Chucky hasn't stopped denying, but he's at least with the levels able to farm with his abilities. It's a little bit costly, but with the Soul Ring, he can use those abilities. But the time has actually given UDV enough time to rotate up top and maybe pressure up Candy Loon, who did finish up his Helena Dominator. He's got a Centaur creep, and I'm guessing that really Gargoyle Esports, they want to run at this life still. But mid lane already goes down, and that level 3, I believe Clockwork in the mid lane will die to Food for Fear, and maybe as well Ken might die top to Candy Luna Yamato.
He doesn't have mana. If he had mana for Roy, Ken dies here. Do they have like
The clarity.
They have the clarity.
Yeah.
Yamato, give it to Candy Luna. Give this man some mana.
It's his clarity, man. He's got a passive coming out. He'll get that mana back.
That is the most, like, support versus core response I've ever heard. Like, it's mine. No. It's the teams. It's the core players.
Well, also Ken as well, he is going back for the armor. No changes here. We're not going to see any classic changes to the meta here. Actually, have you noticed any more different items that we've seen Lifesteal's build? Is it still Armor Deso? Do we see the Radiance coming back in a little bit?
The problem with Radiance is, like, what does it actually do? Like, the damage is pretty lackluster, so they're gonna maybe look for Ken here. Like, yeah, you get the peace of mind of splitting the item, but I don't think that was the reason you didn't build Radiance. Because like, if you were going to split it, you won't split it to your 8th item anyway. We'll have to talk about it later because it looks like a fight's going to get prepped here, JG.
There's your extra range on the X. Pull back in. Kanelin's going to move forward, using the Roar to actually get a pull. Nice play from Ken, infesting up the Centaur, getting stuff on top. The boat's going to land too, and Kaneling with some beautiful plays from UDV as both cores find around who gets that kill. Take down the Beastmaster who waited so long to take you down.
Yeah, and I love that play. Like, who needs a creep or who needs to go to the jungle when you can just steal the Helmet of the Dominator?
Why not?
You get a free courier delivery in the form of a Centaur Stomp, and unfortunately for Candaloon, that's going to be the way this game works right now. Unless he gets the Raw off and they get the kill straight off the bat, they're always going to have a creep to get Ken out. They're always going to have a way of making sure he doesn't die on that lifestealer. And
JG getting those early rotations in is feeling like super active on this map. You're kind of scared about what he's doing. And Food for Fear on the other side, he does have Arena. His last Arena was used to kill Lucifer, but it seems like he does need to kind of mirror what JG's doing and maybe start playing in these outer lanes.
Yeah. I don't hate if he just wants to push, but he needs to actually push. He can't just let this lane stagnate because, like you said, JG, he's finding kills. Speaking of, they just deny.
Okay, swapping Nightmare. Who do you go for? Shattered him, the easy kill. X gonna pull back on into the turret with a little bit of damage going on. Haha and Yamato should finish off T. No, the missed chance on the high ground, forcing a high to run all the way to the high ground to do it. Now Food for Fear is trapped in cogs, being pushed out of it, and even Yamato can't even help him. As now JG and Lucifer are running up for Food for Fear, who will be able to finish off T for now, but UDV still chasing. Nightmare back on the corner, gonna keep him back. We're gonna swap the Nightmare again, as now Bane is running on back with the clarity to hopefully get enough Nightmare. No, he can't dodge this ability. He's going to have to take it on because Nightmare was used on the Clockwork, and now he's running back. Curse Crown is going to keep this. Going to go back, and Food for Fear will not spear him to a tree. Level 6 picked up by Clockwork, who got his own tome that just arrived to him, but now the damage in the middle of Cogs is doing way more damage to Lucifer than he's doing to you. Shadow Realm, not enough damage yet on the back of him as he doesn't get enough, but with Food for Fear and the help of Candyloon getting the roll back onto this Kunkka, they'll finish up another 2 heroes on top. This fight was meant to be a quick pickoff, but it turns out to be 3 pickoffs for Gargoyle Esports.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, they've just got the benefit of just long, drawn-out fights, and it is curious because like UDV in the late game should have those long, drawn-out fights won, but without the Timbersaw, right now, Gargoyles, they don't have any like damage issues. They don't have to worry about getting bursted. Repeater's the only one you have to worry about because Kunkka, yes, he has the X marks spot turnaround, but it's only a level 1 torrent. It's not really doing that much damage.
Yeah, it's all about that control, and Ken is getting brown out, but he's not exactly dying, but he's still forcing back into the jungle. And Chucky, and when he goes to his jungle, he's got a triple Ancient stack waiting for him.
Well, that is, it's going to be curious, because they both actually have the huge Ancient stacks, but I don't know how Chucky takes them. I think he's just going to sit here and use maybe 2 charges of that tree grab. He can stack again himself and make it 4.
I guess the one buff, kind of casual here, is that 15-minute shard that might come in to help him take an Ancient stack.
Yeah, the one downside, by the way, he has the... We were talking about the 2 ice trolls and how they block the camp and make it harder to stack, but you can stack more.
Chucky might be dead here. Repeater gonna just body him behind us now as well and get from leaving a couple seconds just to find him, and he's gonna chase him. He's got Chain, he's got Chuckman, he's gonna be at top back, and Ohio is waiting, so maybe you don't get the kill out of it, but you're forcing Chucky back, and now Ohio is setting up on the Rapido. But he needs some follow-through damage, and with Fiend's Grip there, he's got to get out of the Chakram to be able to cast it, and there we go. He'll use it and bring everyone in around him, as Chucky did go back to heal up a little bit, and then come back in to bring the pain, but it'll be Food for Fear who ends up getting that kill.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, they didn't have to use Raw, they just used the Fiend's Grip there, so they can actually just push top and start to get a bit of presence on the map, because they haven't taken this top lane tower yet. And that's something to think about, not being able to take this early with a tiny build, and also, you had a Beastmaster in the lane. You still didn't manage to push this lane quick enough.
Yeah, they defended in UDV. They're going to smoke on out of it. Just trying to get some little bit of active plays on the map. This JG doesn't have his armlet with him yet, but he has a boat. And I believe a TP'd in on a Timber, and actually Kunkka being forced to TP in a very early as well to react. Chucky very low with the boat coming on in, but the Nightmare will dodge at least one of the bits of the damage with the Chakram and Chain coming through. Tiny is dead. Won't be able to run back in this time as Candy Loon will be caught by Lucified too. As the Clockwork came in, Cog chained him, he can't even cast Raw as he will be found by the Kunkka and be running away into the Cleave and cannot be saved by his creeps. And you can see JG, he wants to go, but right now Rapido wants the kills as he's trying to chase Yamato under the trees, but he'll take the creep wave and force him into the tower, as now he's gonna scout out their ancient stack.
Oh, and they're gonna try to take this as well. They've got the max level Shadow Poison, and obviously they've got a Kunkka, and they've got a Timbersaw. This could be a way they actually take it. It's gonna take a while.
They need
Probably
a defender,
10 stacks of Shadow Poison.
No fan script, Hook comes in, beautiful blade for Clockwork, knowing where Bane's going to be. Without even vision, going to counter, but Ohio is dead for a game for Fear. Blinks on in, gets the arena, gonna falls back, but disruption means no setup with the spear, and Candy Loon got to be focusing on Shadow Demon in the back. Spear actually hits the illusion instead of everybody else, and now JG is walking up, running away, or going back in. Don't know, yep, he's leaving seen behind because Rapido, they've got the stacks, they can run out, they've got what they came for, and with not losing the Kunkka and maybe losing the Timbersaw instead, they're happy with these trades because they're going to be slowing down Chucky a little bit unless he gets a skill on the Timbersaw. But the Hood's going to make it a little bit awkward, but Timber will finally die. It's a lot of work to put on him, but they get the kill out of it. But the Ancient Stack's being given up for 3. Is that actually worth it in the end?
I'm going to say no, just off the fact that the momentum gained here is Gargoyle. Like, you can test the Ancients, so like both teams got an XP from it. Like, the kills were a bit all over the shop for who got those, but losing those kills, and now you even look at bot lane, Ohio's going to look for another kill on Ken, potentially.
He's waiting. Torrent should be there. X can cancel it, finish it whenever you want it, but you want to set up. Ken's going to be running away from the battle damage of the Dark Will as nobody dies, and the Infest makes Kunkka a very tanky bullet. Cleave comes out, High very low. Nightmare to stop the X, though, and Fifi is waiting, watching and looking to initiate and pull the Kunkka in under the tower, but he's still very, very tanky. So you need more damage to kill, and more damage is coming in the form of Tiny tipping on in. Kunkka is armor toggling with toss on back. We've got a killing spree for the Tiny as we run Ken away, save his life, and JG in the end gives up his own for it.
Yeah, it took a while as well. Like, that is a save your friend syndrome in the worst way possible. You just spent 40 seconds trying to keep your lifesteal alive. You die for it. You both wasted your time doing it. All the while, like, yes, Gargoyle committed 3 for it, but it was only 1 core. And, like, the 2 supports, your time's useless. As long as you're getting kills, you call that a win.
Yeah. Towers might be taken soon. There's mid-tower might be taken. DD's going to help out as well. Rapido is going to stand in front and defend it. But so far, UDV, have had some pretty nice plays here, but their cooldowns, they are up, and their aggression kind of seems to have slowed down just a little bit.
I mean, this is expected as well. Like, this is the time where you get your first farming item. You want to get around the map, you want to farm, you want to just maximize the space you can be in. Because, like, right now, you look at Candy Loon, he's 400 away from his Helm of the Overlord. I think Chucky's about 1200 from Shadow Blade.
Yes, I believe so if you do the math.
Yeah. Blink Dagger on Yamate's almost done. There's so many items here that Gargoyle are just waiting for. And as for UDV, they went Armlet Sange, not really a farming build. They went towards the Ags on Clockwork. They're going towards a Lotus on Timber. And actually, you know what? A Sange on JG as well. They have no farming amplifiers on their entire team.
Through Fear actually gets the arena back, finding T here and just keeping it back. So no more abilities being cast for now as Chucky is walking away. Shadow Demon not doing the same. The boat actually mistimed as the torrent doesn't actually hit him, but the hook shot will. Keeps him in place with Rapido come through the chain bump. Do they have enough damage to take him out? They'll deal with one of the cogs, X him back into the chakra and force him into Ken as he's just going to have to man up and fight between 4. And maybe you can't save him at this point as you do take down Food for Fear. We've taken down T here, but now Rapido isn't going to slow down at all. Bramble Maze is placed down to fight the fight, but UDV get a second wind, and now they get the pressure at town for themselves.
Yeah, but look at top lane. Candy Loon, there's a reason he wasn't in that team fight, and it's just to be a nuisance in the top lane. He got about 3/4 of that tower, and that's a huge trade, because you didn't really lose the team fight either. Like, you lose your core, but you get a kill on the other side, you force out more rotations than you actually brought.
And it was literally just before you were talking about. Blink Dagger is now done on Yamato. Candy Loon has got his Helm of the Overlord too. Their timings have now been hit, so they can just go as soon as Food for Fear respawns.
I wonder if they will. But they've got all their items, right? Like Shadowblade's.
Well, BKB's
away.
still Fufafia, but he doesn't seem to care.
I don't think that's an item that matters, honestly. Like, as weird as that sounds, I think you've got so much damage on your other heroes.
Candaloon.
Like, TE's dying to creeps right now.
Yeah, but so is Candaloon, so bigger kills, shield shown on both sides, Candaloon been gone, and you save your tower. Again, UDV are defending, but the space is being abused a little bit by Gargoyle, just happy to push in a bottom lane themselves, and give Chucky even more time to farm, because he's just got his Shadowblade done. And a Vambrace on top, nice. Free stats.
Ooh.
That's Tony needs.
You know what I'm surprised by? Like, we've kind of talked about it, but the amount of neutral items that just didn't get changed.
Oh yeah, even, what was it, Chip Fest, didn't get touched at all, so range, hey, it's still full. Didn't get what you wanted.
The tier 1s that got affected, right, were... They made Tumbler's Toy better, don't know why, it was the best item in the game already.
Hell yeah,
They made Trusty Shovel and Arcane Ring worse, and they're the only tier 1 changes we saw, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And as for tier 2, I'm fairly sure they only, like, they did slight, like, negligible buffs and nerfs to some of the lesser used items.
I didn't feel like, yeah, I'm surprised there was no, like, item swappings again, like they did last time, but, hey, that's fine. They put some new items in, I guess, and they thought, hey, maybe that's enough to shake up the meta.
I just want my poor man's shield back, man. I need it back. Either let me build it, or let me get it from a neutral camp.
Bring back Stout Shields, yeah. Alright, Stout Shield Gaming.
I don't know, because like Stout Shield now is like effectively a passive. Something people don't talk about. Like, heroes just effectively have Stout Shield, if you're me.
Yeah.
But still, just bring it back. Bring those items back. They were fun.
They were. But Ahayo's going to be missing his poor man's shield right now if he wants to use it to keep, I don't know, a hit from Kunkka if he gets close enough. Cleave won't really matter about poor man's shield, so maybe poor man's shield wouldn't save him from all this spellcasting right now. And Cleave, and you walk away as he explodes, maybe. I don't know. Who do you want to give the kill to? TE, as he takes the gold, but it ain't clean, as we do get ourselves Rapido in the mid.
Yeah. Gargoyle are happy with that. Like, I just made space using like 3 heroes worth of space because Lucify TP top as well to get that kill. And losing your defense hero, like you've seen Rapido, he's just eating space right now. He's just sitting in lanes, keeping towers alive, and losing that hero over and over again, it's going to make it harder and harder to actually do that face tanking that they require from the Timber.
And Ken is going Skadi, so we have a clear timing of what UDV are going to say it's their go time, but it's quite a bit of gold away, and that it's probably going to allow Chucky to have enough time to get his BKB as well.
Ooh, how close is he, actually?
About the same amount of gold that Ken is, I guess.
I'm curious by the early BKB as well. I feel like he might start lacking damage in these team fights. He has already got the Ag Shard, by the way. So his net worth is a bit misleading. Like, one of the best shards in the game if you're playing Carry Tiny.
Farms up super quick, and maybe the Space Beam member Gargoyle will allow it, as they have a 3-man smoke situation going. And Rapido is the target that they are going for. They just want him to go mid, but it's a Sentry catching out Chuckies. And no one's going to go too far forward unless you're Clockwork, who trying to wrap around the back, a little bit of a juke and a flank. But it ain't going to be much, as we do get a Bedlam and an instant Fiend Script coming off too. Battery Assault doesn't do much, as Kenja's can be found, terrorize and damage. Live lost two already. The arena in the mid is finding T here, as his BKB has proven way too effective. And 3 down already on UDV, and we're not even done for Gargoyle. Moving in forward, Fufia will actually pin JG to his towers, but the follow through will not be there, as the ability been used. And Gandaloon has a roar on the Timber, both defensive to give him a little bit of buff, and maybe give him enough time to walk back and purge off the crown. But the Nightmare is keeping JG in place, pinning him back, and maybe, lads, you just want to hit that tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a free tier 1. Oh, what?
That's all damage.
I don't know if you were watching that tier 1 just explode, but that was a 600 health 2-shot.
Yep, my man, it's hard. It takes towers as long as you put in front of him, and that is kind of scary. If you lose a team fight like that again, there's tier 2 towers that can get the same work.
That's true. I mean, the next objective has got to be Roshan here. for Dargo. That's the thing. Like, UDV have a bit of time and a bit of space to slow this game down, if possible. Like, they need BKBs themselves. I don't know what Rapido needs, but he needs to not get caught in the mid lane.
So he's not dying for it. That's cool. But he is constantly being nightmared and just being really harassed around. It seems like he does need more than just a Lotus, or maybe even a BKB for him himself too. I mean, that's not amazing. Lincoln Sphere.
Lincoln's... Oh, I don't know about that.
Sure, Lincoln's Lotus Timber Sword coming to a pub near you.
I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, they're actually just swapping out the Nightmare here. They will find a kill, but I kind of want to see some damage. I think Rapido needs some damage.
What, Shard, Ags maybe?
Shard will be good. Gives them an extra tower push right now that they're lacking, but
Cool.
I'm thinking like Kaya, Sanj is building now, and then maybe building towards like a Shiva's, which is both offense and defense. Because they've got a lot of attack speed from the Pitmaster as well.
Yeah, just gonna use it and abuse it. Ken has almost got his Skadi done as well, just about 500 gold away for it, and seems like they want to go for Yamato, who's freely able to push down the bottom lane and actually potentially get a sheep stick as long as he doesn't die here.
I can't believe his items. But like, this is a pos for Dark Willow. First item, Arcane Boots. Second item, Blink. Third item, Hex.
Yeah.
He's 2,000 gold ahead of Lucify. It's like, it kind of is justified in that sense. Also, they're going to find Rapido here.
Potentially. Well, the Vision's going to catch it out. Fufir is going to find him. Think about something else. They're sick of killing Rapido. They want to find Ken, they want to find JG, but we have an Infest bomb coming as Clockwork is looking for the opening and they know exactly where everybody is. As soon as the smoke breaks, we're going to see him going. Who's got the high ground vision? It is going to be UDV, but the arena goes in a little bit first. Fufir gets pushed on now, pops on BKB, so the boat isn't going to stun him up. The creep is going to get stunned up first. Rapido isn't going to be able to chain away as the higher is just popping up the Fiend's Grip and making sure he dies, but we are able to disconnect, falls back for the X, just cancelling out that animation, but Rapido is still dead. Ken does get a rage, just using on physical damage again on the Fufir, but Fufir is just standing and fighting. Doesn't matter as bad as BKB as Candyloon is waiting for his opportunity, just to keep on blinking around and throwing out these axes. Fufir again with a beautiful spear, pinning in Ken, and with the physical damage coming out from Chucky, it is gonna be enough, but Ahaya makes sure he goes down with a beautiful brain step waiting, as JG is caught again, as Ahaya is watching two fights at the same time, and they clean up UDV.
This is what I expected from Gargoyle. Once they started to get the ball rolling, you're seeing Yamate and you're seeing Ohio. They've got the experience. They're the veteran presence. They know when their cores are going to get the kill, and they just start walking forward looking for more. That is like the one thing. It's so hard for someone to register what makes a good support. But when you see Ohio getting a free kill, when you see Yamate getting a free kill after the fight is over, that's when you can see how valuable a good support is.
And a 2-1 that crumbled in 2 hits. This tier 3 is crumbling in about 5, and now these racks are getting worked so hard as there is no defense really that UDV can do to save them.
Yeah,
not even poison, that is.
It's getting insane. The new Tiny, it's back. I was curious how Tiny would feel with the changes to Tree Toss, but honestly, he feels better than ever, and he actually has toss that does 600 damage right now. Without any talents, without anything, he can hit a 1200 damage toss just with that avalanche toss combo.
Yep, 2 toss charges coming shortly since he gets level 25, going for a Satanic next. Roche is still standing if anybody wants to take it, but it seems like really Gargoyle Esports aren't feeling fast. Ahaya is able to farm up some crib camps around it as he works on his own 4-staff and top lane. JG's forcing out lanes again, but he has to do it in X form, which means it's a very difficult game, it seems, for UDV to play at this point.
Yeah, UDV, they've got to be on the back foot now. 13k net worth, they've lost tier 2s, they've lost to racks, they're going to probably lose this Aegis. I don't see the Clockwork reacting. Like, Lucifer just threw a rocket in, proceeded to not TP because it's on cooldown. And look at this, look at Ohio, look what it's doing. Everyone's taking Roche, and this man's just walking around looking for pickoffs.
Yeah. Anybody wants to come defend? Maybe Kunka wants to throw in a torrent, but he won't do it, as we've now got 2 lives on the unkillable Tiny. For 5 minutes, and even more HP. He just brought out a Reaver just cause.
Yeah, why not, honestly? I mean,
4,000 HP, yeah.
the one issue I have with, like, he has all that HP. He's got Aegis. Are they even going to get a go on him? Like, are they even going to bother trying to kill this Tiny?
No. If I had an option of trying to kill Tiny or just going for everybody else, I would go for everybody else every single time. And I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get these kills done otherwise, because Foofy is just holding Haste Rune casually. Ahai is always in a great position to save whoever they go upon. The UDP need to take these fights perfectly, and Clockwork, he's got Ags. So he's got 2 hook shots for 2 different disables. I'm not even sure that's enough.
I think he kind of needs a couple more levels as well, because he's going to jump in. He's got 2,000 health, right?
Yep.
Lonely Chucky's going to turn around and 2-shot him.
Torpedo already broken, moving back, getting away. Cleave's going to keep away to Creeps, but so far we've got a big old danger creep and 1 hook shot coming in. Lucifer pushing in Tiny into the Tim to get him down to half HP. The boat's going to arrive on in and hopefully take 1 life away. Okay, we did it once. Can we do it twice? It's 3 seconds away and he comes back on in. The arena goes back and forces T. He's dead as he has to buy back instantly around it. Lucifer already gone around at Rapido. He's still going to get these balls back. They still defended their racks technically, but they got 1 buyback used. Lucifer doesn't have his. Ohio isn't leaving. He's just nightmaring up, enfeebling up, and Chucky goes right back on in. It's going to be X. Still has his BKB just in case he feels a little bit dangerous. Nice little soul assumption, a little bit of damage to go on down, but it's a toss back onto Ken outside the base as Chucky is fighting on 2 different fronts as Ken runs back on in to the Fiend's Grip, and they can't even cancel Ohio in time to save their lives. Still, UDV having to run back in their base, but Chucky isn't even gonna let them as he's just going ham. The base is gonna be full and the Satanic picked up in your own fountain, so GG is literally just gonna be cool.
Can you blame them? Like, unfortunately, like, they had the draft, they had the tools, they just didn't execute very well. Like, we talked about it came down to execution, and Gargoyle, props to them. They made these lanes very passive, they slowed the game down so much, and UDV, for the fact that they had a Timber, they had the Kunkka, they weren't able to find kills.
Yeah, they tried their best. They had a pretty good timing early on, but from there that they just lost a lot of their guts, and you can see it in their face. Like, these guys feel rough after game 1.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I mean, you're Dota players. Everyone has just as many losses as they have wins. Hopefully a slight bit less, but you have to take the blows as they come. They got that high of just destroying their first series, and now Gargoyle, they're bringing them back to reality. They're showing that, yes, there are other teams that are just as good as UNIV, and maybe you have to start rethinking your drafting style, because that Kunkka, the Lifestealer, they really weren't able to do much in this game.
And, I mean, that Timbersaw was a great pick draft-wise. It seems like it had a reasonable lane after Tiny left it. But overall, UDV have good ideas, but the implementation seems to be where it falls a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's it. Just implementing a well-rounded draft, like knowing your aggression. Like, they do well when they pick these defensive heroes, but they win the lane and they know how to, like, propel that way. But they didn't do very well when they had the offensive heroes. Like, we saw bot lane. Timber should win that matchup, and Timber got bodied in the bot lane.
26 denies, so we'll see how many denies he can get in game 2, which is coming up after this break, guys. You're not going to want to miss it. And we are back on Stump Game 2 coming up. And Gargoyle Esports, they did it again. They got their timing, they hit their timing, and that timing was big. He had a big sword, and it hit hard, and it destroyed UDV.
I mean, not just UDV, the players. UDV, the towers, the Raxes, the buildings.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious because I didn't know what Tiny was going to be like in this patch. I was like, I think Tiny Carry might be back. I think Tiny Pos 4 might be better. But right now, I've watched 3 competitive games. That was the 4th one now.
Yep.
All 4 games have looked like that, where Tiny just obliterates buildings.
Yeah.
And I'm worried. I haven't seen it with an IO yet.
Don't say that. We're going to see that this game with an IO, but man, like, even on the other side of UDV, they had ways to kind of deal with it. Shadow Demon usually is one of those heroes that is kind of built towards reducing that HP pool and making those unkillable heroes killable, but it just seems like they needed to use way too much on this Tiny, and everybody else was always just there to save him on Gargoyle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the benefit of having strength talents, right? Like, we talked about Kunkka losing his. Tiny's still got his level 10 strength talent, he's still huge that way, and it does just mean he can tank up and he can just eat the frontline spells. Like he did. He had we were talking about it, 4,000 health. I was looking at Ken, he had 2,000. I was looking at Rapido, he had 2,300. He's basically tankier than both of the 2 tanky cores combined on UDV. Yeah. And he wasn't that many levels ahead. I think he was like 3 levels ahead at the time.
And everybody else was just spread across it. It wasn't any, like, really just Lonely Chucky's show. Everyone else had a great game. Candy Loon, he didn't get his tower early enough, but he was rotating around, using those rolls, using those vision of the Hawks as well. Ohio, just unstoppable. Always there. Nightmare setup, Fiend's Grip vision, always playing aggressively. This guy is unstoppable on Bane. It might just be ban-worthy, honestly.
I want to say I agree with you, but the problem is you're banning Bane, so he then picks Grimstroke. You ban them both, so he then just picks a new support. It's a certain level of, like, Ohio's going to have a good game, and it's up to you to almost play as a team to make sure he doesn't get those kills. Because, like, I was singing I was giving him his roses mid-game, being like, he's finding more pick-offs, he's going further past the team fight. That's the thing you can punish. If you have 3 heroes left, you know the Bane's going to hunt one of you down. Just turn around and blow up the Bane, and then walk off. Yeah. And unfortunately, UDB weren't always on the same page.
And Gargoyles always was. Like, even Yamato as well, the Blink Dagger was just so active, he was always just playing aggressively, had Save Curse Crowns. His Terrorize to just make sure that even Ken, the Lifestealer, the one way that they had back into this game, just couldn't do anything. He was Fiend's Grip, he was tossed, and then he came down into a perfectly timed Terrorize and just couldn't do a thing.
Yeah, and it was only going to get worse, right? Because he had the Hex build up. Did he get it? I'm just checking.
Think so.
He did for the last team fight. I don't think he got it off.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I didn't see any stray pickies running around late game. But it just showed, like, we were talking about the build, we're like, that's a rogue build from Yamate. But it worked. It did his job. He blinked in, he got the fear, got the brambles down, and he got kills. The man was part of 15 kills, and, like, the only one that beat him in that sense was Mars at 19.
Yeah, Fufi as well. I mean, do we need to speak about Fufi's Mars? It just seems to be great.
He a cracker. An absolute cracker.
Yeah. It's always setting up those spears between the trees, finding Ken. He just knows where people are running and where he just needs to be as a Mars in his mid lane. It's just not the typical mid lane player. Like JG, on the other side, he was getting very active. Fufi didn't feel pressured to be active. I was like, okay, why isn't Fufi leaving? He doesn't need to leave because he knows exactly when Mars does have to rotate.
I mean, the big thing for Mars is, like, if you're not going to rotate, make sure you get the tier 1. And we saw the tier 1 mid went down really early comparatively. Like,
yeah.
We saw Gargoyle commit a lot of resources to keep it alive. UDV tried to do the same, but they lost Rapido 3, maybe even 4 times just defending that mid lane. And that's what Fufufia's job was. Sit in the mid lane and kill the Timbersaw. Annoy him in that way. And that way he eventually got the Blink, got the Deso, the BKB, and he started hitting really hard and making sure the game was very easy for his team.
Oh, game 2 is underway. Draft is going to be there. We'll see exactly what UDV want to take up. Tiny. Yeah, I'm cool with that. That's cool. I go for that.
Can you blame them?
No.
They just got tiny. They just got their head cracked in by the big rock man.
But it does mean, what does Gargoyle Esports have as their round 2? What's their second chance for really just Chucky to play for? Because Spirit Breaker was the band that they did first time, and I'm sure I'm trying to remember correctly, Queen of Pain, I'm thinking was the last ban.
It was? No, was it? In the second
DP?
phase?
It was DP?
It was Death Prophet. So they banned Quap Void Park in the second phase.
Cool.
And there you go. Queen of Pain, first pick for UDV.
Yeah. And I believe somebody may have played Queen of Pain and didn't go as successfully though.
I don't know if the hero is as good anymore. Like, it's obviously still strong.
Yeah.
It does its job, but the change in damage for the shard is sizable.
Mm-hmm.
And it now feels like you actually have to use your brain to play this hero. It's no longer like blink, hit E, hit R, hero dead, congratulations. Like, there's actually a couple steps in between where you have to try. And Gargoyle, they go back with a Kunkka.
Yeah, and Food for Fear plays a really nice Kunkka as well. Like, out of two heroes that we've seen from, it's been Kunkka, it's been Mars. They've both been dominant, and then you get a high with another dominant hero for Gargoyle already, and a very difficult game for Queen of Pain to play.
Yeah, I mean, you'll need a Lincoln's, definitely. Like, that's just a must-have. And it's going to be one of those games you actually do need to get to level 25. Probably by the 35-minute mark. So anytime before that, Queen of Pain's going to be vulnerable, but you have that save. You have Shadow Demon to try and disrupt, remove a lot of that spells. Great combo breaker against Kunkka, and obviously great Fiend's Grip Stopper.
Cool. So a slightly better Shadow Demon game overall. It should be much easier really for them to play, and hopefully it's going to be enough here, but from here, they kind of spread it out just a little bit. As well, the offlane was a last pick for them as well. They put a carry a little bit early. Do you want to see them change up their order of priorities here and just make sure Ken has that game-changing last pick?
I'm okay with it in the sense of, like, the way draft will work. It's going to happen again, by the way, because UDV had that first pick. They'll get back-to-back picks in the second phase. It's like their secondary pick, which is where they pick the names. The next hero after that, you get one pick on Gargoyle, and then you're back to picking your carry. So if Gargoyle play it smart, you don't even get the matchup you want, because you can always rotate those lanes on Gargoyle. And it's almost to the point where you're like, oh, we're just going to get two more carries banned. They're going to pick theirs, and all of a sudden, we don't have the carry we want. So you kind of have to pick it early.
Alright, well, for what they're banning, Razor Medusa, cool. Carries we don't exactly need to see. TA again. Surprisingly, I'm not exactly sure if Chucky is a spammer or if Food for Fear does go in. And even TA now, it was a weird change. They took away, I believe, the percentage range of the angle and just made it a straight up number.
I like this because it means you don't have to do on the fly maths.
No
Not for TA players, I mean for everyone else.
The casual TAs.
Yeah, like when you're versing someone else, like you click the TA, you check their range, and like it takes a while to figure out like how many levels of side blades do they have? Do they have a Dragon Lance? Do they have a Telescope? Do they have a Quiver? Do they have Enchanted Bow? Like there's so many things you have to think about in your like maths. Be like, how far away do I have to stand? Where's 1.5 times away?
Yeah.
And now it's just a flat number. It's going to help people internally not to get just pranked by a stray side blade.
Cool. Keep away the maths, make it nice and simple. Band's nice and simple as well. Grimstroke seems pretty nice to keep away those soulbind silence cancels and pinning down the Queen Bane. That's cool for me. And one more core ban, it seems, from Gargoyle Esports, and that's probably about done here. For Shadow Demon, we didn't exactly abuse the disruption part of the Shadow Demon though. We didn't exactly get that agi carry that really just hits those towers and builds those illusions around.
You almost don't need to. Like, I talked about it in draft last time where I was like, yeah, it's great to have a hero that you can clone and farm with.
Yeah.
But more often than not, you pick Shadow Demon as the defensive support. We talked about all the healing that's been buffed. Shadow Demon's still just better than all of them because he takes them out of the map completely. You don't even have to worry about getting damaged when you're
Well, TB, final ban. Pretty straightforward. I don't think there's anything that really jumps at me as saying this is a TB is going to counteract. And I get the third pick is going to be theirs, and maybe we'll get something a little bit revealed here. I don't know. There's not too much.
I think that'd be difficult to be honest.
Ooh, big.
I don't think you need to show your off lane.
Yeah.
That way you force UDV to decide, do I show the off lane, do I show the carry? And then Gargoyle have the benefit of doing exactly the opposite, playing up that matchup.
Cool. Alright, well, reserve time going to be used for it. Yamsen played a pretty good... Isn't it a good chunk of game, though? Seems pretty
So the reason why I think Shaker's always good against Quap is it's a hero that can stun without her blinking.
Okay.
Like, I go with the Pango, so they leave that open-ended as a pos 3/4.
Cool. Okay. Not too bad.
That works.
Yeah. Roll in. You can't disrupt your roll, which is always going to be good.
That too, actually, because like, even if you disrupt, he can just use the Ag Shard and sit on top of the disruption. If anything, it helps him set up the fights that way.
Yeah.
And it's a hero that does what Shaker does. It's like you blink in with roll already going on, and you can't dodge it. Like, there's just no reactions time.
Cool. Well,
So I like this from Gargoyle.
We'll see what UDV do want to react with in their pick here, and maybe they want to do the same thing and just bait out their 4 potentially here. I don't know if their 4 is going to be as flexible as a Pengaloo is going to be, but so far Lucify, it was a alright game for a Clockwork, and again now it does seem alright for Clockwork again.
It does. I don't know if they want to run it back though, because like when you have such a disaster game where everything collapses, it's hard to pinpoint what went wrong, or if multiple things went wrong. And like you could say like, oh yeah, Clockwork didn't have any impact, but that could be because their course lost.
Yeah.
And do you run it back, or do you just try that again in the scrim? I think it'd be a good Clock game. Cool. I wouldn't hate to see something like a Tusk come back in. They go with a Treant though. Treant Luna.
Okay, that's very quick, confident 2 picks, but Treant, who got changed a whole bunch, actually, thinking about it. There was a whole bunch of patch notes listed under him.
All that matters,
Yeah.
like, well, the numbers can change all they want, it doesn't matter. Living armor now lasts for 30 seconds and gives more armor.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, overall, in that 30 seconds, it gives the same amount of health, so the health regen is lower. But it's a 15-second cooldown, 30-second duration, which means both your carry and your tower can have living armor in team fights.
Sweet.
Do you know how hard it is to push against, like, a 35 armored tier 3? It's disgusting.
Not to also mention, as well, even more disgusting, Luna talent in the passive inbuilt armor amped up with Treant armor as well. That's pretty dirty.
Yeah, what was the Luna change? It was the level 20 global.
Shard got changed, I know that much.
The Shard's fine. That's
But
a piece of mind change where it now like affects creeps. It now gives 200 bonus night vision. Well, that's terrible.
I'm gonna run for that talent. Straight up, every game. So I can see myself lose faster with better vision.
So I can get ganked, but I know it's coming.
Yeah, see? Great. Ganked by a PA, an Invis PA, which, hey, for all the carries, this is a pretty strong, chunky hero as well, and amped up with a higher... I'm pretty sure this was the landing situation that they had last time they picked that PA, and that's a pretty easy combination. Bane will secure it again, PA will have as free farm as game 1.
Yeah, well, you're gonna be curious because PA in this game is quite rough. Like, yes, you're gonna get the BKB at some time, but they've got the way of stopping it. They've got the Treant ult. The Sonic Wave will go through. Luna's not a natural MKB purchaser, but you do a lot of damage when that BKB runs out, whether it's the
Eclipse.
Loose Beams or the Eclipse. So PA needs at least 3 items to actually start steamrolling this game, which we saw in game 1. Tiny didn't need those items. He just got them because he kept killing them.
Yeah, he just hit him a bunch and it won. So great, fantastic, will work out. And Puck Nightstalker being banned out as well on top, so that's Puck for Gargoyle. Maybe assuming that Kunkka is in the 3 role instead, or is it just to make sure my draft will be just fall apart if this Puck actually doesn't get picked?
It's a bit of both, right? Like, you remove the flex, you remove the panic, because like you said, like, Puck would be really good here. I still don't know if Puck's a good hero right now. I think the numbers are a bit iffy. I need to see more pros play it. I need to play it in more of my pubs, but ban it out until you know what's going on. And
cool.
For UDV, it's so many off lanes. I was going to say Brew would be good, Centaur would be good. See it. Could just do like the bare minimum. Mars is still in the pool.
It is still in the pool, and Food for Fear, I mean, why not? I'm sure Candyloon can also play a pretty good Mars as well, and thinking about other Candyloon heroes, we've got Sand King, we've got Brood Mother, to be fair. We've got...
Don't remind me of Brood. No.
Nope. We've got CK. He does play a pretty mean off-lane CK.
And they just go with the Mars. So.
That's cool. That's a nice round of draft there. That's a classic.
It works very well together. My one worry is that their drafts last game also could have worked very well together.
That's true.
It was an execution issue, and now they've got a lot more moving parts. Like they've got more blinks, more mobility. You need more rotations from the supports.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of complications where UDV really need to execute perfectly.
And I guess the other side as well, Gargoyle, their implementation, their execution is kind of difficult as well. It's not just straight down the line. They need Pangolier to be able to get a great roll-off. They need Bane not to be targeted by the Lucent Beans, by Mars jumping the backlines, even Queen of Pain maybe finding, or, I mean, could build an Orchid, could get a shard at 15 minutes. That's going to be kind of scary.
That's true. I haven't seen it happen yet. I've been waiting for games, and a lot of co-ops are still finishing their items. So, like, you go the Kaya Sanj, the BKB, then the shard.
Oh.
No one's rushing and skipping the BKB. And I'm kind of disappointed. I want to see someone go, like, all gas, no brakes, no defense, no... Nah,
5
like,
nulls into shard.
5 nulls.
Yeah. Ooh. Watermelon
Hunter.
to finish it off as the ultimate counter initiation for Gargoyle Esports, but that is a lot of pressure to put on one Tidehunter.
And it's actually Candy Loon playing the Tidehunter, Yamate playing the Pango, so that's not too much of a surprise.
Cool, okay.
The big thing is, like, you say it's a lot of pressure, but it actually, if anything, it takes the pressure off Ohio. It takes the pressure off the Kunkka, it takes the pressure off Yamate's Pango. And it also takes the pressure off the PA. Like, yes, you might have a lot of target towards the Tide, but the rest of his team has a lot of spells to back him up and to get those kills. That's why I love this pick. It's just going to be a tanky front boy.
Well, do you love it enough to take game 2 here?
Oh, the drafts are good. Gargoyle looks so much better, though. Like,
They do.
In the nicest way possible, UDV looked like they just were not on the same level as Gargoyle. So I have to go with Gargoyle. Because the drafts are even, I go with what I saw from game 1.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe we'll do it, and even UDV, they're swapping around their supports as well, so it is a 5 Treant, and Lucifer this time will be taking hold of the Shadow Demon to pair it with the Mars, which that is a much more dominant laning combo this time.
Yeah, that's a lot better, and also it gives the chance of getting the Aghanim Scepter on the Shadow Demon, which will be huge, because if you have constant dispels, you remove Nightmare, you remove a lot of the damage coming through, and also you get the offensive ones, you put it on PA, you put it on Tide, you put it on Kunkka, and all of a sudden you can win these team fights.
Sweet. Alright, well, we've just got to get those items, we've got to get abilities, we've got to make sure our lanes go well, we've got to make sure our Ancient Stack isn't stolen. Maybe this time. Actually, no, UDV stole that Ancient Stack too, and an awesome game. Maybe we don't want to steal the Ancient Stack, we leave it there, and that's how they lose the game.
It wasn't so much as taking it, it was the fact that you lost a team fight on it.
Around it, yeah.
Like, everyone shared the XP, the gold went all over the place, but you lost a team fight, you lost 3 heroes, and I think that was the big problem.
Well, game 2, loaded on in. We're going to see exactly how it does go down in-game. I'm excited to see it. I like Viz Kunkka, I like Ohio's Bane, all the good stuff coming in. You can even see their faces. Look, Gargoyle, they know what's up. All just staring at screens, knowing exactly where they need to be at every single 1 second. NWP doesn't even want to be on screen for it. He's just like, yep, I'm comfortable. And same with UDV though. You can see Repeater there. He's got a smile on his face. This offlane is going to be nice for him.
Yeah, I love how he set up his camera, by the way. So, like, we can only just see his head. Like, he's just, like, it looks like he's, like, kind of, like, sitting on his knees and just, like, kind of chilling.
Yeah.
It's a good look. It's funny.
Well, smoke from Gargoyle Esports in a... Okay, these guys are invading very early. Just a surprise. Maybe Lucifer here, who actually they can place their own ward that they did last game. This is the ward that cost them their own ward, but it's scouting out Kane. When they're going to get 1 banish coming in, and so far, Yamate is holding all his abilities because he wants Shield Crush, but he's got to find someone to use it, but he will find 2 heroes so far as JG is hiding in the trees, as Ahai is going to be running, but Pango could lose his life out of it. No, Shield Crush finally being leveled up so it doesn't take enough damage out of it, but no, your first 5-man smoke, or at least your 3-man smoke, isn't going to get you a first blood.
And it's really strange there because I feel like Ohio came in to D-ward and he didn't manage to get the D-ward. So maybe he's saving this sentry for mid lane. They did place the ward quite early, so they might have actually seen JG place his.
Ohio does get a room. Ken isn't going to be quick enough to steal it from him, and that does mean 2 apiece as UDV are able to get the top to and actually force. Well, actually, Chucky stole his as well. Yeah, even. Trade's all good, and actually a high as well. Getting that D-Ward. He will get effective use out of that center as well in a free TP top.
Yeah, that is what I thought was going to happen, because they placed at the same time with a 1 second advantage on Gargoyle's side, so the chances were high they saw JG place it, but you could have got 2 D-Wards, not just the one. You could have got the complete black map at level 1.
That's scary as well. But I am liking the aggression top already. T, I'm surprised about the lane situation though. T on this Tree Protector pairing up with the Mars, when I thought that Shadow Demon was the kind of better laning partner.
They're both good, because if you get the spear onto a tree plus the Nature's Grasp, like the Nature's Grasp needs to be attached to a tree, you just spear them into the tree it's attached to. It's a lot of damage that way. It is also a hero that can deal with Bane. He hits for so much damage and comes out of the trees every so often. And look at Ahaya right now. He's taking half his health.
Yeah, a couple hits from T here, a little bit of smack from Rapido. It is still a pretty powerful lane, as Ahaya has to be very careful with how he plays it. Bottom lane, it is just a Tide and a Pangolier gone up against Shadow, but Ken is already getting pressured under his tower level 1, as this Tide fears nothing, as Lucifer is being forced to use this disruption to keep Yamato back.
Yeah, and I like what they're doing here. Candyloon should play aggressive. They should even maybe go towards an early level in the Gush. Maybe look for kills that way.
Cool.
He did go the Kraken Shell. Obviously, it's pretty good against Luna, who does get a lot of auto attacks. But it means that Yamate can't really commit to secure kills.
Well,
Speaking of, look at Ohio.
He's doing Ohio things, but he's very... Yeah, okay, wow. Completely getting zoned out. T, he is keeping him all the way away, forcing this lane into a 1v1, and, hey, getting a free courier out of it too. So this lane, much better this time for UDV. Just feeling like a second wind in it, much more confident. And Rapido, it seems like Mars is much more his style of hero.
Yeah, this is definitely more him. Like, it's not that he doesn't play the other heroes well. It's just the way he plays Blink Initiation on Mars is so much better than if we see him play things that are a bit more rogue.
And it's last lane we haven't really seen too much about, because it's not the most exciting lane in the world. It's Quinn Pain Kunkka lane. They're pushing out, daggers go on into Kunkka to punch from out. Free just uses cleave to keep the waves back. Easy. Exactly how this laning matchup has gone every single game it's been played.
Yeah, it's almost to the point where this lane matchup is just boring to watch, because you know what's going to happen before the game even starts. In saying that, Fufufi is playing on the edge.
Very low. 2 braces. HP very low, and yeah, pressure in. And maybe your higher top lane might go down, but first blood so far, nothing's been drawn, but Pango is making a rotation into the mid a little bit early, really, to get... Okay, he's just delivering a free sell to keep Fufufi in this lane. Fair enough. No first blood yet.
Wild. That's the first time I've ever seen someone do a walk to give someone a sell.
This is a champion walk. The true supports. He's given up his game to make sure that the mid is going great, and actually it's paying off as Fufufi is just manning up against JG, forcing out his own Fairy Advisor, delivers his own self back to him, and able to actually punish up this Queen of Pain, who really needs these runes at this point, but Kunkka is not going to make it easy.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here. JG, by the way, level 4, doesn't level the Blink just yet, and there it is. He decides to level it after the fact. And he's actually not going to get a water rune, because Yamate's here to yoink it from him.
Sweet. Oh. Yeah, he gets it and has to... No. He's back in base. At least he didn't die, I guess.
That's true. He has Blink as well. He's not the worst hero to get sent back to base, but the Walk of Shame, even if you can blink twice, is still a Walk of Shame at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see what we get out of it. Top lane, we got first blood because the highest court. Spear in the tree, set up on up with Nature's Grasp, and we've got a kill as UDV, they are on the board.
Yeah, and this was the lane that they always should have been able to get it. Rapido, Teehee, they're both so tanky, and you look at Lonely Chucky right now, he's effectively farming with his dagger. They're not using it offensively, they can't use it offensively.
No, got to play a little bit safe here, and Chucky's farm has been reduced. 18 last hit so far, 24-8 really on UDV. In fact, all 3 cores right at top here are all UDV. Ken even having a great time bottom, getting these denies. At least Candy learn his early aggression, make sure he can get his ring of health now, but he is not dominating Ken like he wants to.
Yeah, I don't know if he can. It will come down to if Yamate stays in the lane, which we haven't really seen Yamate do. Like we said, he's south the mid lane. He came and stole the water rune. He's been doing a lot to make sure that Fia has a good mid lane.
Yeah, main thing. Knowing your strategic targets. Last time we saw Fia hit 6 was a very easy kill in Kunkka. He's almost 6 at this point, getting his kind of 6-minute bottle as well, just rushing those braces, I guess, to stay in the lane. But top lane, we don't need to stay in our lane too much, as the T1 tower's there, and Rapido and Teehee are running around Chucky, trying to set up a few kills. We just don't have any mana left onto Mars here, so he can't cast any spells to help it get done.
It's still like what they're doing there. Like, they're going on a tower, they're forcing Lonely Chucky to use a lot of his time and his resources just to stay alive. And are they stealing more runes here?
Yeah, Invis rune had to be solved by loose fight, so Yamate can't see Shadow Demon, but Shadow Demon can see you. Can get some poison onto you. We do have a wand coming out, but 4 stacks of poison. A stolen bounty rune. Alright, 5 stacks of poison coming in. Shield crash to lower the damage. Instant TP out of 6 charges go down. Low HP. He still pops, even in the fountain.
He had 15 wand charges, GDH. He just didn't use them, unfortunately.
Didn't think he needed them.
Probably would have kept him alive.
A man should have done some quick maths.
I could be wrong. What's 6 charges? Yeah, it would have kept him alive.
Well, at least the aggression's working out. 1K, less than 1k gold lead so far for UDV. 2 kills to themselves. Very slow game overall for both these teams here. Just not really feeling too crazy about Chucky. I mean, it's a slow game for him because he's building a Battle Fury. Just look for the farm in mid lane. Fifth here trying to get the Torrent combination. Cleve going to keep these creeps alive as JG is now working on the back of this Kunkka. But Kunkka already went back to actually base without a TP to heal up his bottle, but X coming in, no reinforcement yet. The boat is going to arrive as he can't blink away yet, as the turret will be used after, but he's still not dead yet, as JG level 7 is still punishing this Kunkka so hard. And top lane, 3 heroes coming in, as Yamate makes a walk all the way top. He TP's out in front of you, and makes it out? Rightio, wow. Gonna get caught too with a slow disruption, will set on up, and with Mars with a rebuke, he's gonna get himself a return kill here. Maybe eventually high, very low, betting it back in so Chucky can get some more aggression on the Shadow Demon. But T back in base is gonna get the living armor onto this SD, so he can't even feel any of your hits. And another kill for UDV. They're very slow, they're not very bursty. Chucky actually gonna be speared and stop and cleaved a little bit low, and maybe actually one charge will keep him alive. And even Yamate coming forward, not gonna be able to get the kill there, but it's still very nice and surgical from UDV.
Yeah, I mean, so far, these are so much better laning situations than last game, and they're using their advantage really well. I say that, JG, is there any way he dies here?
DD on Ohio, so he's going to hit very hard. Blink is level 1, 4 seconds away, and yep, Brains up. Ohio somehow gets a kill in the mid. That's
DD rune banging.
It's pretty scary. And Ken actually going to farm the jungle at this point, using the stack to accelerate, but Candy Loon is now given the space that he needed, and he's got that net worth back. He's almost right on up there with Rapido on the other side.
That is true, actually. I was surprised by how well they're doing on both of these off lanes. Like, Rapido should have had a great time, but Candyland's been left alone.
Yeah. But actually, Teehee, I guess one of the better heroes to do this, is going to defend this tier 1, so it's going to be a really slow push that I don't think Candy Loon actually is going to be able to get this tower out of.
Yeah, what's worse is, like, you're already able to give 3 armor for 30 seconds. Or it's scaled, so he's still got the 3 armor for 15 seconds. It makes the pushing ability almost non-existent, because even if you push, he's just going to heal it back up.
Yeah. It's going to wait. And even this vision from Loose Fight, it's catching out for Fear and Ohio right now. They're going to see, well, they're going to see there's a few stacks there, but Ohio already blocked that camp and heading up top to maybe try for Rapido at full HP, but it's 2 supports trying to fight up Mars, and for the aggression that Gargle Esports showed in Game 1, they're not showing the same active nature here. They're willing to be more passive against UDV, thinking that UDV need to make the moves themselves.
Yeah, the big difference for me here is that they don't have the heroes to do it anymore. Like we saw last game, they had heroes to fight and jump around and brawl. This one, it's very farm intensive. They need a lot of items on PA. Like, yeah, Kunkka can fight, but Tidehunter doesn't have Blink, so how do you actually set up the fight? There are just a few different issues here.
Well, I want Silver Rune. Actually going to get Nightmare back on the Queen of Panda. Going to swap Nightmare around, but so far we are good. It's 3-1. Very low score, but we've got Tomes coming in. We've got level 6s coming in. We've got a Ravage online, ready to go. We're going to Acceptor being rushed as well by Candy
I
Loon.
like that.
Just
I like that.
straight up.
He's got the hood, by the way. So it's not like the worst rush I've ever seen. Like, he's built the hood to defend himself, keep himself a bit tanky, and now he's going to launch into a way of making sure that PA can do more damage.
Oh, 2 sentries going down. Top lane still being defended as Yamto actually gets enough space to get level 6 almost himself. Lucifer does want to find him though, so they're going to try and go under tower here. Rapido does have Arena, but it is Pangolier, so he's going to be very careful how he uses it. And no, we need another reinforcements. Ken's going to farm B in the area, but this tier 1 tower, man, UDV really want to take it.
Yeah, and they need to. They need to buy space on the map. The mid tower is a bit hard to take because they've got Kunkka. On the other side, they're doing a fantastic job of slowing down bot lane. Candy Loon, he's been sitting under this tower for so long, and the tower's still alive.
He wants T so bad. It's just so annoying. And even T, he's just coming out to say, hey.
Chucky.
Oh, maybe.
Found the
Oh,
PA.
very low. Dagger is going to hurt. And Swashbuckle will disarm for now. Blink away. Oh, he can't survive this. He might even survive this, but we'll see in the end because we've got a boat. Nobody's going to use the torrent right now. Blink away aggressively, but Nightmare on to Shadow Demon as Mars has an arena and everybody runs the other way. Demonic Code comes in. Spear's going to land. Boat's going to be defensively, but Disruption makes it a little bit awkward. We can sack that poison on top and with the burst. He is going to pop as Yamto goes in to 3 heroes. Ohio was there. No Fiends coming out. Brainsap Nightmare to keep 1. Make it a 2v2 at the end, but we can swap this Nightmare around with these illusions able to bait it out and get away. But Kunkka is gone, and Chucky, I mean, at the end of it, he did survive, and he is still farming.
Yeah, very surprising. Like, yes, Chucky kept alive, that's great, but you didn't use the boat on the Xbox combo, and I don't know if you saw, but the Fiend script got turned off immediately.
Oh.
And it was by himself. No one stunned him.
Right. Maybe he thought that they were just getting out of that fight, and then Yamsa kind of had a different idea. He definitely did want to go in, but he's also level 5 now, when he desperately needs level 6.
That is true. I mean, we talked about it last game with the clockwork, right? Like, these pos forces just don't get farm priority. And it sucks, because you're looking at his net worth, it's pretty lackluster. But his levels, he's not even 6. Like, they gave the tome to Ohio.
Yeah.
Even Ohio is only just level 6.
Well, Chuck is coming down bottom. They want to take this tier 1 that is still super goddamn healthy, as Teehee is constantly cutting this wave, forcing these creep waves back and not helping the Tide. So the Tide is going to try and do it, but they got a glyph on top of it. It is so painful to watch as they slowly chip away at the tower that keeps on healing up and giving enough time for UDV to respond and defend their tower.
Yeah, I mean, look at this living armor. This is garbage. This is so hard to... Like, they've got a Blightstone.
Arena comes in, Chucky gets speared and gone and cleave the tower. Oh my man, the tower as Candy Loon. He's gonna get slowed down at least with Demonic Purge, but it isn't gonna get enough kill because he's got Kraken Shell. But he has to leave the tier 1 tower that he spent the last 5 minutes hitting, and it's now going back to heal as Teehee isn't gonna leave.
It's just like, imagine spending 45 seconds hitting a tower to not kill a tier 1, and then wait till it's like scaled up into a bigger tower. We'll have to think about what's going to happen for JG here, because they're actually hunting him. They're looking for it, but he's getting a haste rune. This is a pretty poor timed smoke, unfortunately, for Gargoyle.
Well, tower is going to be touched up for round 2, but we have Fiend's Grip this time. So if Teehee is too close, he might finally get caught and die. And it seems like, yeah, maybe UDV are happy with this at this point. They've got to roll the boat, it's going to come in and maybe kill Lucifer, dodging all the abilities and going to... No.
He's going to TP.
He gets hit. Okay, he's on the lower ground though. And to the Fiend's Grip, he's got Rolling Thunder, Boat, X, Torrent, Fiend's Grip being used on the Shadow Demon, and the tier 1 tower still standing.
Yeah, this is the kind of moment where you have that chat wheel that just says space created, and just spam that one over and over again. He did so much work, and it's given Teehee more time to heal up this tower. Like, yes, it's still on 600 health,
no
but
damage to it.
It's not dead yet. Like, Candy Loon hasn't moved in 15 minutes. This man.
Okay, 50 is dead. That's big, though. Alright, cool. And actually, no, yeah, that's another UDV favored trade. What the hell's going on? Ohio's going to get caught as well, as Ken will get loose and beam. We're going to swap around as JG's going to be in the area. And yeah, we've got another kill. And Candy Loon, he is going to finally get the tier 1 tower.
It only took him 14 minutes of hitting the tower. Nutrient, this sounds maybe too early to tell, but that looks so obnoxious. I'm worried that anyone that's worried about getting Death Ball would just first face Treon and just be like, I dare you to Death Ball. I dare you to try to take these towers. It's impossible.
Well, so far they've taken 1 tower for their troubles. I'm sure Candy Loon will make his rotation into a different lane in a moment since he doesn't have to be bottom anymore, but UDV have used that time beautifully. 4k gold lead, 7-2. They've got a blink done on Mars. JG has almost got his Orchid already on top, and Ken has just been firing up a goddamn storm. Hasn't even needed to really be pressured. Has 1 assist on him with a Hyatt who was just saying like, oh god, there's a Luna farming our jungle. And so far this advantage has just been so great for them. And Gargoyle Esports, every single thing they've tried to do hasn't exactly gone well.
Including the food for fear defense here. He's actually just dead. They see exactly where the X is. They're probably just going to jump on him.
In he goes, and in goes the arena, and with the Eclipse going in, nice Nightmare coming off, but only lasts so much as Candy Loon does get an Eclipse off, but Food for Fear is going to be dead. Boat a little bit too late to save him, JG moving forward, but Ohio could save 1 with Nightmare, but he can't cast any more spells because BKBs are way too powerful. Rapido looking for more, all we're done, because hey, why not take a tower for yourself, because if you have the Treant on your side, there is no armor on the tier 1, so these towers are gonna melt right after this cliff.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like butter compared to that bot lane. Like, the tower's actually losing health, GDH. The bar moves.
Holy man.
It's not bugged.
And,
oh, no.
Yeah, wow. UDV. This is just night and day between Game 1 and Game 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, for Gargoyle Esports, it honestly doesn't feel like they're playing on the same page. Like, that was our biggest critique about UDV in Game 1, and now it's pretty much the same critique to Gargoyle. They were just playing 3-man Dota, the other 2 were just not on the same page.
I am very surprised here, though. Okay, Queen of Pain has got a Yules instead of an Orchid, which does allow Bane to get, you know, slowed down, not TPing out. Chug gonna be there, going Viz for a couple seconds with Blur, but then instant blink from T-He into the Overgrowth at 17 minutes in? Nobody expected that.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't moved lanes, and he hasn't shown a single item purchase.
Yeah, just
like,
max.
for Gargoyle not to know, like, maybe not exactly that moment, but like, they had to know that the blink was coming. There's no 2,000 gold item that Treant buys. So he was going to buy Holy Locket that has parts, Force Staff has parts, even the Glimmer Cape has parts that he could have purchased.
A Dagon?
Even Dagon has parts. I wouldn't even hate the Dagon right now. The way they're playing, it's so good. They're getting so many pickoffs. Dagon helping that out would be huge.
Well, 7k gold lead, 12-2, as we need to get back on a little bit of live support here for Gargoyle Esports. Ravage, 30 seconds away. Fiend's Grip is up. Kunkka has, well, about 1,200 gold away from his BKB, and PA has a Battle Fury. Like, she can farm to at least make up that difference a little bit if she gets the space, but no, they're going to see it because there's a ward catching on everything. Sonic Wave instantly comes out. Your Battle Furies are going to be farming anything for a while. As top lane, we're going to be fighting as well there. As the Fiend's Grip going to be used on Ken. There'll be Nightmare back up. This Shadow Demon, this is a no-save. The boat's going to be back on it to maybe get the Shadow Demon back, but the BKB is still lasting. The Eclipse is going to come out. The roll's going to be there, surrounded by 4. As the Yields is keeping it tied away from the Ravage. The Sea is going to get in the area, get it living up, but the Ravage is going to finally come up, and they get themselves Ken. As now JG is going to be caught into the torrent as the Nightmare lasts long enough, but a High should finally be dead. Cleave comes out, JG goes in, blinks a little bit too aggressively. It's Fig going to get the Cleave on the back of T. Is moving him forward, hiding in the trees, and the X going to be Trump pulling back with the Yield Scepter. Keeps him in the air and safely now breaks that X combination as we clean up Food for Fear between the Dagon and the Cleave and the Rebukes from the Mars as we get T. And so far it's the big offlaners and in position 5-4. Going up against JG with no HP, a little bit of mana, and maybe this time is when we call it quits, as Chucky did respawn, and he can join that fight, but that may have been messy, but honestly, I don't think that was too bad for Gargoyle in the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, they did come out on top because of the kill on Luna. My one concern is they used a Fiend's Grip, a full duration Fiend's Grip, and Luna didn't die in that 5 seconds.
Yeah, no.
Once the Satanic comes out, which probably will be, it'll go Silver Edge Satanic, how do you deal with that? Because he could have turned around and just two-shot your team, and all of a sudden he's on full health, and what do you do there? Like, do you just panic? Do you build some more items? Like Deso maybe on Lonely Chucky is just a requirement here?
Maybe. I don't know. Well, next fight is going to have an Aegis too, so I guess you get to test out your theory here. It's kind of like its own Satanic when you have 2 lives and a Luna that you have to kill, and Chucky is rushing towards that Deso, but it's not going to be here in time, and without Ravage and maybe a Rolling Thunder not in the area, they can't even defend this Roche.
Yeah, and also they see Lonely Chucky farming bottom. I believe if he tries to TP away, Teehee is going to stop the TP. Oh no, he doesn't have Overgrowth yet.
Nah,
That's a
doesn't
shame.
even have a shot. So he can make it, but doesn't really matter. Ken's got the Aegis, got life, and we're just going to go back to farming, get our own BKBs done. JG is going for Sergeant Kaya at this point with the save, and Teehee is back to doing what Tree and Sue best, sit in the lane and make sure it does not get pushed.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard knock life for him. But are you going to complain when you have this much free space? Rapido, by the way, just one shot.
Right, that's kind of scary.
We've had-
And Overgrowth on the Yamate can find him, and if he goes away, we're going to use as well, so why not just chase him down, got to get the roll back, and hey, he does get out, but Rolling Thunder is on cooldown, and JG, yeah, he lets him go. This Pangolier limping away, doesn't have his ult for another 65 seconds, and forces Gargoyle to again play defensively.
Yeah, that's an odd one. And Sonic Wave does go through the roll, so he could have got the kill, like you said. I'm surprised he didn't, because right now it feels like they've got all the momentum in the world. All they need to do is keep getting kills.
Heals to break. Oh, Food for Fear. Oh, okay. Right. They outplayed each other. But the Fiend's Grip, you can't outplay that, as Lucifer almost had a disruption save, as at least Demonic Urge. He will slow down one of them, as Food for Fear is in the river and will be losing beam and will be annoyed, as he does have his Essence Ring to keep all his HP back. But JG, outplaying himself, will actually lose his own life, giving Gargoyle Esports just a little bit of air.
He was so close to having an absolute disaster go on there. If he didn't get that kill because the blink and the torrent issues, I don't know if you recover from that mentally. Like, that's the kind of thing that would just check you out of a game. And,
Yeah.
if you look at Lucifer, by the way, we talked about him playing POS 4 meant he got a quicker Ags.
Yep.
He's kind of playing the 5. Like, I still don't know who's farming and who's warding. But he's going to have an Ags and 1100 gold, and that is huge because it applies break, has 3 charges, and if you notice the PA, still hasn't got the BKB ready.
They might be able to get the Shadow Demon, though, if they can see him, but no, we're just going to be able to walk away. But the 4-man smoke around it for... Oh, no. Food for Fear. He's been farming recovery. He got his BKB. 9 seconds on it. But if they get a perfect setup, maybe he can't use it. I don't know. But okay, Smoke's going to break. He should know about it. And maybe we'll get a cleave. We'll force out the BKB and have it overgrow from Tree Protect if they want to use it. He's TPing out. And there you go. Cancel that TP in his fate. Boats being used defensively. Sonic Wave goes back. The BKB is done. And so is Food for Fear. Comes down to Spear and gets cleaned on up. Even getting that 9-second crucial BKB out of him too.
Yeah, as far as disaster pickoffs go, that's number 1 on the list. And it does mean they can push here, because they've got Ravage, sure, but they've got no boat, they've got no BKB, and even if he buys back, it's going to feel quite lackluster for the Conquer to be here. They might just have to let this tier 2 go for free.
Well, let's see what they can do about it. Buildings are getting shipped. We've got our Luna bursting, so it's going to be a little bit awkward to kind of defend it. And at least you have the Tide Axe. That's the one good thing here, is Candyloon's going to make it so annoying to push, as these creep waves are going to constantly get cut away.
That is true, but at the end of the day, Ken doesn't seem to care, and they just tank it up with Food for Fear. Item check, by the way. Silver Edge is done on Ken. And on the other side, Deso is completed for Lonely Chucky.
Cool. But I'm feeling a little bit like we still need a BKB. Like,
oh yeah, without a doubt. Like, Lonely Chucky shouldn't show up to a team fight without the BKB. He's gonna get 2 shot.
That's a lot of time. Oh, no. No, Chucky says no to BKB and just says axe.
It's so risky.
That's how Chucky plays, man. Gotta take a little bit of risk.
But he also didn't go the lifesteal talent, so he's going to be a glass cannon with no lifesteal.
Well, that's where you have Candyloon to at least bait out a few of those demonic purges. Maybe Kunkka is going to be able to find something as long as he's... Oh, at this point, Fufafir is using his X to farm jungle camps.
Oh, no. Oh, this is worrying. Like, Fufafir right now, yeah, like you said, he's pushing out the lanes, and they're actually going to lose a lot of these last hits to the tower as well. So, like, they might get the XP, they're not even getting the gold.
Alright, well, 7k. It's only 79%. Ravage is still an amazing skill at all points of the game, and Refresh Orb is going to be a great item once he gets it. It seems like Gargoyle Esports, they just need one good team fight to go in their favor.
I mean, whenever you have a Tidehunter, isn't, like, that's the hero, right? Like, you have one good team fight and a Ravage can turn the entire fight. My issue is,
Yeah.
where do they go with it? Like, the way they're taking fights exactly, they're so far away from any objectives that, at best, you might get a tier 1 in the mid lane, but that might be all you're actually able to find in the first team fight.
Well, yep, it's going to show mid. It's going to almost contest the wave. Sentry's going to scout out the fact to put a sentry down, but they're not going to go from there. They're going to smoke on the high ground. Did they take it? Did they take the Pangaloon? Do they want the Pangaloon? Yes, they definitely do.
Oh!
But Yamato Quick Fingers blinks away and saves the day and allows actually space for Hayo to casually push in the bottom lane and even TP out himself. Gargoyle Esports playing around the map and giving some space back to their cause.
Yeah, I love this. They out there. Oh, they might even use roll here.
Oh, that's it. T, reconnection, shard, beautiful play. Fufir is thinking about helping out, but no. Everything's about space creation here. Elven Tunic. Oh, no. Elven Tunic. That would have been a great item as well. But now it's Kent's.
Yeah, I mean, it is a great item, just for Ken now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's also a great item for Ken. They might give that to Quap instead, maybe.
Oh, we're getting everything going up. Kind of still UDV here. The Roche is done, though, so no 2 lives coming out. But Satanic is coming in quick as well. What does Gargoyle need on top? A great team fight would be good, but is there some kind of item that they can use to turn these team fights better in their favor? BKB isn't going to happen anytime soon, except it is just being committed to.
Yeah, I guess it's the Ags, because if you get the Ravage and you get 3 or 4 of them, you can kill one, jump the other, kill one, and like, make it like a stacking fight that way. But he's probably dead here. They might find him.
Okay, went right. Now it goes left. Rapido is still hunting, sees an empty crib camp. But they think he went down. But my man went up and is continuing to farm as Ohio is standing here trying to break smokes. So Chucky is surviving, but he's playing to the edge. Yeah, I'm betting he's just going to go to the Ancients and just make sure he gets enough gold for his Ancients. And Yamato, oh, he's on the outside of it! You're going to break his TP, but the arena is on cooldown, and Yamato did his thing. He cut this bottom wave, forced it back, and gave even more space to his cause.
Yeah, again, it sucks that you have to do this on Yamate, but he's doing a great job of just slowing the game down. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to pick off anyone. If anything, they might even lose Candyloon here, as they know exactly where he is right now.
Ken's got the Silver Edge, so he's going to go in, turn into paper. As we get in a little bit more physical damage, we need to be able to break him, slow him, and kill him. And we can do it, as Ken hits like a truck himself, and breaks that truck in half. As nobody's going to be waiting to give any kind of interviews about that car crash, because Chat Tide is dead. As Mars,
did they time this?
not mid. He doesn't buy back on the side though. We could come back with Ravage. We've got BKB being popped by the Kunkka, and he's going to be trying to leave, but you just see it. He's waiting, and he still pops out that overgrowth. Boat comes in, Sonic Wave comes out, and he is dead as anything. As even high, he's caught on the high ground too, as UDV are going ham, salting up Yamsar, giving back, and this is going to be a free tier 3 and a free set of racks for UDV.
And what I love about that is the Teehee, we kept like alt-pressing, halting it, until he finally saw the TP, and then he halted it again, and he just cancelled the TP on Kunkka. He's like, stuff it, if you're going to do this to me, I'm going to make sure I get a couple auto attacks off. But they're going to death ball. Like, Ken's looking for Raxus here. They could look for Roche, it's unfortunately 2 minutes away, it's quite a late spawn, and right now they're in the driver's seat, so I can't imagine they need to panic, they can just wait that extra 2 minutes and then death ball with the agents.
Yeah. You're going to have Satanic done. Butterfly is going to be the next item if we can. PA is... Accept is done. We got Ags. So it's on the way. And it seems like Gargoyle Esports, regardless of what they want, they need to fight. They need to force this out. They're going to be moving into the high ground positions of UDV, though, who still have Arena on Mars and a big old fat Luna looking for somebody to walk up those stairs and just die.
Yeah, and they even noticed the wards there as well, so they don't have that vision that Gargoyle were relying on. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ken just walk on high ground right now. Like, they can either look for the fight, or they can just look to high ground, push, and force the fight that way. The refresh is nowhere near completed.
Go! Fit trying to X up Yamato so we can cut midway, but it's only going to come self-force the BKB defensively again, but this time it's Boda Torrent's going to actually land on the Mars. Moving on back as High is going to be dealing with that vision, keeping on back, but we've got some control. But in the mid lane, PA is going to be found, try to jump into E, but there's only Mars forward, everybody else is waiting. His Ravage is pretty good, but you've lost your carry, so where is your damage? Everybody is running as Gargoyles just need to get out, but Fu for Fear already uses BKB to stop, get out of the Mars ult. So he is just going to dive between them. 2 cores dead. Back to the high ground we go as UDV take a kind of divisive lead. At this point, it is almost impossible for Gargoyle to come back.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part of that is they're both down for 40. Like, they don't know this on UDV. Obviously, they can't see their items and their money. But they both just bought out. So obviously, the Shadow Blade is new item for Kunkka, and on the other side they just saw the Ag, so they're just going to go T4s, they're just going to end the game.
Dead, cool, moving forward, buyback from Bane, but Ken doesn't care. Ken don't care. Ken not even reacting. Okay, he reacted a little bit, but still back to the business, back to objectives, back to breaking down the tide and killing him anyways. The active Shadow Team's coming to play as a High does come back to just get jumped on by JG as UDV are taking game 2 of this best of 2, making a 1-1 series between these two teams.
Yeah, and a very topsy-turvy 1-1. Because like, you look at game 1, we talked about Gargoyle absolutely binning them. And then UDV, they didn't panic. They looked a bit annoyed, we were talking about on the cams, but now you can see the smiles come through because they turned it around. They came in with a new draft, a bit of old, a bit of new, and it felt so dominant for UDV.
It did. 100%. They were just so much better in game 2. All on the same page this time too. It's like they flipped the script. It's like Gargoyle Esports got UDV's script from game 1, and then they took Gargoyle Esports and they played it beautifully. 10-1-9 on Rapido. On that Mars. Yeah. Just absolute godlike gameplay.
It's to be expected. Like, when you get a Mars that has a great lane like this, and you've got the Treant to slow fights down, so all of a sudden, you've slowed the fights down, Mars can blink in, get the arena, and we saw the first couple kills from Rapido were exactly that. The fight just took a bit too long to get the tower. He came in and just dropped the hammer and made sure he got those kills.
Well, quick gameplay comes in, but a 1-1 to add to our scoreboards. Both teams should feel pretty comfortable. Game 1 was great Gargoyles, Game 2 was great for UDV, but we still have a second series coming up here. We're not even done, the action's looking great, and we're going to see it after this break, guys, so don't go anywhere. And we're back. Second series is almost here, and I am pretty stoked for it because it seemed like another one. Another great one. Burmese Ghouls were playing really great on the weekend. These guys have a second win coming into them, and they should feel great going up, but they are against Apes Esports, which seem to have some amazing games behind them. A little bit shaky games, but when they are on fire, these guys can win anything. Well, right now, let's see the teams. Let's just rush straight into the teams and see exactly who is playing here. Because Apes, I believe they actually do have a stand-in. So Van Q, unfortunately, won't be here for the first match. So Despair will be sending it, but that's a name that kind of brings some history behind it. I'm pretty sure this man is kind of a mid-lane carry specialist, so it should be in the benefits of the Apes. And Jikroy, Selfless, Delil, Travens, just as strong in the other four roles. Like, this squad, even without Van Q, who seems to be very signature in this team, should be just as powerful going in. Maybe the carry role is going to change for Jikroy. Not sure. Selfless seems to have a great idea on that offlane. And Delil, he's just playing an insane forward. I don't even think we really need to talk too much about Travis because we know what he does. He dominates. Position 5 role. Ward's in a great position. Almost diverse hero pool, and it's amazing. But Burmese Ghouls, really, these guys might be the team to slow them down. Might be the team to stop them. Because these guys play a little bit differently. They're willing to flex up that offlane role. They don't care what they really need to. It doesn't matter what meta it is. They will play their games. They'll put a Bloodseeker, they'll put a Bounty Hunter, they'll put whatever they need in an offlane role, and they will dominate through it. Master Lane in position 4 is a master class in that position 4 role. And N1, Shangfu, Enlighten, 3 players that have so much potential between them in the carry and the mid, and even in that position 5 from Enlighten. I've seen so many clutch Bane plays. It's insane. Like, this guy is talented. This squad is talented. But it comes down to individual skills here. Delil, LetsPlay.Live. The position 4 on Apes, playing a very defensive role, playing a very versatile role, really. It seems like he likes the Ios, he likes the Miranas, he likes those heroes that play a little bit different style. You need to think around his gameplay, and he seems to really depend on really his offlane to go well. On LetsPlay.Live, he has a bit of a different situation with his relationship. He is super confident in his gameplay. He's willing to play any different hero in that offlane potential, and is able to really just play amazingly on it. I've already said Bloodseeker, I've already said as well Legion Commander as well, and Sand King. He's even able to adapt in this. So these are the two players, if I'm thinking about Apes Esports and Burmese Ghouls, that really need to be watched.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Like you say, it's a lot of initiation, it's a lot of burst, and it's a lot of just super aggressive gameplay, and that's what I like to see. It's Southeast Asia, it's fast-paced Dota, it's higher mechanics, it's all over the shop, it's throws, it's big plays, and that's what you just need to see from these teams. And like you said, the highlighted heroes, they really lead on to that style.
Well, for Apes, unfortunately, as we said, Van Q isn't going to be joining them for this series. Do you think that it's going to hurt their chances real bad? Because Van Q is a very important cog in the Apes network. He's put on some very just playmaking tempo heroes, and he seems to make that space that Jikroy really loves to use.
Yeah, it's always going to hurt you. Like, whenever you have even if you have a sub that plays with you regularly, just losing that mainstay roster is always going to affect you. I did go through their Dota buffs, though, so Despair actually does play a lot of pubs with them. So cool. It's not like they've never played together. They're Indonesian bros. They're good friends. So we're hoping he can just plug in and play with his mates and have some fun with it. Again, I think they would have been stronger with Van Q. Just sometimes things go awry and things happen in real life that you can't really deal with.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but hopefully they are able to be as powerful as we know Apes can be, but they are facing Burmese Ghouls, which is a team that plays a little bit of different kinds of Dota. N1, he seems to be one of the more standard players. He's planning to play Amber, he's going to play Queen of Pain, and he's going to have a great time doing it, but as we already pointed out, LetsPlay.Live willing to flex on up. How are you actually feeling about, say, Bloodseeker or Bounty? I know Bloodseeker has got a kind of weird axe, like a nuts axe.
I think Bloodseeker's going to be a decent pick in this battle. I don't know how I feel about him just getting rot, because that's what it is. Like, it's literally like, here's the Aghanim Scepter from Pudge, you can just have it.
Cool.
The question I have about it is, what do you build with it? Like, do you go Atos? Do you go Glepnir? Because that way you can Blood Right Glepnir, get on top of them and fight that way. Or do you go movement speed and just like run a race car Bloodseeker? I haven't done enough maths on it. I haven't played it to actually know how it's going to feel.
Well, let's find out in Game 1 if they do want to pick it. We're going to see, actually, different bands of mates already. Enchantress straight away. I'm kind of cool with that, with the ideas in the meta. Get that jungle meta out of here, boys. No one's picking up a creep.
You know what I was going to say, it screams to me that they're going to pick something themselves, like a Lycan or a Beastmaster, because that way it's like, oh, if they pick Chan and Enchantress, they can counter me. And they instant ban the Beastmasters. Like, these teams, there's no Deadpool here, there's no cheese strats. I mean, unless you first pick Brood, in which case, I hope you lose.
Hey, alright. But, good news is, we're going to have a bit of a different opening. There's no Kunkka's going to be seen here.
There's going to be Banes.
There's going to be, I mean, there's going to be Banes. That one, I can live with. And Travens, man, that guy, just like Ohio in Series 1, he is a good Bane.
Yeah, I mean, he might even be better than Ohio. That's a big step to take, big call to make, but he's been playing in these tournaments for so long, and every time I see it, like you said, it's just great gameplay. And now I feel like we've cast a cursed him.
Yeah, feels like that. But to cast a curse anybody, we need to see what the heroes on the other side that might be the ones that are killing it. And so far, Burmese, they haven't opened with anything quick. They haven't gone Shadow Demon, for one, which seemed to be a very quick response, at least from UDB.
Yeah, I'm confused. Like, this is a long time to take your first pick. Like, did they think Bane was not making it through? Or, like, maybe. Do they want Mars, Tiny? Like, they play these heroes. Dawnbreaker?
Huh. Cool. Different. That's good.
Speaking of different,
yes,
it's not going to happen in this draft. But have you looked at the new Underlord? Have you play tested it?
I haven't play tested it. I've read it, and I'm like, this seems interesting. I was disappointed for the start of it, and then I kept on reading.
It is exceptional. Not only does it not make a sound if it's in fog, it doesn't show up on the minimap. So you can just TP into the Roche pit, you can TP into the jungle, you can put the other half of Fiend's Gate in the jungle for your allies to TP to you. It's huge. I think it's going to be one of those heroes that once people figure out how to play it, it's going to be disgusting. Something you don't need to figure out. IO, it's back.
Yes, we've spoken about it yesterday, and today, probably just as dirty. And surprisingly made it through, but at least you have Grimshark.
That's true.
Tether them together.
My issue is, like, if you pick it with something like a Tiny, which is just now banned, or a Luna, does it matter if you get tethered? Like, you're going to stay together anyways. Like, the Soulbind just means that the IO has to deal with the little creep that the illusion that comes in from Phantom's Breaths.
Well, I guess, yeah. At this point, we're going to see how dominant IO is with these teams, because maybe they've got a different way of playing it. I believe Delil, he plays it with the offlaner, typically. Last patch, that was his style, but do we switch back? Because we have a Bane already. We have a very kind of pseudo-defensive support, and now we have an IO who isn't exactly looking to initiate, so we need a hero that makes up for that.
Yeah, they just need to... I mean, again, I hate being like the bearer of boring news, but Apes Esports can just pick Mars. Like,
yeah, that's true.
I hate the draft, like, when it's the same over and over again. I feel like this patch is going to have a 7.31B that affects all heroes, but right now, if you just pick Bane, IO, Mars, and any other two cores, I think that's a super viable lineup, and we'll have to see if the Apes Esports agree.
Well, they also were willing to run the IO Legion combo. And even with that Nightmare Bane setup, still might go. Not as great. Yeah.
I think Legion Commander's biggest strength was the fact that 20 minutes you had BKB. And not only did you have BKB, you had a BKB that you could give to someone else. And the fact that you no longer have that until level 25, and therefore you can't get that and dual damage, is huge.
That is true. Well, that's probably why we're thinking about these bans going around. Okay, Tiny Storm, Jaro, cool. Someone's been watching some pubs with the storm going out, same Jaro too. Void Spirit, Morphling, Timber. Timber's probably the biggest telling ban of everything here.
Yeah, my issue is, like, they're banning IO combos, right? Like Tiny, I mean Storm Spirit in general is pretty funny, but I think like Storm IO is the thing. They left Lestrak in, the best one.
For Jickroy. Literally for Jickroy as well.
Like they have a Lestrak spam. And they also left Medusa and Luna. Like, I think those three heroes are all meta. And they've banned out the Gyro. I'm now worried that Burmese Ghouls have like left themselves open. There we go. They've got a counter. They're going to go with the AA.
Sweet. Alright, cool. That's one of the ways, and it was very effective last time, but I believe it was also paired up with Morphling. We saw an AA being last picked in to counteract it. It was just like, okay, it's into Morphling, Morphling had a very bad time, and they won the game. But so far, we've only got IO Bane, and maybe this is just when we pivot a little bit away from IO.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. Like,
okay.
As far as like AA getting Ice Blast on someone, like IO's not going to make that hero worse. Like, you've still got the Spell Amp, you've still got the healing when he's not Ice Blasted. Like, I don't think you all in. Like, I don't think you go 5 healing heroes. But I don't think it should change your draft phase. I think you have to commit, play the heroes you want to, like, play that IO combo style, and just make sure you get on top of AA. Make sure you get the skills.
Well, think about this. Double Cold Feet.
It's huge.
Good big.
It does
25 talent to make up for it, too.
Yeah,
it's like having early 25 talent on 2 heroes.
What's the other half? Is it like the Ice Blast Threshold or something?
I think so, yeah.
So you can go the Ice Blast Threshold instead and never farm. Yeah,
Yay!
4% kill threshold, which would bring it 4%. Up to 18. 18% is a lot, actually.
Almost 20. But, okay, Abe's going down a different path that I did not expect. Razor Puck. And you get to see Puck live here. Like, right now, you get to see if Puck is viable now. So that's kind of cool from the outside.
I mean, that's a huge thing for me, and I like what they've done. So they've seen AA, and they've seen Dawnbreaker, they've seen Grimstroke. So they're matching Teamfight with mobility. Like, there's a lot of blinks, there's a lot of movement. The new Razor has that 21% movement speed buff 20 rather than the 6 extra Razor link. So he's going to be running at 550 the whole fight. And once you get that refresh of the BKB, he's a 550 maniac with 16 seconds of immunity. How do you stop that, man? Like, these supports are going to get obliterated in the backline.
Well, hopefully with this 4th pick. This 4th pick needs to be... Ooh, one hero that was kind of buffed that I didn't expect to get these buffs yet. Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky's weird. Like, they've given him what he needed. They gave him a movement speed slow. Like, yeah, sure, you can dispel the dagger, which, honestly, I thought you could originally. Don't know what happened there. But Ricky's movement speed slow on pounds is huge. They go with the Ember, and probably a physical Ember these days. We're seeing a lot of changes to the Sleight of Fist.
Potentially even a position 1 Ember as well. Wait, I also saw a matchup between a Puck and an Ember, and Puck got destroyed because of the physical damage buffs. It's just straight up.
So the change to Flame Guard means that you no longer lose your Flame Guard to 1 spell at Pucks.
Cool.
So like that's the way it's only gives you I think 70% reduction. Yeah, 70% goes to your shield, 30% goes to you, similar to Richard's Mana Shield. It means that you can leave it at level 1, and you can get 2 levels of Sleight of Fist, and then you can get a Chains, and it feels glorious. I actually think it's now Ember favoured in this matchup.
Alright, cool. Alright, so really, N1, gonna be happy. That's one of his comfort heroes as well, so I'm sure he's been spamming it in pubs quite a bit. These bans around it are kind of giving that idea as well. Night Stalker, just with that blink and that instant silence these days, so Ember can't even react. Not gonna matter. Anti-Mage on the other side though, so they're just feeling for those last minute cheese, late game, solo carry heroes.
Yeah, we talk about patches, we talk about changes. Anti-Mage getting Diffuser Blade, I need to see it.
Yeah. I
need to see some animal go in and see how quickly you can chunk the mana on a hero.
Well, yeah, I feel like you're going to chunk a whole bunch of mana, but you're still going to lose the game.
See, I don't know. Anti-Mage is a hero that like can farm that extra item. Like 3 grand to Anti-Mage is not much. So like I think you'd get like Battle Fury, Manta, then Diffusal, and then maybe Basher. Like it would replace that Skadi timing. So it wouldn't feel good, but it'd be interesting. And like against something like a Storm or a Puck, it could actually work.
It does feel a little bit like Slark when he used to build that diffuser blade just for that extra little bit of slow to make sure you could, get a few more attacks off.
I loved it on Slark because it gave him those stats. The stats have been nerfed since, but when he used to buy it was 28 agi for 3.2k.
Good stuff.
And like one problem with Slark, his agi gain's actually garbage. If he doesn't get kills, he doesn't have agi. It's like 2.3 or 2.4. It's really low for a carry. So diffuser fixed that, and then the slow on top.
Well, I don't think we're seeing the Slark because I don't think anybody would want to touch Slark. Do you like the... is it the Pounce that got an extra tether? It does damage when you tether them?
40 damage or something.
Yep.
It's a nice piece of mind change, so you can blink. But at the same time, the only person... And there it is, the Leshrac, so... Carry Leshrac on with your Crone.
Cool. Well, that does mean it's not playing Razor as well, so I guess for Burmese Schools, they can get the better matchup now.
They could. The downside is, I think they kind of needed a tower pushing carry. And like, if it's not Luna, all of the other tower pushing carries are melee. And now you're picking up melee most likely into a Razor. You can't pick TA anymore, I don't think.
We try.
But
also, Drow is here still.
Drow.
PA. You can break the tether. That's about it, but I don't feel that's going to be a strong lane regardless.
The other problem I have here,
okay,
when you get fan script on PA, it's going to happen. Like, we know it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
The way of stopping it is Cold Feet. Takes
Cool.
3 seconds.
Yeah.
Phantom's Embrace has
Takes
to
a few
get
seconds.
to him, and you have to see him. Not a massive range. Or Dawnbreaker hitting with Starhammer, or Starbreaker, whatever it's called. All 3 of those are garbage as far as, like, Alliance goes. Is this just a free Bane game?
Yes. Well, it looks like for Travens, of all people, to have a free Bane game. That's not what you want to see if you're facing Apes. You also don't want to see Jikroy's Lesh, which I'm pretty sure is 100% win rate.
Really? I should know that as a stat, man. I haven't checked his recent games. And, on top of that, you got flexed on because their whole team is blue and purple.
It's true.
Like, it's the little things in life. But Apes Esports won the draft, just off the colour.
Just on colour, just being colour coordinated, being matched up, being stylish, and to be fair though, Enlighten on this AA, I'm liking his headset. That's cool.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen that before. Like, we'll have to wait and get in game. You have to do a showcase mode for the fans.
We can do that.
The game's loading up now. I think it's one of the new ones from... God, what is it called?
The Companion, or is it the Cash?
Cash.
Cash. One thing I am disappointed though, he's not reading the book.
He's not reading the book. I mean, can he? The helmet's so large, can he even see?
It just covers his face, as you do, but still, good style for my man. He's grown out some extra step for him. I'd been pretty stoked if that was my step.
Yeah, and also, it gives you an excuse to pick AA. Not often do you have an excuse to pick AA.
That's true. But for what it's worth, you say it's a free Bane game, it is still a pretty good... It is still pretty good AA game overall. Like, as long as you aim that ult, you get the cold feet, it's going to be a very interesting game for him to play.
It's gonna be insanely interesting, like I said. But I'm nervous that they've got Io, Leshrac, and like we were talking about the Bane, but we really should ping the fact that they've got a ridiculous combo.
And to be fair as well, the 100% win rate was pre-patch as well. Just to add that to the pile.
I don't know if Razor got changed enough to matter. Like the 6 extra static link was great, but you've still got the Eye of the Storm strike interval, which is excellent.
Cool.
Or you can get the permanent haste rune at level 20. And that's the only real change that Razor has.
Oh, even getting some early vision down as well, just to scout out what you guys are doing. Shangfu is going to be hugging that top rune, as it does look like maybe Burmese Ghouls are looking to invade this bottom room with 4 heroes in the bottom jungle, so the only thing you do is you fight in the river or you fight on their high ground.
And they know it's coming.
Hey, they see all 4, so they're going to be running back a little bit and giving up this rune. But it does mean that even Razor, he's been given permission to go in top now.
And the worst part of this is, like, if you're Shang Fu, you can't fight this. Because he's going to get on top of you, he's going to static link, and you have to turn around and dagger and slow. But even then, you're still probably taking about 200 damage. It's not worth taking that much damage for a rune.
Shang Fu, not gonna bet, 2 runes apiece, even rune trades at the end, but I guess the biggest win of all is this awesome mid ward that really Burmese Ghouls were able to place.
That is true, but wouldn't it have been spotted? They didn't smoke in. They would have gone through the back of the trees, so... As far as, like, ward locations go, they've already got the one on the top side for apes. They should know it's on the bottom, because they didn't see it get placed top.
Well, let's see if they do get the D wards coming out, but lanes are going in. Iron Razor just looking to drain away, I guess, the PA as soon as he comes in a little bit too close, and there you go! A little bit of drains come in, a little bit of breaking comes out, but you lost 13 damage, so that's going to be easy denies for Razor if you give him the chance. And bottom lane, it's a Dawnbreaker Grimstroke lane, a laning combo I have not seen for a while.
I actually quite like this. So you've got the way of getting in, and you've got the follow-up, so you ink swell, and then you jump in with the hammer. It's a slow on slow on slow and stun, and the other side of it is, though, you've got the cheese man. You've got the Bane, just throwing those wheels of cheese everywhere as he taunts. I don't know how you're going to kill him if he's playing smart.
Nope, Travens is, brain tapping up, getting his HP back, just going to keep on fighting, already picked up that magic stick. Keep that damage up. We're going to get a nice little quick pause as, it's for the camera, just to make sure everything's working perfectly on the stream, as we want to see those perfect reactions as he's just going to have a big old smile on his face every single time he gets a deny away from Shang Fu.
Yeah, and I'm surprised like these teams haven't done the 2 and 2 together, that because they're going to have cameras on stream, it means they can have fun with it. Dress up a bit, have like a bit of excitement in your face so you can see the dedication whenever they're playing. But a lot of the time, it doesn't look like... They could be having more fun, is what I'm saying. They could be having a lot more enjoyment out of it and like have a more team-building experience.
Well, for now, we're just going to chill it out, see how these lanes are going. So far, N1 is comfortable mid. He's got the 1 point between him, but Bottle's coming out. And Despair is going to be that difference maker here. He's playing that puck, filling in for Van Q in that mid role, and I guess Puck, maybe you change the numbers around, maybe you give him a new shot and new ags, but it's still Puck. He's still going to get level 6, he's still going to get Dream Call, he's still just going to rotate to a different lane and get some kills.
Yeah, it should play most of the same. A bit more damage on Waning Rift, so that is something to look out for.
Yeah.
I don't know if you build the ags anymore.
Oh, yeah, do you so potentially... I was going to say, do you potentially go right-click Puck again? Shard enables it, makes it nice. 50 minutes as well.
I think Witchblade's going to be normal. I think it's going to be double null Witchblade Travels, and then see how the game's progressing. Okay. My one question mark is obviously centered around the talent. I want to see what he goes, because you've got Illusory Orb cooldown, and the level 15 talent is where I'm really curious to see where he chooses.
Yeah,
Dream Coil, or you've got Waning Rift damage. Both of them are excellent.
Yeah, it seems like I was just thinking Dream Coil 10 seconds, why not? But that burst damage, especially this game, where nobody's going to have a bunch of HP on basically any hero but Dawnbreaker.
You know what, reading the talents, is Puck a support now? You've got Waning Rift damage, or you take the Coil cooldown, you take the Coil stun, and then you take the Coil Pierce's magic immunity. And all of a sudden it's a 4-second impossible to stop spell.
Yeah, and you don't need to have too much farm potential to get it as well, so... Maybe it's back to position 4 Puck.
Oh, that's hype. Especially because they can't position 4 Zeus. That just, unfortunately sucks. I read the numbers, I went through it, I had to go. It's not it. Zeus is an unplayable hero.
Okay, cool. We haven't actually seen Zeus yet, so that's a shame, but we get to see Puck live. Okay, nice. Not until we see 7.3 on B come out. But the lanes, they're pretty nice overall, except for Dawnbreaker, who isn't getting too many last hits. But this Chickroy having an easy lane. Again, he's not getting kills, but he is definitely not getting pressured.
I swear the last time you and I casted Apes Esports, they got 2 Jikroy Leshrac games in a row. Like, I'm not going insane, am I?
No, that's true. They picked it twice. One game, he got a whole bunch of kills into it. The other game, he got pressured, but then he just put his head down, farmed a bunch, and they won it too.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like the going rate. And, does Ember know that the runes aren't there anymore?
No. You get to find out live on stream. That's awkward.
Oh, he's been caught in 4K, dude. He didn't read the patch notes.
Well, okay, now he learned. He won't be doing that again, so that's just good old knowledge coming in, and guess who did read the patch notes? Despair. Head straight bottom, got his own rune, stole it up, got 3 bottle charges out of it, and that's an interesting dynamic mid. I didn't really think about it. That distance between it really costs you mid-wise now to go out to get that rune in the jungle.
Yeah, it actually costs Dire a bit less. I don't know if we talked about it in depth, but the Dire one's closer. So the Dire one's less of an issue, and you can stack on the way. You can stack 2 camps every time you take the rune. So it's something to keep that in mind, but again, N1 had no clue where he was going. He looks lost.
Well, he found a rune now. It's in the river. It's cool. Water rune spawn, even rune trade. No support's actually going in to secure it. But so far, we're just having very static lanes. Everyone is just comfortably farming. The last hits are pretty good. Dawnbreaker isn't having the easiest time ever, and now dead because First Blood drawn and Travin's on the board. And actually, Nightmare is going to set up another. Do we have a stun? Yep, we do. We're going to get double, but Nightmare almost awkward as we get another kill for Jikroy.
Yeah, and Jikroy, I'm going to need to see those boots of speed placed in your inventory.
Nah, he doesn't need it. It's cool.
It's been long enough that it's no longer an accident.
Nah, he doesn't need it. It's cool. It's a tilt ex-Neverlight right now. He's looking at his inventory going, why the hell does he not have boots here?
Has he got a wand coming? No.
No, just boots in his backpack. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it.
I'm not leaving the site of Jikroy.
Well, we're going to be missing kills top, but Shang-Fu and Self is going to be traded for each other. Dalil somehow gets the advantage, going to get some heal damage onto the creep, and just going to be working this AA back behind the tower here. So Call is traded for calls, but actually Shang-Fu, he survives long enough to get the most benefits out of it. Maybe not the most last hits, but he is beating this Razor in net worth.
That is true. I mean, it's going to be quite nice for the Razor once he starts getting a couple of levels, but PA, he's going to leave to the jungle soon. And by the way,
yep,
he finally did it.
It's there.
That man finally put the boots in. He did 2 magic stick swaps with his entire infantry and didn't put the boots in.
He knew you were watching. It was just a tilt to his Travis.
Oh, if he knew I was watching, I swear to God, next time I see him in a pub, dude. He's gonna find out.
He's gonna hear it. But actually, Travis, wow. I was about to say Travis is dead, but no, he Nightmare swats up, dodged the Inksaw, dodges actually this Starbreaker from the Dawnbreaker, so there's no combo control for the Bane. And he's able to get to the river just in time for the 6-minute runes and steal a haste rune.
Travis is a goat. He's actually going to take the bounty rune as well.
Man, this guy's champ. Yeah. Why not? Supports get paid.
And N1's found the bounty rune. He's figured out where it is.
Alright. Things are coming up Ember, and mid lane is going well for him though. He's winning this mid lane. This side of his build is working out and potentially make the first rotation. No. Heading back mid to keep on building his farm up, but Despair is keeping up with him, and that Witchblade is coming up pretty close. And what's Dalil doing? Oh, he's just running down an AA. How you do?
Yeah.
On an
Speaking of running down, by the way, Travins is probably going to run down Neverlight. I don't know if you go under tower here. This seems a bit rogue.
So Fake coming in. Looks like Grimstroke wants to help on out, but keep the wave away from tower. And yeah, okay. We save him, we go for him, and now actually as well on the other side, top lane has been given up to Selfless now. Because AA's not there, Shang-Fu has to do his own pull, but it is really costing him HP-wise, and now Razor is looking probably just to dive if he sees PA.
Yeah, I mean, this PA, I think he has to bail out. Does AA have a sell for him? He does. Okay, so we can play the lane a bit longer.
That's good. Level 5 as well. But I doubt it's going to be slowing down these two, as level 5 IO is going to be helping chase down level 4 Razor, as we're going to get Static Link going to be instantly broken. Maybe it's TP coming in, but Ember is actually here. Coming in slowly. Yeah. Walking in, level 7. No points in Shackle. They will get a drain back on the line, trying to get the kill out of here. Blacksmill will get vision, but an Amber comes in and turns us back. PA very low. Razor gets zone 1 charge coming on, and physical damage might be enough. Blur is going to save his day, as now Delil wants to get the kill onto the PA, but with no points in his spirits. He can't do a thing as N1 gets the double kill, and he's all the way back in the mid lane. Again, just as runes are about to spawn.
Yeah, I love this from N1 so far. He has to be the one to do all the early game lifting. Like, he's picked the Ember here, he's gone that physical damage build. Like we said, max Sleight of Fist, especially with the way it farms now, it's so much better to level. Dealing full damage to creep waves. I kind of want to see a Battle Fury Daedalus build come back. I don't think it'll be good,
Okay,
but I
good.
just want to see it.
Phase boots, and then he gets to flex up whatever he wants, and so far it does seem like this mid lane is a little bit of flexing, as the other lanes are going nice and evenly, as everyone's getting farmed. Level 6 are coming. PA is going to be back level 5 himself. Selfless did respawn, and TP back in top, and Delil really jumping ahead net worth wise. This is going to be a super early Holy Locket timing as well.
That is true. I mean, I think a few of the last hits he's gotten, I've seen him kill the Cardi and 2 range creeps at least, over Selfless. Like, they've been farming in the lane together and he just takes them. So they are giving a lot of farm priority to him, just to make sure, like you said, so he can get that all early mech or the Holy Locket, which he's building towards.
Cool. Well, level 6 is coming went on Puck. He's level 8 now. Looks like top are going to be chasing down this AA with Plasmafield. Should be enough slow, but Cold Feet is going to slow enough now to set up for the Dawnbreaker to come in. And with Grimstroke making a journey up top, Selfless is dead. Gets 1 kill out of it, but it looks like we're about to get a double for Burmese Girls. Even Amber, he's coming across to help one out, but Travis actually TP on top. All the Romans being used, and one under the tower. Going to get 1 Nightmare coming out. Travis going to be running. Swap Nightmare between them as PA is going to be waiting and letting everybody else do the work for him. Slanifist keeps Travis back, but it's a double quick kill as everybody on the side of Burmese Ghouls comes up top for the party.
Yeah, and it left Jickroy bot lane to get most of the tower. He forced out the Fortify. But again, there was no reaction. Despair had no intention of coming. Jickroy had no intention of coming to those fights. They're happy just giving away kills up here, and they're going to give away more.
Grimshark getting drained as PA is going to get the Inkswell. Door will be sub up, and Healer's going to come out. X Light never actually left. Spin comes out, kills up Selfless, and he just comes back to die. Delil can't have 4 seconds, doesn't relocate, and the ASL doesn't even matter. Doesn't even need to hit, as Travens is caught under ward vision though, and maybe we want to find him. Despair going to be slided just constantly by N1, as we're still going to continue to find the river, as N1 goes for the easier kill. The level 5 Bane without the Fiend's Grip, with a PA coming in across as well with Despair. Does we have Dreamcall? No, 60 seconds away from that, so no kills actually in the end for AFC here. They're just losing Selfless, and I guess actually, they got Grimstroke, but they just got Grimstroke, and Shangfu again survives long enough just to TP bottom where nobody is anymore.
Yeah, and this is what they need to do. They need to start getting the pressure on the map towards the side of Apes Esports, and they've got the Cardi. This is a big time for them to try and take this bot tower. No Fortify at all here, so I can't imagine Apes Esports will let this go for free.
Got TP. Jickroy moving forward. Just going to get his old Pulse Nova coming out. A little bit of damage as he runs in. He does get Soulbind. Travin's going to be careful. I think he gets close enough to him, but Grimstroke is just dead. Nightmare is there on the A. Going to tear up for the last couple second chip, but with the procs actually, as the lightning goes down, do we lose the Leshrac? No, we don't. He survives, and maybe Despair can find Shangfu. No, it doesn't really matter, as Jickroy again gets fed a whole bunch of gold to stay right on top of the net worth there.
Yeah, but it is looking like Jickroy versus the world already. If you look at the net worths, like Puck's falling behind, and they're struggling on Despair to keep up the farm, and it shows that my fears are true. He is really struggling to push out lanes with this new Elizriel.
It's not enough damage. Needs all this damage as Witchblade is going to come, maybe a difference maker here, but we're looking at the farm on the other side, and Maelstrom probably come at the same time. PA's Battle Fury still 2 components away, and this is so much space that Razor, I mean, he's invading your jungle, taking a tier 1 out of it, but it doesn't seem to hurt Burmese Ghouls too much.
Speaking of hurt, Travis is in trouble.
Is he finally going to die? Somehow. Not like Travis does. Dream Call being used to him. Fiend's Grip instantly in response. Travis knows is out of here, and Despair going to be caught by the Cold Feet, going to get a proc off, but Self is going to be here too. Needs to drain something, but who does he go for? Is it the Ember who's used his actual remnants? Does he have anything left? Sleight of Fist going to go forward. No remnants left as he's running back, and the orb will not connect as a relocate will send them all the way back And that's a big win for Burmese Ghouls. Maybe you don't get any kills out of it, but everybody survives. Relocate's going to be down. Same to Dreamcall. And you got Chains mid, and Despair is just going to constantly be worked as another advantage for Burmese Ghouls is going to turn into a tier 1 tower for them as well.
At least you'd hope so, right? Like, it's half health. It's they're committing a lot. And like you said, their items are coming in slowly. Jikro, once again, starting to have that bit of separation. And he's going to go to Kaya Sanj. And I believe after that, we might see the first rogue purchase of the new Bloodstone.
Ooh, alright. I'm kind of down for it. I want to see how it works perfectly in-game, see if it actually is super strong. How do you feel about how it's been worked on? I know a few heroes have tried to build it, and it's not exactly as successful.
My problem with the item right now, it feels like it's only good on 2 heroes. It only feels good on Lesh and Storm. Like, what other hero needs the damage to convert back into mana that badly?
I don't know, but Despair, I mean, after his mid lane, he's still feeling pretty happy. Like, he's smiling, getting that thumbs up going. They're all in a good mood on the side of AFT Esports, so they're comfortable with where they are.
Yeah, I mean, you should be comfy. AFT Esports have got a 1k lead, and the biggest problem they have, I think, is their early. Like, yes, Jikro is huge, but Razor's not at a point where he can actually frontline. It looks like he's trying to, and he dies for it. And then obviously you've got the Puck, who I think is terrible early game, but comes back in the late game and does a lot of work. So we'll have to see how they convert into the late game, especially because they've got the Eye of the Bane, they've got great supports to do that.
And it seems like really crucially, BKBs are the time for Burmese Ghouls, is they need those BKBs. Like, that's kind of what their timing is, and Apes probably need to be active before then.
Maybe not need to. Should is probably the more apt way we should look at it. But it comes down to the fact that can Burmese Ghouls punish this delay in gameplay? Can, like, the AFC Sports delay the game enough and it doesn't matter? Like, you look at mid, they're actually just going to start pushing the tower. Travens is a higher level than Selfless, by the way. Just quietly. Like, we're talking about the Razor not being tanky.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because he just doesn't have any XP. His IO is just munching it all.
Yeah, both of them level 7. The whole rocket is done, but yeah, that's about it. You're half in that manner, and Travens, he's been rotating like a champ, getting some kills done. 2 on 4 already done. As I guess Burmese Ghouls, they did get a tower. Tier 1 is gone. Neverlight, he's got a hood done. He's got a Lotus Orb coming up next, so he's just going to be a big tank that dispels all the abilities and even the silences that might come from the Puck.
That is true. I mean, it's something they need to think about because the Puck silence plus coil is going to be quite scary, and it's something they need to be able to deal with. Well, speaking of, they might find a wall here.
Shane, everything just being used to get a kill. I love the toy jump forward, but that is a nice little free kill. Big old Juicy Ball, he's going out of here. Self's going to TP out of it, but they control their jungle again. Force everybody out from ABC Sports, and they can go back to farming it and using all the space. PA, uncontested, untouched, almost at that Battle Fury timing.
Yeah, almost isn't there, though. He's still 900 gold away, and, like, we know how quickly he's going to accelerate from that point. So, like, he does desperately need to get there as fast as possible. And we were talking about it. It's the potato creep that has the attack speed.
Oh, right. Okay, cool.
And the tomato has base attack damage bonus.
Well, maybe next game we'll see it come in as somebody's going to pick Shen, but Travens? Wow. Wow. Wow.
What?
Okay.
What?
That's some Chad movement there.
Like, it's more Chad than you think. The map's black. Like, there's 0 players on the map for Apes Esports, and he just walked up high ground blind.
Mm-hmm. And
Who
got
does
out.
that and gets away with it?
Yeah.
Selfless won't.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker's gonna come in, and... Oh, Dawnbreaker's not gonna come in. As where's Dawnbreaker?
What happened there?
Can you cancel ult now? Is that something that's changed?
Yeah, I mean, Dawnbreaker cannot stop the ability.
Oh.
Oh, Leshrak stunned, I guess.
Alright, Chickfroy doing
Flesh
things.
died.
Chickfroy will lose his life as, yeah, we are good to go. And Travens, I don't know if you make it out this time. Nightmare comes in, N1 comes out, and with actually becoming a pig, you can't cast any spells, so you can't heal yourself, and now you're dead.
Yeah, a nice pick-off there. The Jikoro pick-off's the big one. Travens is just that secondary bonus, but right now we're talking about it, and it still feels like Apes Esports are doing everything they need to. Keep the game pretty chilled, pretty slow, wait for the BKB on Selfless, wait for Jikroy to get that Kaya Sandrava, and he's building the Bloodstone. We get to see it.
It's coming. Just hit a little bit of gold until we get there, and even bottom despair, it has Witchblade done. Boots of Travel going to come next, and he is getting a whole bunch of XP solo to himself, constantly having his wave pushed out, not being contested, so they're slowing down, and they are waiting for that big timing. The big explosive timing that they're going to look to abuse, and Burmese Ghouls, it's going to be paired up with the Maelstrom, paired up with the Battle Fury, which is now officially done, with the Ancient Sax going on with it, and Dawnbreaker. I mean, we won't have the Lotus Orb, but we'll be very close to it.
But it does show the two different ways they're looking at this game, right? Like the Apes Esports, they're not building any farming items, they're building all fighting. And Burmese, like the Maelstrom is a farming item. Battle Fury is a farming item. I say that's Selfless.
He's caught, Delul caught him back, but the relocate is not going to save him, as we do get Dreamcoil back on the Amber. Well, we're going to wait, maybe get a control. Amber actually is going to be almost... No, wow. Okay, Remnant save. Finch coming back. Travis is holding back 2 heroes solo by himself. His line's going to be here too. We get one. We get another. We don't get N1 though, which is a big kill we want, as Jikroy is just charging on forward and ready to take its tower instead of the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and it's a crying shame because I think if IO didn't try and relocate, they would have been able to get those kills, because that IO extra bit of amp, bit of oomph, it would have been enough to get M1 down. Unfortunately, he doesn't save and he doesn't manage to get those kills. They still win the fight and take the tower though, so they got what they wanted.
Yeah, buildings go. You may TP back to base, but towers will not respawn around them, as we are getting very much closer to where the tipping point is. But you can even see PA right now rushing that BKB, just making sure he has some magic immunity. So if they do force a fight, I'm sure Burmese Ghouls are going to be happy to greet them.
We're fighting. Selfless again.
Boom. BKB, not coming yet. Still, that 800 gold away.
Oh, I feel so bad, because like right now, Selfless is having to take all the dangerous farm. Because like you've got Despair with Boots of Travels, you've got the IO attached to Jikroy, so like he's safe. And it means like what's left is just these like really dirty places to farm. And they're punishing him for it.
Alright, Neverlight's going to go down half HP, pops out Hood. Jikroy is going to hit that Phantom away so fast, and Travis is running on in trying to pull someone back, but they've saved another tower inside of Apes, kept them back, kept them at bay, and is going to wait for Selfless to respawn again and be at full power as a Bloodstone. It's one component away. Only one item away, and then we're going to have it.
Yeah, which is only 200 gold. He's going to send them Curry. He should have it, like, right now. With these creeps, there's another wave on top of him. And we get to see if it's a trash item.
Alright, trash or not. A fun new game here at DOTA.
So, okay. 10% of your damage to creeps returned as mana. 50% returned to you if you do it to a hero.
Cool. That sounds pretty good on paper.
Here we go. We're about to see it. He's gonna use it for sure, right? Do it!
No.
Do it, Jikroy!
No.
Get your mana back! No.
It's Gucci. Alright, well, maybe we'll find a fight mid as we are going to go on Travis this time to get a cold feet, but it's a double man dream. Go there's no BKB yet for the PA. That doesn't come in the courier in time, as Shangfu, who got the Mithril Hammer delivered to him, will just get exploded as Jikroy lands on his face, and Selfless gets to survive this time. Relocate actually makes it a little bit awkward, as N1 will almost get caught by the stun, but actually has the movement speed to get away out of it, and will just be constantly side fisting everybody back. But you've got to be scared at this point, because Jikroy is feeling confident, looking to get himself a power rune, hopefully something good to kill, but no, Selfless will steal that DD, bait out his life, not have his BKB yet, which is 5 gold away from him that he can't use, but hopefully we get some kills out of it instead. Puck will be tethered to the left, so he can't run away. Fiend's Grip just being used on N1 and just looking to get the big kill, but we've run out of mana. He's not popping the Bloodstone, as he's just waiting till it's done. We'll get a little bit of mana back, but the stun is going to be enough to get that kill.
I'm starting to question if Jikroy knows what the active does. Because like we saw, like he ran out of mana twice there.
Yes.
And neither time did he use it. And You just pressed it in the middle of nothing.
How else are you gonna learn?
No,
This is live
Chick-fil-A,
learning,
don't.
man. This is how we improve.
I shouldn't get so worried. This is what pubs look like, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how many like high-end pubs you've watched
A couple, yeah.
and played. Like, I was playing a few, like ranked 300 players are like, oh, I didn't know what this item did. Oh, I just didn't know what my hero did.
Yeah.
And you're just like, well, how? What happened?
Who reads patch notes, man? It's better to,
Me,
It's
I'm a
better
nerd.
to live the patch notes.
That's true, but at the same time, I'm like, surely you read, and then you know what's going on, and you're like, is this good or bad? Not like, I didn't know what was going on.
Well, right now, maybe we know what's going on as we are playing a little bit aggressive. Birmingham Schools are getting some nice little deep vision down, trying to de-ward a little bit of vision themselves, and the BKB timing hit, but it's mirrored. PA gets his, while Razor finally gets his as well.
What? Are they going to get a kill here? AA Blast is coming in.
Hey, Travens. He can Nightmare dodge a couple ticks, though. But actually, as well, we're going to keep everybody back. Let's just watch Travens, though. As he doesn't need... No, we're good. We're great. He survives again, somehow on this Bane.
Yeah, actually, what's the trick? I mean, he needs to get down to about 140 health. So yeah, he had to actually probably double his health before he was going to pop.
Well, 13-16, 20 minutes in, less than 1k gold. We have the win rate in Ape's favour at this point, but it's 53 to 47, and I think that stretches out a little bit more Birmingham School's favour if this game stretches out any time longer.
Yeah, so Apes still have two huge power spikes. I think it's the BKB on Jikroy, and I think it's going to be the Refresher on Selfless. They are the two power spikes. Actually, I'll say a third. I think Puck getting 25 is huge. As they're going to Goyle top lane.
What it's all used, but Real K comes in, and yep, we just hug the man himself and put him down. Too quick to respond as Birmingham Schools wanted to smoke to set up their own gank, but nope, Apes are way too fast. But Travens, can you even kill him? You have an AA, you have an Ember, but you have a Travens who has got a Nightmare, a Fiend's Grip, and a Brain Zap to make it the most difficult kill ever, and there you go. Already set up. AL does come in, PA's going to jump in, and does actually get enough damage with the crits. Self's going to tip in too, and one is already out of here as Despair made his way on in. BKB's going to pop, both BKB's coming out, Dawnbreaker actually buying back for this fight. Jikroy coming in, he doesn't have Bloodstone for 30 seconds, so he'll be bashed, he'll be controlled, and with Ember coming in, they just need more physical, more magical, and he's not going to be able to survive. As we lose Grim, but we lose Jikroy the big kill. As maybe, yeah, he doesn't have any damage, but Neverlight does. As we get ourselves a little on top, Despair is dodging all these abilities, but he will not be able to save the tower as 3 heroes going down, and one of them being Jikroy, the top net worth, which is a disaster for Apes to lose.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem I'm finding. Like, Jikroy's coming into these fights with no mana, and he's not able to get these effective Bloodstone pops off, because I think you need a couple hundred mana to get your spell kit off to reset your mana, and he's not actually able to do that, and he's still too weak. Like, I think he needs the BKB, he needs a few more items on the IO. The IO, by the way, rushed that Ag Shard already.
Ooh, okay. Alright, so BKB is now our timing, and then we get to see Leshrak in all his glory. Unkillable. Honestly, unkillable unless you get hit by AL. Some light and to make sure that these team fights really go in their favor.
That is definitely true. I mean, the other side of it is, like, Despair has not been in many team fights. He's 4-1-4 right now. Oh, Enlighten?
Getting
is he in
call.
trouble?
As he got Nightmare, as Travens. I mean, he's waiting on, just going to get him back, but it does mean we do have ourselves a little bit of cloud coming in. Victor, all saved by Relocate, and now Selfless. He's going on in. BKB pops Despair jumping on in. Enlighten actually going to call the Glimmer Cape, going to give him back, but it's the Fiends get back on Neverlight, but the damage from Shangfu will be enough to kill Travens for now. Soulbind will chain both together. That means that the Puck can't do a thing as he's still chained on up, but where is Jikroy? He's coming back, but is it too late? As he does a little bit of damage with the phase shift. Moving on forward still, the chain is going to keep them back as Travens... Well, Travens is dead, but Despair, he's still running as Shangfu... He's going to try and jump, but it is a Puck. You can't exactly connect with him, and he's going to at least survive for now. And Self is going down Travin's going down. You get in line, you use a few abilities on the side of Burmese Ghouls, but that's another great fight for them.
Yeah, and they're just managing to win these fights because they're jumping on Jikro to start, you're forcing out the early reload. It's a shame the AA wasn't ready. The cooldown on the ulti was still up, but you can take the fight without Jikro pretty comfortably, and actually, he might just die, Tom.
Well, AA gets one kill, Despair. He will be fine. He can get out of here. Doesn't even need a blink to do it. He can just use his orb to fly around, and at least you're getting a few more pickoffs. And for what it's worth, Sanjikai is going to pick up, so these abilities are going to last a little bit less as well, so Punk can play a little bit more aggressive, which might enable Abe's to take a little bit of a better team fight.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Apes really haven't taken team fights. They've looked for pickoffs and just been surprised that 5 heroes are there. They haven't actually looked for a proper 5-man engagement, and it probably changes now with the BKBs, etc. Ags on X Neverlight, by the way. Like, we talk about windows of opportunity for Apes Esports. When Neverlight gets this Aghanims, I feel like PA can properly man mode into Jikroy. And that's a scary proposition, because it means that Jikroy needs to actually start running around and being mobile in these team fights.
Alright, sweet. 1k gold lead, 27 minutes in. This is a very close game overall, though. These teams are just so clutch. No one's even attempted Roche, or even to try and sneak Roche, and I don't think either team has enough damage to do it quick enough without being contested, because it's a scary proposition for kind of both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is the downside. Like, when you draft for team fighting, etc., more often than not, it means your team's just garbage for taking Roche. Like, your best Roche ability is Diabolic Edict for Apes, and I mean, Sungfu could definitely take it.
Delil gets done. Gonna land though onto Ember. We're gonna all coming out from Dawnbreaker. We're gonna move going forward. The BKB is gonna be there, and Delil instantly killed out of it. But Nightmare's gonna save him at least for a couple of seconds. But it's a dream call, it's a damage, it's a control they've got as everybody's trying to run away from Jikroy, who is doing enough damage with the Fiend's Grip from Trappins. They get Shang Fu, and now you've got to run away. Despair moving forward, using the fake grenade to get some more vision on in line, the blink on forward, and you're going to try and TP on out, but the dust's already picked up, and you got double kill. As 3 are gone, Burmese Ghouls are dead, and do we transition into the Roche? It looks like we do.
Yeah, you might as well try. It's going to take 3 hours, so you might as well start early.
Yep.
I'm not kidding, this is going to be the slowest Roche you've ever seen.
Well,
until Jikroy gets here.
Yeah, which he's not doing, so they do no damage. This feels awkward. Razor doesn't want to tank it, Despair doesn't want to take it, Jikroy probably doesn't want to tank it either, but hey, with the Bloodstone, maybe it helps out.
You know what, I take it back. Even with Jikroy here, this is still a slow Roche.
Like, 5 seconds actually for AA as well,
yeah.
But maybe to catch your ult.
He actually did it, he threw the ult instantly.
Doesn't connect. Okay, that's fine. Got 2 lives in Jikroy. A little bit more space coming out. Sheev is going to be next, and maybe we wait to get that Ag Scepter actually done on both the Dawnbreaker and the PA before we try and make another move like that for Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, at least the one on Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker's only 900 away. I think waiting 2.5 grand for PA is going to be a lot.
Well, Ember also does have Ags. Like, maybe that was their big old go time that they thought they could blow him up, but that BKB, they're saving Delil. And again, Trappin's coming in clutch with those Nightmare damage dodges to keep his heroes alive. Like, this Bane might just be a target.
So far.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's any doubt, anyone that's watching this game, like, you see a Bane with only 5 deaths, but he has 12 assists. The only way Bane gets assists, by the way, is Nightmare or Fiend's Grip. Like, that's the only way you can get him. You don't get him from auto attacks.
Nope. You know, it'd be close enough. And even with some more cast range, just neutral items being given to him for free, it's going to be so difficult to even get on these backlines here that it's kind of scary. And I'm actually just looking at AA's build here, and you're going to love it. It's the best build that I've ever seen for an AA ever.
I hate it. With a passion. Is that real? Is he actually doing it?
He's bought out the Morbid Mask. He's going Vlad's at least.
Am I insane for thinking, like, the Morbid Mask is the last part of that item I would build?
For an AA, maybe? Because he's not going to be
I think in
getting
general, like,
still.
for anyone that's not a right-clicker.
Jikroy?
Just seems wild. Jikroy, by the way.
Might be cool. Down to half HP. Age is still there for 3 minutes. Going to be actually frozen down and blast straight away, but he comes back for round 2, guys. you're gonna have to find something else to kill him again as we go for Travins in the backlines. Trying to get a Nightmare down to half HP, and we've got him, we've blown him up, we've got the big kill in the MVP, at least Despair. Will chain in the front to keep them together, and the BKBs have all been popped as PA is getting all his damage drained away. IO is back, tethered up to Jikroy. The amount of damage is going to be amped on up as everyone is just melting. Jikroy does so much damage as you've got to get all these remnants to run around, but I don't know. You get seen by Jikroy, your Flame Guard doesn't mean anything. All dead, so quick. Apes destroy his ghouls.
Yeah, I love that fight for them. They use Jikroy's body as a literal cannon fodder. He has ages, he's not fast, keeps the cool, calm, collected nature that we know him for. And Selfless, by the way, I think he was actually like the one doing all the damage in that fight. He stole a lot of the damage from PA and let Jikroy really just get away and just sit on top of the heroes he needed to.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of racks. Super quick though, and wow, this game kind of just... It was already in a good spot for Apes, but now it's in a so much better spot as well. One lane pushing in, level 24 on the Slash, and he knows now how much damage he can do.
Yeah, I mean, the 25 is going to be huge as well, because right now I think he's struggling to find a way to get the mana back on Bloodstone. And I think the best way to do it is just have the Pulse Nova and the Diabolic Edict going. They're
Cool.
two spells that require 0 skill hit. You just need to stand on top of someone and you get free mana back. Where he's just like, he's running low and trying to split Earth, and if it misses, the fights look terrible.
Well, so far, that's number tier 2 going. Got one tier 2 between us. Despair is looking for people defending it, like, say, a Dawnbreaker. We've found a BKB. Do we have a Dream Call? Yeah, we do. And we're going to use it. We're going to see him. Self is going to come in to try and suck something dry, but we've got the Ember coming in as a response to Soulbind on 2, so Despair will actually get tethered to him, and Dawnbreaker is coming on in. Despair is gone, and now I think you need to run, and Self has got way too close to his friend and put him in the ground because of it, and it's now these Remnants, and one is going to continue to chase and get a double kill in response out of it, and sure, you kind of force a little bit out of Dawnbreaker, but it's fine with that, because N1 gets fed so much gold out of it.
Yeah, it's a big win, and unfortunately Jikroy and Dalul, it just appeared that they just didn't want to be a part of that fight. They saw it happening and they ran the other way. They farmed the Ancients on the way out as well, so it wasn't a lack of time. They just didn't believe in that engagement, and the Soulbind is showing its strength there. Like, you put the two cores together, Puck can't have that mobility, nor can Selfless, and you managed to get 2 freebies.
Lane's being pushed in on the other side. PA is gonna have the Axe. It's coming out on the Courier. Pretty powerful timing, but Jikroy just blinks on top of him and just tries to get all the mana. What? No. Okay. Hello. So quick. So strong. As Jikroy is just gonna run down this Grimstroke 2. As he doesn't even need to press buttons. Arcane Blink means those stuns are so quick you cannot even react. And he got such a strong double kill. And thank God Ember got out, or that would have been terrible for Burmese ghouls.
I'm looking at the new
Wait, what? Oh, okay.
new Arcane Blink. I'm curious if it's better or worse.
For Lash, I think it's worse, right?
Well, I mean, I think for Lesh it's better because you get... They remove the cooldown reduction, which like sounds rough, but on paper, like, who cares? It's Pulse Nova, it's 0 cooldown. But you get debuff amp, which is huge, and you get mana cost reduction as the trade-off.
Cool. So he literally uses no mana at all.
Yeah, I mean, every time he blinks, he's using none of his mana. Like, his mana pool just doesn't move.
Yep, that is literally what's happening now as he farms up these Ancients, pushes in these lanes, gets us to a 14k gold lead, 30-25, and 91% to Apes at this point too, again, on this carry Lesh in a brand new patch.
Yeah, I mean, this Lesh is the same. Like, there's nothing changed about it. Like, you're still going the Kaya Suns, you're still going the BKB, you're still going the Bloodstone. The Arcane Blink's like a new, maybe new tech, maybe some new technology there, but again, it doesn't feel like this hero needed a buff, and Jikroy, right now, he's abusing the fact that a strong hero improved in the patch.
Well, here we go. 5-man smoke coming in. The bait on mid lane TP as N1 tries to cut the wave and force all the way back as we're waiting for anybody to defend this top lane. That's our target, and X-Neverlight is not going to take the bait anymore. He's going to be safely in his base. I say safely. Jikro blinks in anyway, misses the stun, forces him back, and realizes that your high ground isn't exactly the safest place for you.
Yeah, speaking of, he's actually going to TP bot, and it's going to be perfectly timed into Xiaofu.
Does get the stun on top. Inkswell doesn't matter. Forces out, actually, X-Neverlight to come bottom. And that means everyone comes in, Pierre goes out, and now maybe you just get the Dawnbreaker kill instead, as a stun means no TPs for you.
Yeah, I love how they're looking for more. Like, they were so greedy that they wanted more kills than that one. But I think the biggest side of that is Xiaofu no longer has BKB. That's a 45-second downtime where you could pretty much just high ground. And I don't think there's any issues.
Nope, Selfless wasn't even needed. BKBs weren't even needed to be used, even on Jikro as well. Again, classic. Blinks on the high ground, tries to get a stun. They're going to tether actually to Shang-Fu, and because he doesn't have his BKB, he can't do much about it. Now, just do a little bit of damage to your tier 3 tower. Hopefully don't lose Despair in your base. He's going to try and get the stun combination. It's going to land as Despair actually instead will die because of it. And now he's gone. No buyback, meaning that N1 can go and try and find Selfless, who will be used into the midair, has his BKB, could try and TP out, but he's looking to run for it for now, but I don't think they want to give it up. As the DD rune going, they could turn it if they want to fight, but Despair going down, that is going to make this fight more interesting for Burmese Ghouls if they do take it, as long as they can find an angle and they don't just die around it, as there's a 3-man smoke and they're baiting out Selfless, who goes in, gets the stun, finds the line, kills him up so Delil can do his thing. Needs to find a target, but Shang-Fu actually going to get purged off with the Fiend script moving forward. Dawnbreaker's going to get his ult on in to save the damage that isn't going to be done. Actually dodging the damage from Jikroy. Back into Roach Pit, trying to TP out, cancel the TP, wants to fight, sees Jikroy mid, N1's going to find Selfless, who uses BKB, and just going to clutch him, keep it in the middle so AA can do his thing and pop him up with good old ult, as Jikroy knows where he's going to be with the vision, plays down the mid lane already, blinks forward, gets the stun, moving some more damage as Jalil is going to be attached to him, and look how fast PA goes down. It's quick enough, but the blink away means he'll survive for now, but can N1 do the same as Jikroy? Gonna be trying to hug him, gonna be trying to find him as we're trying to keep that blink away as the BKB pops and Jikroy goes on in. Lotus Orb slow, but the BKB doesn't mean much about it as N1 can't dodge the damage forever as Jikroy will find another and maybe even your mid-racks too.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to Diabolic Edict, that's for sure. That's a long death timer, by the way, and he just bought out the Yules, so Jikroy should know that there's no buyback coming out here from the Ember, and without Ember, without AA, who did die back in that team fight, he should feel pretty comfortable.
Try and break him, try and kill him. Talul needs to save him, needs some more HP, needs some more regen. He's still alive. Just needs to be able to get that spell alive still, but it's not going to be enough. Talul going to be caught on to him with another Inkswell. Burmese Ghouls defend their high ground.
Yeah. Where was Talul?
A second.
I feel like Jikroy expected the little orb of light to come back him up, and no man in sight, and they throw 2, and now they throw Roach, which is probably the bigger half of this.
Shard giving up, second up for BA. Yeah, cool. Scotty coming in and already queuing up a Rapier. That's where Shang-Fu thinks this game is heading. Just, I need this pure crit damage. Doesn't matter how much damage I get from my Desolator, I just need this Rapier on top.
Yeah. Oh, they're actually going to slow it. I love this. Just be annoying.
Yeah, why not? Force him out. Okay. Wait, what? Alright, Jikroy buying back. Smoke around it, knowing Ember's not here for 20 seconds, and maybe you can do it fast enough before they can react. They're going to be there, going to be farming, they're going to get the Inkswell, but they need PA to get the target to jump upon, and Selfless is going to be a bodyguard in between. Has a heart, doesn't care about what damage you do, as Jikroy gets the Aegis, gets the shard, moving forward, 2-man Dream Cool coming on the high ground. Selfless is going to be draining them back, as Dawnbreaker is going to come on in to try and save and keep everybody alive. Shang-Fu doing so much work, but it's just a Selfless, and you can see Jikroy waiting until that BKB is done. And while moving forward, just going to try and get some control. He's found Jikroy, soul bound Jikroy as well, and Shang-Fu is looking for another opportunity as he just wants to jump on it. But the Edict, the Pulse Nova, is a lot of magic damage. Going to be careful about it. They've got another Bloodstone, but 1 life goes down. BKB is back in the slot, but I think you got 1 second off with it not being up. Despair does find a Grimstroke though. Comes in with a stun, finding N1, and now Jikroy does his thing. BKB is back on him, same with the Ember, gonna keep that magic damage back for now, but Shangfu with his DD doesn't mean much when Jikroy is finally on top of you again. As our Neverlight, he has no other way to run but onto the high ground, and I'm sure they're gonna be waiting for him, or not even needing to join him, as Witchblade can do its thing. Jikroy's gonna also see this Amber with Vision even placed down, because that's what Delor was doing ages ago. He was placing that ward down minutes ago, so you can get that kill now.
Yeah, I mean, it works out for the best, and we talked about Puck having a bit of a lackluster experience so far. Despair is playing this so conservatively, but he's had a casual 11-4 and 11 game. Like, he hasn't died in 28 minutes.
Okay. Ember wants to go back. Maybe it's a good time, but he's going back in. Going for Jikroy. Gonna get the ult off. Notice the third BKB. PA's gonna buy back. There you go. It's the bait the entire time. M1 was counting on Shangfu to do it, and they've got it. That's a dieback. That's 120 seconds away as Io is gone too, and Ember isn't even done. 4 heroes gone. A defense on your high ground again. It costs you 2 buybacks out of it, but Jikroy doesn't have his.
Yeah, and let's see what they can do with it. Tier 2's still up. Tier 1's still up on the top lane as well. So there's a lot of momentum they could gain from these kills. And I like what Chugfield's doing here. He's actually building a Skadi to get even more health reduction. Because we're seeing right now, like, if they don't hit the AA ult, they can't kill the Shrek, and they need to lower his healing just a tiny bit.
Ember is here by himself, though. Ooh, good chain. Self is going to come in. Try and slow him down. Buzzfield is good to go, but Shangfu is still waiting for anybody to come close enough to defend because he wants to jump him. But it might be a 2-2. Shangfu's got different ideas, though. He's just desperately farming up these tier 4 items. Just maybe the game chase. I mean, Penta Edge Sword seems pretty nice for the PA.
I think you have to keep the Paladins, unfortunately. Like, you don't have any lifesteal naturally. You didn't take the 15 talent. He'll get the 28 secondary talent in a second, but right now, without the Paladin Sword, he's very squishy and very easy to take down in these long, drawn-out fights.
Despair still cutting his waves just constantly. Octarine Core makes it easier. Spell Prism, since now cooldown reduction does diminishly stack, you can actually go back to these old quick blink puck builds.
Yeah, 4.6 second illusory orb.
Hell yeah.
That's disgusting.
It's a lot of orbs. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of, actually, if you want to see his talents as well. Okay, it's a little bit too late because he's level 28. He's got both Dream Coil and Waning Rift. I never got to see which one he actually went.
He took the Waning Rift damage.
There you go, burst damage. As you do.
I think it's the better one. I just wanted to see, I want to see a couple more opinions on it. And like, Despair is playing this game very safely, so for him to have that extra damage to burst waves does make a lot of sense.
Selfless, in the river, scouted, got to be seen. You can see what Burmese Schools want to do, but they don't have vision. They have to get vision with the Ice Vortex. Dawnbreaker is going to come in for this, just to make sure Selfless is dead, and he's gone 90 seconds. Is this an opportunity that Burmese Schools can get something done with?
He did just get buyback, and they need to keep in mind that Jikroy is going to push bot lane. If you don't react to him, he's going to take your last racks.
Very quickly, too. And Jikroy even playing it a little bit reserved here. Guess he is just trying to... Well, he doesn't have buyback for 3 minutes, and your tier 2 is going to go down, and... Relocate means, I guess, they can do this without it costing them too much overall.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to fortify if they want to use it, but, like, for a tier 2, it's not worth it. And I got to commend Apes right now. They're down a player, but they're still managing to push out these lanes very well.
Even Travin's, like... It's not easy to see a Bane push out a top lane, but he's hanging out here and waiting, at least for something. What is he waiting
Also,
here for, though?
Boots of Travel 2 has that extra buff, right? Like that negative
the
1 second
typical channel time.
Is that too fast? I kind of want to see him use it on a hero that's been stunned, because I think you can like stun anyone with a basic spell and Boots of Travel 2 on top.
Well, next team fight's going to be pretty hot. AA got the best item in the game.
What is it?
Yeah. Right back.
Ah!
He committed. It's here. Got to see it live on screen.
Honestly, what does it do?
Well, he can put it down. It is going to summon a movable totem in your location for 25 seconds. That reduces
it's
all
online.
damage. That seems pretty good this
someone.
game.
They found Dawnbreaker.
Oh no. Grimshock might
the
find
one
something.
benefit I'll say about this silly totem, no one's auto-attacking on apes. Because, like, whoever you're tethered with, you're auto-attacking. And everyone else is a spellcaster.
Mm-hmm. Except for Selfless, I guess. But then again, he's just...
So that's what I'm saying, like, Selfless is tethering. So, like, whoever he tethers, he's gonna hit them. And he's not really gonna worry about this silly totem running around on the ground.
Alright, well, I guess that's it for gameplay. Maybe there is going to be a game-changing moment where it just all comes together and it's a difference maker. It keeps them in the game, because he did commit his goal. Like, he could have got an Axe. He could have got a Lotus. He could have got a 4-staff maybe as well, but he committed a very expensive item in this game when they've got 1 Rax left between them and Megas.
And 1 Rax against a Leshrac is very precarious. You look away for 1 second, he's just going to take it. Oh my god, I just was watching the TP. That is fast. That is ridiculously fast. On the
2 second channel time.
2 second channel.
Yeah, I was about to say, it doesn't get slowed down by the Arcane Blink. You can't get that on top, but hey. I guess he can be everywhere even faster now. This is just really Apes farming this map so fast that really the Burmese Ghouls don't get a chance to hit any creeps.
It's gonna be curious what's the step here from Apes Esports, because it feels like they're just waiting for Roche. And if they're waiting for Roche, they're giving Burmese a chance to buy their items, which I guess could be Satanic here for Shangfu.
Rapier. I'm hoping for a Rapier. Maybe.
I'm a
Selfless.
bit nervous if he goes Rapier and throws at the games.
Moving forward though, so they're going to blink to low ground. Jikro gets a beautiful double stun. The BKB is going to come up. The end is going to keep him alive for now, but Grimshock going to be running away. And the Dawnbreaker keeping everybody healthy, at least for now. The breaker going to be there. Physical damage going to be counted as PA is just trying to run away out of it, but Dawnbreaker definitely got an N1. He's just going to be running very slowly away from Jikro, but a double buyback instantly out of it. Getting back to the high ground, getting back to safety. The support's counter to the same as Grimshock is gone for 109 seconds. As we Apes found their opening. Very quick, very fast, and with that boots, they can move even faster into the Roche. That's a minute 45 away, and at least everyone on Burmese Ghouls will be up to defend it.
Yeah, it's a shame for Apes Esports right now. It was a long... I feel like we always say this whenever they need it, but it was a long spawn time. Could have been 0 seconds, could have been 3 minutes. It went to 2 full minutes for them, and like you said, everyone's going to be up for Burmese Ghouls. But it showed the power of the team fight, and they've actually found another. Maybe they found 2?
Lesh is on him. Lesh is here. Oh god. Oh god. Sun combos. PA's just dead. 124. AA did put down the Wraith Pact. Didn't do much about it, as Despair is just doing some damage around it. Dylan's going to get Side Fist and Burst on up, but Despair is still in the base though. Might get enough combination damage, does have at least a chance on him too, and Despair for now can dodge a little bit more, but one more Side of Fist, we've got a kill. Jikroy comes in though, no fear in this man's eyes as the BKBs will be popped in front of him as he answers with his own BKB and the TP out in front of your face because the cooldown timer is so little, it doesn't matter how late you pop that BKB. Selfless though, has to pop his own BKB, will TP out in front of your face too, and makes it out as well, losing 2 heroes. Your PA does have buyback, but she is dead, so the Roche that will respawn in 25 seconds, you can't take yourself. Yeah,
and now you have to be scared. Jikroy has level 30, so not only does he have the heaps of burst damage coming from Diabolic Edict, but he now has the disgusting amount of damage from the double Lightning Storm bounces. And every team fight, you're taking 600 damage every time he presses that Lightning Storm, because 10 bounces. There's usually not a creep wave that survives for more than a millisecond when Jikroy's on top.
Travis moving in, Self was funny, a blink down coming out, and N1 just installed just in case they go a little bit deep on it. But can X-Neverlight get on out, double chain to keep him back, but Jikroy has blood in his eyes, and we have only so much magic immunity to go round, and Jikroy gets another. 17
right in time for Roshan, and no buyback. And it's not a money issue, it's a time issue. So they know it's 2 minutes on the clock, and they can pretty much do whatever they want here. And Travens might even get an Aghanim Scepter.
He deserves an Agon Scepter.
He actually needs one because it's a massive axe. It gives a 45-second reduction.
Hold
that
on.
means the illusions can eat the spells.
He's buying his own Agon Scepter.
No, walk in. Steal it. Who are you going to give it to? Oh, you're going to give it to,
Iron?
Razor. Yeah.
Well, that means it's triple Ags. To be fair, Jikroy is going to have his already done. Travin's got his on top, and Selfless now has his own. And a refresher on top. So, this is an insane timing that really, the only person left to come up is going to be Puck here. He respawns, TP's in the lane, and now it is go time for Apes. What can really Burmese Ghouls do?
Hope that Apes died the fountain.
Okay.
You've got 50 seconds.
Feeds good straight away, Travis just finds it, and you've got the control. He's stuck around, and Travis is moving on the outside to get away for now, but he can't be on the PA. Jump on in. Jikro's first life is gone. Refresher orb's going to be used. Straight away, just to drain away the PA if he wants to get a little bit too far forward, but all the remnants are almost done on N1 as N1 just wants to get back. But look at that totem go. Just hit that totem, waste that time, and give enough time for Jikroy to come on in. Blink in, get that damage, disarm the PA with his own Acceptor, and now they are diving the fountain. It doesn't matter how many patch notes you change, fountain diving will always be the same as you're moving and defending out. Stuns will be there, but the magic damage is way too much as we're unstoppable and walking away as GG is called and Apes take game 1.
Yeah, a slow and steady wins the race type of victory, but for Apes Esports, it is hard-earned and it's something they needed. We talked about it, and like, look how happy they are. It's a 52-minute game. Like, have some fun with it.
Despair.
Is Despair crying?
Is he crying?
He's excited. That man killed it that game. He deserves to be happy.
If only we could see Jikroy's reaction right now just to see how big of a smile he has on his face to continuing this 100% win rate on the Lash.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Do you now have to ban the shot?
Feels like it, yeah.
I think it's the hero of the patch, and I think I must be in the minority because he keeps getting let through.
Well, that is going to be something to think about, because right now Burmese Ghouls are going to be thinking quite a bit about Game 2. Because Game 1 was kind of rough for them, 53-38. They had some chances. They had some good ideas, like their Dawnbreaker seems to be a very signature off-lane hero.
Yeah, I don't think it fit for X-Neverlight, unfortunately. It didn't feel like they could take the fights they wanted to, because by gathering up for the Dawnbreaker ulti, you're just enabling the Shrek, like Jikroy, just to hit 2 targets instead of 1. Or 3 targets instead of 1. And it felt like he really did abuse those big AoEs.
Well, maybe we get a little bit of thinking into Game 2 here. I don't know. It seems alright draft-wise, but maybe we need to tinker a few things. We need to ban a few heroes, because Travins cannot be allowed to play Bane. Either you play it, or you ban it. Don't let it through.
Yeah. I mean, that and the Lestrak. Who knows what they'll do? They'll have to figure out their drafting a bit more.
Well, let's find out. Game 2 comes up after this break. And we're back, almost done for game 2, because game 1 was nice. It was hot. It was Apes doing Apes thing, which is pick Lesh and win, and dominate the game. We spoke already about the patch, how strong Lesh was going to be, and Jikroy just showed it in a masterclass and ran all over. Really burnt me his goals in game 1 there.
Yeah, it showed to me that the counter, the AA counter against IO, maybe doesn't do as much as you think. Like, we saw that was their big thing for Burmese. They thought they were going to be able to use that, slow down the push, slow down Jikroy, and honestly, it felt like it tickled in the late game. It did a bit in the mid game, but when you have that much farm on a Lestrak, he can just do whatever he wants.
And even, it didn't slow down anybody else. Despair, new addition to at least the game for tonight, felt comfortable. Not exactly explosive, not exactly, you know, getting dominated, but he was comfortable in what he needed to do. He got the kills when he needed to. He was at the team fights when they were good for him, and the Drinkles were great in response. I really allowed Jikroy to go ham.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Jikroy gets a lot of praise there, but Despair didn't die for like 30-something minutes in that mid game.
Yeah.
Like every single team fight he was involved in, he was doing so much work. The Ags coil going through, not even the Ags coil, just the coil now, the 25 from Tyler, is such a huge boon for Jikroy. It means that they don't have to worry about them running away, don't have to worry about BKBs. It just makes the game so easy for him.
And I guess the one player that had a bit of a different game, Former Apes, was selfless. He was being pretty selfless in that game. He knew his game was rough. He knew what he wanted to do. He got a BKB 20 minutes in, but he still did his job. He put his head down, kept on trying to just get static league passive field and force everyone to go on him rather than anybody else.
Yeah, and that's all he needed to do. Like we talked about in the draft, they've got the carryless rack. We know the IO tether is going to go to him, which means this Razor is going to be left on an island. And props to Selfless, because he didn't tilt. He played as well as he could in every one of those team fights. But someone has to get jumped on. He built a heart. He built, I believe, an AC towards the end as well to slow that down. But even then, he was still getting bursted.
Oh, he just wanted a little bit extra time, and it allowed everybody else to do jobs, but the supports as well. We said so much praise as well in-game. Travens and Delul, like on that IO, just being there with the saves, the relocate saves, and just being able to add Jikroy to all the fights. Just having that relocate to be on top of your initiations, make sure they all went well. Fantastic stuff from Apes.
Yeah, it's a combo that we see a lot, and there's a reason why we see it a lot. Apes Esports showcased it perfectly. And now I'm looking at the side of Burmese schools.
Yes.
You had a pretty low impact carry. I don't think the PA functioned very well, and you picked that into a Razor, into a Leshrak, and into a Parker. You knew what you were getting into. I think they're going to have to rework that carry pick, and also, their drafting, they let away a lot.
They did.
We saw what was coming. We were like, yeah, IO. Now they're going to Leshrak, and they Leshrak. Now they're going to look for a mid lane hero that's fast paced. They got Puck. They didn't ban out Quap or Storm either. So, like, there was a lot of options there for them.
They went. I'm pretty sure they banned Morphling and Gyrocopter. Like Morphling, okay, sure, Jikroy loves that hero, but Gyrocopter, nobody's playing it.
I think Gyro's a support right now. Like, someone's going to at me for that, but I think Gyro is a 4/5, and you get a Veil, you get your Axe Shard, you get an E-Blade, and then you launch.
Oh yeah. Well, we might as well see the players again as they're looking in their pride, because they're feeling super comfortable. We know exactly from game 1 that the guys are here to play. Everyone played great, everyone played perfectly, and they should have so much confidence going into game 2.
I mean, it should be something you have to look at and you're like, it took you 55 minutes, sure, but you get the win and you play pretty cleanly throughout. Like, you didn't make any critical errors, you played as a team, and that is something that will really increase Despair especially. Like, we saw him after the game, he was ecstatic to get that win. And I think confidence-wise, he's going to be the one that gets the most out of it. Selfless maybe the least.
Yeah.
But these guys, they got to be happy with that win, and they need one more, and it all but secures their playoff contention.
And yeah, Burmese schools, as we know, they tried. And one in the mid lane, like, he bumped off. Like, he had a great lane, he was rotating around, having a great start, but it felt like he fell off. It felt like he didn't exactly have the teammates to back him up, and I guess that's the effect when your PA is still farming the battle if you're a BKB Desolated till she's good, and your off lane isn't the initiation based, It's the Dawnbreaker. It's the guy who's going to hang up in the air for about 10 minutes while you're meant to do the damage.
10 minutes. Honestly, that's what it feels like.
It does.
And you're right. Like, I think if you're going to pick the Dawnbreaker, you need a hero that can just stand still. Medusa was in the pool. That could have been something they looked towards. Yeah. Medusa with Dawnbreaker is really good because you lost the evasion talent on Medusa, but you get it from Dawnbreaker. And he can actually man mode up into Leshrac. He can sit there and get those auto attacks flying.
And I mean, even in that matchup we're talking about before, Neverlight, he was meant to secure everything up for them in that offlane. He got some pressure on Jicroy. He didn't give too many lives away to Jicroy, but it seems like his hero pool, which is kind of a little bit wacky, maybe might need to be a little bit more focused now, rather than go for the Dawnbreakers, Bloodseekers, Bounty Hunters, those heroes that have those nice little neat interactions. Maybe you just want to look at Jicroy, know what he wants to play, and pick an offlaner that can survive it or even dominate it.
I mean, even with that though, like, if you want to play those niche heroes, you need to build a lineup around them. Yeah. Like, I feel like if you're going to give Neverlight an offlane niche pick, like you talk about the Bloodseeker, the Bounty, the Dawnbreaker, you need to function your other cores to work. You need those gears to actually go together. And like, I feel like we're going to say this too many times, but if you're going to pick Dawnbreaker, make sure you pick a stationary carry. If you're going to pick Bloodseeker, make sure you pick a hero that's really fast-paced. If you're going to pick Bounty, make sure you just get kills. Just get a kill lineup. Even if your hero's trash, just make sure you kill people. And
yeah, even in a head-to-head we were talking about, Delon kind of did his job. He played the Fall, he played the Eye, he kept his heroes alive, they all just hugged it, kept alive. Defensive support play didn't really matter when you had so much offense in your team, and we already flipped around onto Neverlight just in that offlane position where he really just needs to, I guess, complement his draft as it goes through. It was, to be fair, as well. It was a first pick Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I wouldn't put the blame on him. I would put the blame on late game or late drafting decisions because
100%.
I don't think the Dawn was the problem. I just think the Dawn wasn't given an avenue to actually play the game of Dota. Like, you had the good bind, the soul bind with Grimstroke plus Stormbreaker is really fun, really good combo, but that's about the only combo he got out of that hero.
And I guess when you go for combos, you also have to look at supports as well. And the supports for Burmese were a Grimstroke and an AA, but the idea of how they were playing didn't exactly work too well. I mean, for what it's worth, AA bought that new item, the Wraith Pact, but
Did you notice it?
I saw it. Razor hit it a bunch and got gold out of it.
I love it. It was like, I saw it, Razor hit it, he got gold. I mean, I could be wrong, but I genuinely think this is the Mage Slayer of 7.31. It's the garbage item that people pick up and then realize it was a stupid mistake. On the plus side, Mage Slayer now has a build. Mage Slayer actually can be useful.
Well, maybe we'll see a Mage Slayer in game 2, but we will come to a quick short break while we get everything perfect into game 2 here, because we want this best of 2 to be amazing coming in, and Burmese schools have everything to prove, but Apes have everything to play for. And we're back. Almost time for game 2. We're about to be loading into the draft, so we get to see exactly what the change is going to be, exactly what's going to be coming on up, and exactly how Burmese Ghouls are going to be dealing with the power that Apes Esports feel in their bones right now, because they had a great game 1, and game 2 might just be as good, and feeling it. Seeing Apes, seeing what they want to do when the comfort picks out. I know we can ban Lesh, I know we can ban Bane, but is there something else they can actually take advantage of? Is there some kind of weakness that you notice that Apes kind of do that you could be like, yeah, maybe we invade at this timing, we find Jikroy by himself with nobody around him, and we get a nice, easy kill.
Yeah, I think if you're going to look for things to abuse, it looked like a lot of the time Apes had a huge reliance on giving Selfless the dead areas, or what they considered the dead areas. And they took those kills, but they never really progressed to more. Like, they took the kill in the mid lane. They didn't go into the triangle. They took the kill down at the tier 1. They didn't go into the jungle and look for more. I feel like once you got that 4v5, either force the buyout, which is horrible for Selfless, you'd never have gotten that BKB, or you get another pick off. You get another kill. They're the big points that I think you can really improve on for Burmese.
Cool. And, I mean, flip side as well, Burmese Ghouls, is there something that really Apes can just be like, yeah, we did this game in 50 minutes, but maybe we can shorten it a little bit?
I guess being aggressive when you have your timings. So, a lot of the time, like, we saw the items come through, and they waited for a +1 item. Like, we saw the BKB on the Shrek, but he waited for the next item to be ready on Park. And I think there are windows of opportunity where you could go when you're strong. It's high risk, but they just didn't need to take those risks. If it takes you 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes, doesn't matter. Just get the win.
Yeah, 100%. Get the win, take the points home, get everything going for you, and feeling great around it. And I'm trying to think of anything else that really can do, because really, it was Burmese Ghouls trying to actually figure out something that they can get to work there, because you could see it in them. They had some smokes going, they had some irons like, okay, Deso timing, let's do it. BKB timing, let's do it. Ag timing, maybe do it, but it seems like maybe they need a very quick draft. Maybe don't just rely on the PA and then figure out a way around it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to rely on the PA, make sure you've got damage in the rest of your lanes. Like, Dawnbreaker didn't provide damage. We knew that coming in. Grimstroke, Dawn was not there for damage at all, and it felt like PA had to do it all. And it hit the point where PA actually couldn't burst players. And if you can't burst players in that situation, your Deso's not getting charges, and worse, you're not even able to get those kills at all.
Oh yeah, and warding as well. It seems like the warding style hasn't evolved between either of these teams on the other side of it.
I mean, that's something that's going to come with time. Like, the map's not massively changed when it comes to warding. Like, we talked about it in the first game and the second game of tonight. There's a huge reliance right now on those high ground vision. I think players aren't respecting it enough. Like, we saw Ohio was dewarding it, but we haven't really seen anyone else do it today. And I think those, like, high ground heals next to the bounty runes are going to be the highest contestation point in the upcoming batch.
Cool. Well, as long as we keep that pressure on, and I'm trying to think of anything else that we can build, because we've seen itemization kind of change a little bit on AA, and even as AA is a hero, you picked it. You picked it to deal with IO, but even as a hero, is it even good without that aspect?
It's again, like, I talk about the Dawnbreaker and needing damage for the PA to burst. Like, AA needs someone to burst. Like, you're not actually doing that much damage. Like, you put the blast on them, and you make sure the rest of your team can get those kills. But if you don't have a way of bursting, like, what does the hero actually do? It probably didn't help he went the upgrade of Vlad's.
Yeah.
It can't. I can't be. I could be wrong. But it honestly felt like it did nothing. In a game that no one was attacking it, no one was dealing with it.
No one cared.
It genuinely felt like it did nothing.
Yeah. And I guess the other side about it is you have a Grimstroke as your support duo. And if you have a Grimstroke and AA, both those heroes are going to be not wanting to go in. They're going to be hanging out. PA is the hero you have to jump in, or Amber, and Dawnbreaker isn't going to be initiating. He's coming in after. So even on the draft level, you have two weaker kind of agi cores jump in and get bursted before they can even react.
Yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't help. I think the Ember going refresher would have been huge. I think if they got the 10 remnant charges to burst people in the backline, that could have been something for them.
Cool.
They obviously weren't getting farmed at all, so it's kind of hard to be like, yeah, N1, just go get more money. Just go get more items. Like, how hard is it? Yeah. But at some point, you have to prioritize Shangfu, and unfortunately for them, the map was just not large enough.
Okay, so I'm interested in Burmese Ghouls who banned Conquer and Beastmaster. Like, okay, yeah, but after game 1, maybe not. They do still bang. I like that. Cool, fantastic. Apes do ban Enchantress and Dawnbreaker, though, and they left Chen in.
They left Chen in?
They left
Are
Chen in.
we going to see a Chen game? Please?
I want to see a Chen game. Give me a Chen game, please.
I don't know if people are ready for Chen.
I'm ready for Chen.
In the nicest way possible, I've seen 5 Chen players in pubs that I've been watching, and all 5 of them, you can tell they're either washed or they're very much inexperienced. Are they just going to go with IO? Are they just going to go IO Lesh? Like, are we just going to have, like, the same game?
They've banned out AA, but then again, you have AA Bane, which kind of feels like the same issue as it had game 1.
Probably even worse, right?
Yeah.
Like, at least Soulbind helps the team, Inkswell helps the team, Phantom's Embrace helps the team. If you have an AA defending a Bane, and they go to Clockwork, okay.
Cool, a little more aggression. I don't mind that. And Pango this time for Burmese Ghouls, changing it up. That's pretty cool, and that's also what they're willing to play that in the offlane role. Like, they've already got that flex up pick that they like to do. Pick X-Neverlight's hero very early, and they allow him to flex it just in case, but he's very confident in the Pango, Dawnbreaker, all these kinds of heroes. And against a Clockwork and an IO, you should feel confident.
Yeah, I mean, the one downside is if you try and jump through the cogs, it's going to be a bit awkward, you can't get the roll through, etc, etc. But I like this adjustment from Burmese Ghouls. They lacked burst, they lacked team fight, and they lacked stuns and damage. They've fixed that already in what probably is their 4 and 5.
Yeah, and the bands fix up straight away. Tiny Lash, cool, gone, like it.
What are you now enabling the IO for?
That's a good question. Gyrocopter.
Look, I could be wrong. I just don't see Gyro as a carry anymore. Someone come change my mind. Someone tell me what I'm missing. But the hero, this is a bad version of Medusa.
Well, I guess Medusa is still here in the ban. Okay.
They banned it again!
Why not? It's a classic, as they're gonna do, but hey, that does leave a hero in there that they might actually pick, so that's gonna be cool for Apes.
I mean, there's also Luna. Like, Luna and Medusa, they're both huge. I mean, Troll Warlord's pretty good in this meta right now, I think.
Sweet. I did see a team play Sven once.
I don't like Sven.
Okay.
I think the problem with Sven, I could be wrong, again, it's still early days, but his problems are still the same. He needs one full item more than their carry, and you make one mistake and your game ends. Because you're so farmed, you give them like 800 gold a kill. And all of a sudden, you stop hitting these peak timings, you stop winning team fights by two-shotting people, and then, like, what's your late game situation? You just try to two-shot people, but you have no magic damage, and you need a team behind you, and if they don't protect you, you die and you look like an idiot. Like, it's...
Actually, I was thinking as well, from the changes, could we get support Sven back into the meta? Or even offlane Sven?
See, I thought that as well. Offlane Sven. I think support's a bit hard, right? Because at what point, he's just a stun. He's a stun with armor. Like, if you're going to do that, you could pick something probably a bit stronger, like a CK, etc. But as a 3, I think he could work really well. He's got a big stun, he's got that blink natural build-up. It doesn't matter if he's not overly farmed. However, they come back with an Ember.
Why not? It's comfortable. It's cool. I'm sure the spec can play it mid or carry if they want to go for it back for Jack Roy, but wow.
Oh, okay.
That's spicy. DP Silence seems super good this game as well.
And DP's really good against Ember, in my opinion. So, like you said, you got the Silence, you've got a way to punish the rotations.
I'm even thinking, well, N1 had a very dominant performance on this DP. In his mid lane.
True, actually.
It was a
I think he has to play it, though. I don't think you can play it anywhere else.
Well, hopefully that will work for them, as the bans are still pretty nice. But we got one more pick from Apes, their 4th pick. They carry their offlane, something for them to pick here, and with a DP and a Mirana, so you got rotation potential. You got a lane that's going to be super nice overall. What can they kind of get Selfless to play here?
Ooh. Is it rogue if I'd say Selfless should play the Clockwork? And this is like one of the best Rubik games I've ever seen.
I was going to jokingly say that, but I like to see Rubik. What if Ember's carrying just mid Rubik?
Ah, the Bloodseeker! They've got the Pango, they've got the Mirana, it makes sense. And also
Cool.
it means that if you exo and you try to get Spirit Siphons, you're not having a fun time if he hits you with the old Rupture.
Cool. So, interesting game, interesting offlane. It's offlane here, right?
Carry?
Carry.
Or offlane? I think offlane with Clockwork, right? Cogs, Bloodright, sounds pretty easy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, is Clockwork 5-4? I was assuming it was probably going to be Travin's actually playing the Clockwork, and it'll be the IO paired up with...
With Tool again, okay, that could work.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got flexibility, right? And that's the spice of life. You want to be able to switch your roles, you want to be able to play anywhere. I mean, hell, Ember could be carried.
Clockwork carry.
I've tried that.
Did it work?
And with the new Orchid, it actually wouldn't be terrible.
Okay.
So the old build used to be Orchid Ags. So like you hook shot in, you Orchid, you Cogs, you hook shot again with the Ags, and you have attack speed, and you just beat them down and hope that they pop from the Orchid.
Before you stun yourself.
Otherwise you kill yourself.
Yeah.
It was niche. I think Tundra ran it once in a DPC level game, but that was it. I don't think anyone else ran it.
Probably after that game. Yeah.
They won.
Oh,
It was.
okay. Whoops.
It wasn't
I
because
don't have confidence here. Well,
I'll say that.
fair enough. Bans as well. PA, Medusa, straightforward. Cool. They're not... Well, actually, they banned the Medusa themselves.
I'm okay with that. Like, they've already got the Bloodseeker. Apparently they have no defense. Like, they have IO to save the world. And, like, IO's gonna have to do a lot of work here. If you pick up the Medusa, IO's gonna have to do even more work.
Honestly, I'm just thinking Luna here, because I'm just looking at Blood Rage. I'm looking at IO, and I'm looking at somebody who can just take down these buildings so fast. All next, yeah. They've got 2 separate buffs that they can use whenever they want. As long as you can defend a hero.
That's true. I mean, for Burmese schools, they banned their own PA, which I'm happy with, because I don't think PA was the pick. I want to see a Troll. I think a Troll is a good hero.
Ooh, Wraith is actually still there as well.
Oh, he is. So is Wraith King. Razor.
Cool. Anti-Mage?
Anti-Mage vs Bloodseeker is notoriously hard. Because you make a mistake, you get ruptured and
die.
You have to max blink or you take damage.
Yeah, I'm sure like, if you play the matchup enough, you're probably going to know exactly what the limits are going to be, but Burmese, they're really thinking about this. Like, they need their final pick here that is all this aggression. Again, it's going to be in a very difficult lane overall, because if it's not Bloodseeker, I'm sure they're going to get a better matchup against it, and it's PL.
Well,
Battle Fury Ember. Are we actually going to see it?
do we need it? Is
No.
Maelstrom enough? Because if it goes like Maelstrom plus Crystallis, is that enough damage?
Well, I mean, you got Rocket as well, and you got Bloodright to end it up, and even a potential Maelstrom from Bloodseeker to help out.
He'll go Glepnir, I reckon. If it's offlane Bloodseeker, he'll go Glepnir. Atos is a natural build-up, and like you said, Maelstrom is really good against PL. Glepnir is fantastic, and also enables Bloodright.
Well, again, we've got the draft from Burmese. We've got the final pick from Apes here. They see a PL last pick. You've got 4 heroes so far that round out a nice draft, except for a carry that needs to be there for Jekroy. What do we hit on?
What kind of AoE? They need a lot. They need a lot of AoE here.
Sven. Yeah, that's
Is
Sven.
anything they can pick that's going to look good?
No.
I wouldn't hate to see Magic Jug.
Alchemist.
Magic Spin Damage Jug.
Okay. Radiance Jug. Yeah.
I don't even know if you need the Radiance. I think just going like the Egg Shard with the extra damage and the spin would feel good.
Carry Dogs here.
It's got to be Carry Bloodseeker, right?
It is going to be Carry Bloodseeker to finish off, and yet no, mid Bloodseeker, Carry Ember, unless they're swapping roles, I'm not exactly sure, but at least that's kind of a change-up. That's going to be cool to see, and Bloodseeker against DP in the mid lane, that's a matchup I have not seen for ages.
It shouldn't be too bad, right? Like, DP has no burst, and like Bloodseeker's a hero. If you don't have burst and like you can't push him out of lane with stuns, you can't win that lane. So you just keep getting burst.
Okay.
So I could see that working. On the other side, if he's going Carry Ember, does that like lead and have credence that he's going to get Battle Fury?
It feels like it, right? It feels like he is going to try it out, see how it goes. I'm gonna hate. It's not. Well, I'm not playing a pub with it, so I'm not gonna really. I can watch it and feel good about it. And it's a timing that might be a little bit too slow, though, depending on how much he gets pressured in lane.
That's true. I mean, but normal Battle Fury is like 12 minutes to 14 minutes, right? Like, that's not a bad window for Ember. And it also means that, like, at that point, he's level 7, he has the max Sleight of Fist anyway.
Yeah.
So he'll have a lot of damage, like, even if he doesn't have that many items, just off the dint of, like, the way Sleight of Fist works now.
Even the other thing as well, the clockwork there, would that not be better with the Bloodseeker? Could this be more just the players are swapping who's playing the roles here?
Clockwork Darks is insane.
Alright.
So basically, you put the Ion Shell on, you cogs them in, you can vacuum them out of the cogs towards you, so they hit the edge of the cogs and get pushed. So like, they spend all their time breaking the cogs, you drag them back out, you've got 2 Ion Shells, your melee, the Battery Assault. It's abusive. There's no other word for it. I think Enlighten is going to have a really rough day in the office.
Let's see what we can do. Charon's a pretty impressive performance in Game 1 on the Bane, so maybe Enlighten's got to show us how good he is on the Bane. So far, Bane's kind of been the hero of the tournament for position 5, even in patches. It just shows individual skill, which I'm always excited to see. I'm excited to see exactly how we play these lanes, honestly, because it's going to be aggressive. Regardless of which team you are, these guys are going to be fighting.
Yeah, I mean, you expect it, as we're just having a little bit of a tech issue pause on the player's side. I'm a bit more worried because last game, Bane, I said it was a free Bane game.
Yes.
This game, I'm like, they have 4.5 heroes that can kill Bane, because I'm including Relocate as the half.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Cool.
The other 4 heroes legitimately all pump Bane. They all have stuns. They all have ways to deal with the Fiend's Grip. And that's the problem. I mean, look how excited they are. Apes Esports, they're feeling themselves.
First time we see Selfless too, as he's just hyped on up for this game, man. And even Travis, another game with a big old smile on his face. Apes is confident going into the series, and Burmese, I mean, yeah, N1, he's happy about it, but everybody else has a very intense look on their face.
Yeah, it's super intense for the fact that we're paused. Like,
yes.
Are they just like playing a game of solitaire and they're really wanting to win before the game starts while the one player has the tech issue? Is that what we're seeing here?
I think so. Enlighten is gonna get on up, stretch his legs, make sure he's gonna be trying to stretch the limits of his Bane potential. As Apes, they're just waiting, they're watching, they're chilling. As soon as it's go time, they're gonna be pumping it.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see. This is a really new lineup. This is something I haven't seen in quite some time. Like Bloodseeker in general, but like the Clockwork Darkseer, bringing that back against the PL as well. Like this has 2015, 2016 vibes written all over it.
There were some good years. Some good years for Dota as well, and hopefully it's successful for Apes, unless really this Pango, I mean, it still is it's a difficult Pango game, because you know Rupture is going to be on you regardless, but if you can actually avoid the Rupture, if you can build your Maelstrom, if you can build your damage, Pango should be able to clean up quite a few heroes this game.
That is true. I mean, I'm curious to see if they go the Aghanim Scepter route. The issue I'm going to see with the Pangolier is, if you don't have Lincolns, how do you stop yourself from getting Ruptured? And keep in mind, Rupture now is a talent that you can get the double charge.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know if you ever bother with the Thirst movement movement speed, so I think the double rupture charge at 25 will always be better.
Well, we'll have to see what he goes for, but actually, do you think we'll see the Axe this game as well?
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
Alright.
Whether he buys it or gets it given for free, I think it's his best farming item.
Well, hopefully he will be able to get on up. As even PL, actually the one other thing we haven't talked about yet, the Fuse Blade has changed. The item build-up is a little bit cheaper, but he doesn't get as much agi out of it.
Yeah, I think the item build-up is way worse now. Because like, the recipe costs 1,050. It's like, what used to be like you build 2 Blade of Alacrities, you felt bad about it, but you got those stats. Now you're spending a full 1,000 gold on, I believe, 5 agility.
Yeah.
And 4 intel. I think that's the bonuses you get for 1,000 gold.
We're just waiting on ping issues, it seems, to fix on up as well. Like Simbalight's going to reconnect this game to make sure everything is going to be good for him going on in. And yeah, it seems like Indonesia's just having a little bit of a ping coming in. Like SEA is just always, sometimes it's a great ping, sometimes it's a little bit rough ping, but we just need it to be perfect ping for the series to kind of work. And these heroes, they're heroes you kind of want some good ping on.
Sometimes it's great ping. Please link me the year/month/day that was the case.
February 16th, 2016.
It went all... The Fire Nation attacked. It's all been downhill since. But yeah, this is honestly, like, as sad as it is, this is quite common for a lot of internet providers are a bit spotty.
Yeah. Well, a minute. Well, a little bit of time to go. I know there's only a limited amount of pause time to get all these things done. So we're going to... Actually, one of my favorite new sets. Literally one of my favorite new sets. The Clockwork set. It is goddamn sick. That's one of the coolest things ever.
Yeah. You know what I like about it the most?
Hmm?
And this is going to sound like boomer talk. But it
Okay.
actually looks like Clockwork. Like, they've done a good job of, like... It's like the halfway to Dragon Knight, but I still know it's Clockwork. Do we have any of the ones that I'm like, who the hell is this in this game? I don't think we do.
Well, I mean, it's Marana. That's like, okay. Who that was that?
Yeah. Like, there are some items, I swear to God, I'm like, I can't tell who you are. I genuinely can't tell if you're X or Y heroes.
You're literally just talking about Ogre right now, aren't you?
That one annoys me a lot. The Ogre Jakira skin.
Fun.
Honestly, I need to be able to turn it off. I just like I'm like a I see flashes of color, I attack kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
I see flashes of color, and it's just Jakiro's head. I'm like, yep, that's the enemy.
Well, I mean, the enemies right now, even in the Ember as well. Actually, Ember has a ward and a bottle. It is safe lane Bloodseeker. Ember's going to be mid. We're still doing that DP Ember matchup.
Around. Okay. They're gonna go. I like this, but for Ember Spirit, I'm okay with this matchup. It's not the greatest, but Sleight of Fist means you can dodge a lot of the crit swarms, especially now that Sleight of Fist can be used to do a lot more damage.
Cool. Alright, so game is underway. Game 2 of the best of 2, the last best of 2 for today. It is looking to be hot. Apes are feeling hot after their win on game 1 here, and Burmese Ghouls have everything to prove. Going in here, and even Enlighten early boots on this Bane. This man is looking the roam.
I mean, the other side of it is he's actually worried about getting run at by the Clockwork.
That's true.
So, like, if Clockwork gets on top of him, he's dead, basically.
Water he plays down. No wards left to actually get onto that cliff, even the cancer being blocked, and they can see everything. It is way too late for even Burmese Ghouls to place their ward, as they can see where Enlighten is, and maybe even try for the first blood here if he goes a little bit too far forward.
I believe he saw the tether between two sections of fog.
Long tether, as you do. But Shang Fu is now left by himself, though, and they know it. They could try for this, but it's a very awkward first blood potential.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just going to walk up with Travens and just start auto-attacking and just force the room.
On shell, a little bit extra movement speed. Shang Fu is gone. Battery assault coming in. They want to force out doppelganger. They've got it. Oh no! He got the worst way it goes. The blocks from the little ping coming out. They know what's happened as he is stuck and he is killed as Selfless even gets the first blood out of it.
Oh. The worst part of this is not only did you level doppelganger, disgusting, but you die, and now you have to TP and walk of shame it. Like, that's a... Oh, no. At least he gets to buy himself a salve. He's going to need it. But...
Yeah, they are just going to be pushing in these waves after waves with shields going down. Travis is just working it with it, and that does mean Bloodseeker will be paired up with an IO in top, so you have more mana, unless Delil takes an arrow to the back. I assume it's his back. I'm not exactly sure if it is, but it's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, and surprising pathing from Delul there. Like, he ran further in to take more damage rather than further out. But right now, Despair, he's going to have a fun time up here. He should farm very well. They don't have a lot of bursts, and he should be able to just sit here and AFK farm his heart's content, as long as he's a bit careful with his positioning when he's not getting the last hits.
Cool. Well, see how it goes as that mid lane is... it's not too bad. 2-1 so far. N1 is doing what N1 does best, play aggressive into your face and just trying to punish the living hell of Jigroy, who is actually being forced, I believe, to bring out a self to stay in this lane at this point.
Oh no, that's worse than the PL salve. This is actually what depression looks like. I take it back.
At least it's full HP. But yeah, that bottle is not going to be as quick as N1 is, but N1 being very low is giving first to Despair, and he is using it just to hit this Pangolier a bunch as he realizes it, so he's just going to go to quick pause off to go, God damn it, what is this movement speed?
Yeah. And this is what I love about Bloodseeker. Like, you look at the other lanes, you're like, guys, can you not lose your lane? Like, how hard is it?
Please, I'm
and they just get their head beaten in every other lane.
I guess even the other side as well, this bottom lane for the PL, you got the first blood on him, but Darkseer isn't actually getting too many last hits here. They're denying the creeps around it and keeping it back, and Shangfu has enough regen to survive in it.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's going to get harder and harder, though, because obviously once you get that level 3, the damage goes up by about 80%, and then you have that ability to have 2 at once for longer, plus the clockwork cogs, plus battery assault. They need to be very careful, because in Lighten, I don't know how he's going to save this lane. Like, we look at Banes to normally save matchups, and this is not a matchup Bane likes to be in.
No, battery assault breaks your animation, Self is just going to keep iron shells around you even if you're nightmared, and yeah, they know what they want to do. Push it in, hopefully get the last hits out of it, because that's the main plan here, and not get denied around it, but yeah, pressure in coming in as lanes are pushed, times are coming in. Well, he's actually... Xavite, he's going to have a pretty reasonable lane as well. Able to get a full wave in, as it's a very awkward pull from Mirana. I don't think she meant to do it, but at least they can deny a range creep out of it.
You say that, Despair is refusing to let it get denied.
He gets it. He takes it. And the range creep's gone to the tower here. It means the wave won't pull us back in, but Delil, instead of helping this lane out, I mean, he's been stuck in camps. He's just going to delete these waves.
Yeah, and I like this. He's not needed here. Despair's pushed it onto tower. Despair's got 2 levels in thirst, so he's running already above 400 movement speed at most of these occasions. So, like, why have the IO stealing your XP when you can have the IO pretty much breaking the lane right now?
Mine has Nightmare of Travens, but oh god, now Travens moves fast, searched up. I'm gonna find the Bane, and he is in the middle. He's just starting to actually fight the creep as well in the end, so he's just dead. Oh my man, there's so much damage when Travens just gets on top of you.
Yep, and we were talking about the combo, the level 3. They didn't even have level 3 on Clockwork, so it's only going to get harder from here.
Well, we got at least a nice little pull back in as the camp's going to be taken, as Despair is 17-3 so far, able to get a few creeps out of it, but yeah, solo XP coming out, and rotations seem to be the answer from Burmese Ghouls. They want to try to get the Nightmare Arrow set up onto Ryukroy, who wants no bar of it. He's running the longest way away, stealing the rune, and just making sure they can't set up a thing.
Yeah, and I like what everyone's doing here. He's holding it on the high ground here. He's trying to get denies. Like, you need to punish. If they're going to go get runes, make sure at least they lose 2 last hits. I think that's the trade-off that should be made.
Well, it does mean it's wasted time for Moran too. So like she made that rotation around, didn't get much for it. And Pango, I mean, he's not being contested out of this lane here, but this Morana kind of needs to have that impact. He's trying to go earn, trying to make some impact, and trying to make these lanes go more Burmese Ghouls' favour.
That is true. Oh, Shang-Fu in the bot lane, by the way.
Hello. Oh, vacuum into the cogs, pulls him back in, and with shield coming out. Killing spree for this Darkseer as Apes aren't even done in line. We'll get the Nightmare back. Jikroy actually does die mid, while we're seeing the Bang fight, and actually top lane as well. We're killing careers. So all three lanes having action with it, but biggest winner here, I think, in the end, is N1 getting the kill before level 6.
Yeah, and his level 6 is going to be huge, because we talked about it. Like, the way to punish Ember when he rotates is just take his tower. And Exorcism is easily one of the best spells for that.
Oh, hello. Clockwork comes in, pulls him back in. The Jikroy whip. A slide of fits. Travis died before he goes out. Okay, Travis. Guys?
Oh my god, he had to back off. Jikroy was only level 4.
Oh, man. They just fed another kill and the N1 accidentally. That was so good for a few more seconds there. Slide of fits is going to break the self. Alright, that's a win, but that is not going to be great for Apes there.
The worst part of it is, like, yeah, you break the salve, he's about to get 1,000 health from his Exo. Like, he'll be full health at the end of this.
Cool. We can see a thirst fit now, though, so Despair's a happy man for at least 2 more seconds. As, yep, DP back to full, goes back to base, and I think DP's build hasn't changed, so I don't think just boots of travel and just run around the map.
Yeah. I mean, maybe an early Ag Shard is on the cards, because it has that fear attached to it, so... one of those heroes that might do it at level 15 minutes. I somehow doubt it with how dominant he's been, given in fact he can just build like Shivas, BKB, and have a lot of fun that way.
Well, we're going to push down lanes. So far, Pango is also almost going to get level 6 himself as Despair. Getting a few denies, but not exactly dominating this lane. Arrow is going to hit him in the back, though. Nice to play. Shield Crash going to do it, but it's the Swashbuckler that does the most damage, as we've got it. We've killed Despair, just not knowing where that Morana is. Surprise Arrow comes in, but mid lane, Enlighten's going to be setting up on the Travis, and between the two of them, hopefully they can get the skill going, as the Spirit Siphon is a lot, but one more Crypt Swarm, they should be able to get a kill, but it is another great Cogs play from Travis that disconnects the DP from the kill. Doesn't get
and now N1 just steals a rune, steals the ward, and there's nothing they can do to him right now. They have no stuns. Like, this is the one downside of this lineup. They are really lacking stun lock until they get levels.
Woohoo, okay. Nice play. Dodging the kill, wasting N1's time, and Jikroy at least has level 6, so he's hit his timing, but Despair, for this time, he's by himself top before he's level 6, so the roll hits serves, but for now, Pango's just going to go back as Jikroy has a DD. Just needs a chain. Bane's going to be here too, but how far does Jikroy run with no points in chains? You've got no control, and in Lion, he can just put a stop on your work. But bottom lane, oh man, give us a 2-second break here, Apes, as we're pulling Shang-Fu back in, and just got to track him as Travis and Selfless get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they said to Selfless, oh man, you had a really rough game 1. Let's give you a hero that you're just going to lane dominate. He's 4-0. He has every single kill for Apes right now.
Rushing out too. That is going to be insane to watch. Oh, mid tower taken into the arrow. Oh, Jikroy gonna actually get the punishment again in this mid lane. Almost out of rotation top. Travis now stuck on in, getting healed from Delil, and actually getting N1 and all the gold around him. Travis is so goddamn rich at this point, as they're just putting urns back on Delil, trying to get some damage back, but no. They're cleaning up. The shield is still working, and whiff. Oh, the overcharge. What is going on? These supports are killing everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna need someone on the side of Burmese Ghouls to click on the Clockwork and make sure he doesn't have Iron Shell next time they try to melee man mode him.
That would be a good thing, yeah. Yep.
He's level 7 on Selfless, by the way, or 8 now, but it means he has max Iron Shell already, and you can tell Travis just doesn't care. He's got the Battery Assault, he's got that going for him as well. He just chunks them down. Like, you look at the fight recap.
He just hugged him.
80% of the damage is Darkseer.
Wasn't even there. It's a love note from the safe lane that he's going to see, but Despair gets his own love note. It's an arrow in the back. Delivered in style as we just roll to get one more stun. Blood Rush is great, but it's not going to save you as the one.
Oh, look at bot lane.
Where they don't.
Or maybe don't. Maybe don't.
It's too late. I've already looked. Oh man, I I mean, Brighton, the good news is, Jikroy is the same net worth as this PL.
That's true. I mean, I'm looking at Selfless's net worth right now, and I'm in awe. 5.5k at 9 minutes. Like, that's Alki levels of free fun.
Why pick Elk when you can have this dominant performance in this offlane as Travis? He's there again, but can we get the kill? Iron Shell this time, Spirit Siphon, Arrow this time. Okay, you bit off a little bit more than you can shoot, but Rupture on the DP. More burst damage coming out. Despair's going to be trying to farm. Jikro's going to be there, but Nightmare as soon as it comes up. We've got to break off that Nightmare. Self's even going to make TP, but TP can survive so long, but everyone is finally coming. Inliner going to get slided down to try and jump down to the lower ground, but we got the double kill out of it in the end, as you can bring in all the forces you want, but as soon as Selfless TP's in, these fights will always turn his way.
What I love about this is Selfless managed to get the kill again, because the Sleight of Fist had Iron Shell attached to it, and the Iron Shell tick was the one that got it.
Nice. That's
This man is suffering from success.
6-0 Agceptor, almost sub 10 minutes. With 2 nulls, with Arcane Boots, Delil just needs someone to go for, so who's to go to? Selfless! He should tick, right? Or does he get the kill out of it? He's surviving long enough. Self is going to be here too. Sans comes out. He gets another kill.
Someone's going to need to deal with the pointy head man right now. He's 704. He's 1,600 gold ahead of everyone. He has more gold lead than Bane has. Like, that's when you know you just farmed. He's so fat. He's gonna get greedy. He's going to be some fat cat, look for a kill on the wrong side of the map. And, oh my god, they've got Clockwork.
Shameful, no. Moonlight Shadow, did we bring Dust though? Did we think ahead of him? We've got a Sentry. Alright, Relocate comes in. Wall comes out, traps him on in. Sentry placed down already. As we get the arrow in the back, the damage comes out. Delil's going to die, but Shangfu's gone, so job is done and out of here. And DP is running down Selfless, who hides behind a tree, and just going to TP out.
Nice play from Selfless, I like that. Oh, he's got a Fairy's Trinket as well.
Even more damage. This game's all going towards Selfless. Every single thing that you need to go right has gone right, and every single thing you need to go wrong has gone wrong for this PL because he's queued up that Midas.
Oh, that's actually admitting defeat. Going a Midas on a carry that like has a farming mechanic attached to him, like the PL illusions, that's admitting defeat. And oh, speaking of, they found another one. Despair's in trouble.
Alright, good combos, good kills. Fiend's Grip might not have been needed, but just get it done. Before really Darkseer can react.
Yeah, sometimes it's about sending a message. And to Despair, you're basically saying, we know Darkseer's the carry, but we're going to ruin your day.
Oh, the very ruined PL's day. And Jikroy, I mean, his day isn't that great either. Will be giving up a kill for online. Okay, Nightmare, Flame God, who gets it this time? Okay, Jikroy getting the kills on the board as well, as bottom has been opened up for the IO to freely farm as well for apes.
What is happening?
I don't know.
And like, Despair's died 3 times, right? Like, we've basically watched in the last 3 minutes as it's been like Nightmare Arrow, Nightmare Arrow, Nightmare Arrow. And he's still sitting at the same net worth as X Neverlight, and he's still 1,000 gold ahead of PL. Who's built a Midas? I hate that. I hate Midas PL.
Well, yeah, he's committed. He's got the goal. That's the best thing, though. He's not still farming that Midas.
True, it's only 12.5 minutes. It feels like it's later in the game because there's been so many kills. Like, apes are getting more than 1 a minute themselves.
Because there's an Accept actually completely done on the Darkseer too.
Oh my lord. That's insane.
Oh, but it is the Let's Kill Despair show. As... no, he survives. Okay, finally, Despair doesn't die, but with the Acceptor ready to go, it seems like Travens isn't going to be easily giving his life away. It lighted. Do they want to give that to Selfless there?
I think Selfless was thinking about it. Look how tanky Travens is right now because he has that extra health from the Ion Shell.
1,500. Do they try to kill him, though? Not like that. Maybe like that.
Attempt to.
Blink comes in. Arrow comes in. Alright, shield does a lot of work, but can't... Delil? Delil? Relocate
That's
save,
huge.
TP back, move it on in, vacuum wall, selfless, surging in for it. Jikru gets the chains onto Murano. If the blood right, you just need to vacuum him into it, but you got the shield on the Ember. The dives from Jikroy under the tower, and he is dancing like a champ as he's got a killing spree.
Yeah, and Jikaro's now officially back. Like, we were talking about the farm being all selfless. Selfless has taken a huge backseat with the Sagonims. Like, he's basically running around the map, not farming at all, making sure the rest of his boys are getting kills. And it's working. Oh, I just heard a clockwork hookshot miss.
He missed it. But we've got the Nightmare again onto him. Maybe we get the teammates in time. Not sure. TV from Morana going to be a little bit late, but space is being made though as Shangfu on this PL. Minus is about to be off cooldown, but he is farming and evening up that net worth.
Ever so slowly, skipping the Diffuser Blade entirely, by the way. He's going Manta straight off the bat. And, I can't say I blame him, GDH. He hasn't had the greatest day in the office.
No. He's gone home. He's going to be trying to relax a little bit, get a little bit of steam off. And this smoke, again, though, from Burmese isn't going to find him anything. Despair is going to survive for now. And look at Travens there waiting. N1's going to be seen. Sans comes out. Going to be going on the door, but there's your vacuum wall. Keeps him in. The blink means the Pangolier is all the way back. The arrow's going to be there, and you get one kill maybe. Noto wants to concentrate on Despair, so he can't cast any abilities. Delil will be surviving. Does get his Holy Rocket onto himself. Hook shot there. Rupture comes out. Delil is finally dead. And you've got two so far. One of them actually being selfless, and the kill being given to PL. Of all the heroes, that's fantastic for Burmese.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to get anything else on the background here. Jikroy doesn't really have any damage, and they're going to look for Jikroy himself, actually.
Someone's going to keep him there. Can we save him? Bloodright's going to be there to fight it. That means actually, oh boy, Neverlight's going to be in a very bad position if you can find him, but no, the Nightmare from the ward already played. You can see where the ward is now, but it's going to save your Pango again.
And already Shangfu straight back into the old whack creepmobile that we've seen from him. And honestly, it annoys me that he got the Midas and he's since won team fights. Like, that's not how this works.
Yeah, you should be getting
this
crushed
item's
and
meant
not
to
being
lose you
used
team
at
fights.
Midas. Someone should be pinging his Midas right now, but no, they're pinging a DP. Hookshotting him in, bringing him in, Dark Tip. Remnants are all going to miss thanks to the flip, but it's a fantastic vacuum back on in to this Iron Shell Flame Guard combo. Even in Leiden, the easier kill to get. Give this man finally a high five. Nobody wants to high five Jikroy.
Yeah, he's going to be left alone. If he gets near enough a tower, is that still a thing now that they've removed the Battle Pass?
I don't know.
I'm guessing
I honestly
not.
haven't tried it. Guess we'll find out, maybe. Eventually. But nobody wants to defend this tower. Like, at all.
Can you? You're missing 3 players. You're missing your Pango, who's your entire team fight.
That's
I
true.
think, unfortunately, you have to let this one go.
Oh, man. That tier 1 very important, but I guess it evens up. You've got one tier 1 left on the side of Apes. You've got one tier 1 left on the side of Burmese, and Travens is chasing down couriers, running around, and knowing that if a courier was going that way, that means there's a Morana in your jungle.
Yeah, and they're actually looking for the PL here. They know he's on the creep wave. I wouldn't be surprised to see them skip past the Morana.
Do they know? Oh, the arrow save there, but Morana is dead, and PL makes it out. That's a big save. It's fine, and Morana gets life away and forces out abilities from Selfless as they do not hunt and slow him down as that Midas is 5 seconds away, and efficiency play means he's going to instantly use it.
Yeah, I mean, this is good so far. He's got the Manta. He's completed it.
Yeah.
He's going to be fast top net worth, and Lion has the Fiend's grip here. They can look for a kill or maybe bail out.
Wondering why nobody else is showing up where he is, but Enlighten is gonna get chained on in, and no, still no high fives. Still no high fives in man. And tower high fives don't exist. That's a shame. Real okay though, into the mid, using Rupture, finding PL, trying to get the real PL here. Dillard's gonna be there, but didn't actually bring the Ember, because I think he Slider Fist out and couldn't get TP'd in.
He TP'd home.
Right.
And then remnanted back. And it was just like one of those things, like, he TP'd as the, I'm sure the Bloodseeker, as the bear called for it. So it was one of those situations where you're like, yeah, you got this.
And, well, they did. PL's gone. dead in that mid lane. As long as Bloodseeker finds the real one, PL cannot run away. And top, Delil will not die. Just going back to despair and keeping that pressure on, keeping that net worth. And hey, a deny from the tower, but your map gets a little bit smaller again from Burmese.
Yeah, and so far, Apes Esports, they've got a commanding lead here. I'll be curious to see when they really try to set the Jets to full. Because right now, it feels like they're only just taking a pick off here and there. They're not really trying to push too much into the base of Burmese.
How forget the following? I mean, late game potential. Can Bloodseeker still be a late game carry?
Oh, he's huge. The Blood Rage, as we're watching M1 die.
M1 die, yeah? High five? No.
The Blood Rage
Hey.
Aghanim Shard is insanely strong. So, like, at bare minimum, like a support, for instance, like Bane has 1,000 health right now.
Yep.
So even now, it would still do plus 20 damage. And it's pure damage.
Okay, pure damage always. Oh, hello. Travis is level 13. On this clockwork. That's insane.
Well, they're looking for PL, by the way.
Oh, could they find him? Okay, they're going to bait out fake ones. Talpus does get the vacuum in the wall. They're going to see what the real one is. Mantis going to be used defensively, and with the flame gun, all magic, he's gone. And, okay, they keep the actual PL illusion back, but Jikro's going to go in, knowing the Nightmare's down. Can we actually get anything done on the Bane? No, we can get the Finch because he ran away a little bit too early. The Heal's going to get beat up and delivered, but the real okay isn't going to be there to save the day. As a little bit of an over-aggression play, and maybe a misplay coming out from Jikro there, is going to cost them 2 heroes instead, but Shangfu is still down.
I mean, it's a bit of a misplay from Jikro. He just walked away. Like, all he had to do was get that extra auto attack and he would have lived. He wanted to be the cool guy, don't look at explosions kind of player, and rightfully getting punished. It does allow for a lot of space for Selfless right now, who has the Ag Shard and the Blink completed already.
Never mind. Do you want to walk here? Arrow tanked. Yep, boy, but do we save him top? Because DP's coming in. Hookshot keeps him trapped. Gonna get the surge, but a little bit awkward as Travis actually does get Neverlight out of it. Forces Exorcism in the end. And is running and being healed by this IO and will actually make it out? No way.
They're gonna look for more here.
Despair, move forward, surge. Can we get a rupture? Yes! We've got the vision! DP is stuck there. Morana's on the backside. Nightmare is back. Gonna be swapped by Travis again, and we're charging. We've got that move speed. We're gonna try and TP out in front of Bank. Shangfu is watching on in horror as this Bloodseeker destroys as N1 stuck there. Ruptured up is destroyed by the Apes too, and still no one is high-fiving Jikroy.
I love every team fight. You're like, and still, Jikroy has no friends.
He asked for it.
I love how they're playing Apes Esports. Like, we talked about being fast-paced and, like, what was the one thing they did wrong? They didn't push the tempo last game.
Yes.
It just took them a while to win the game.
50 minutes.
No such problem here. 7k net worth lead, 21 minutes in. And, like, you're already pressuring high grounds. Like, you're pressuring the tier 2s, the triangles. You're making Roche a possibility. Like, this is what we wanted to see game 1. They're just doing it faster in game 2.
Yep. 2 lines to the Bloodseeker with BKB. It seems like they're looking for go time at this point. Jikroy, he's going to have a Sergeant Kaya coming out, and it needs to be paired up with something. But DP, her deaths, she's had, her BKB has fallen off completely. They're going to try and defend Roche around it without it, but then they just go in. Beautiful hook shot. The arrow is tanked by Jikroy, but you can't get the follow through yet, and the rupture is there on Neverlight, so he has to get out of that ball, use himself defensively, and stand there and die to Selfless's illusion. 4 dead so quickly as Shangfu, just wanting to use his Midas, will get the chance to do it, but then he's surrounded and destroyed as Apes clean up that team fight, and they can go back into Roche whenever they want. In fact, Jikroy, he got bored of that team fight, and he just went back in.
I mean, we talked about it, and, like, unfortunately, for the side of Burmese schools, Apes Esports just had that extra item on all of their heroes, and you're in this position now, you've got a minus on PL, so, like, you know you can kind of farm into the late game, but he went back towards the Diffusal Blade. It's going to be quite a while before he starts getting health items, and I don't know if you can actually win a team fight right now. Like, Apes Esports need to make a mistake to lose team fights, and that's always an awkward position where your win condition is they throw.
Oh, well, I mean, Jikro's on a few dives. Despair, we've seen a few dives. And Havinci is hooking whatever he wants. So potentially could happen. Moonlight Shadow's going to be here. And if they can get the Bloodseeker, he can't Rupture, but they're going to move in a little bit forward. Rupture again, as Neverlight will actually get the Yules up, and probably have to cancel his roll instantly. No, he goes back into Bloodseeker to make sure he dies, but that is going to be an Aegis coming back as we root down this DP in the middle of everyone. Just needs some more damage, but it's a vacuum back on in, but it doesn't actually get the DP, but Despair is going ham. As Bane is just going to get caught. We've already lost Neverlight, we've already lost Miranda, we've already lost PL on the backside as we're just TPing out on this DP, and GG, they're just tapping out.
I can't blame them, like, I was just talking about before that lost
They're going
fight,
into the fountain,
their
aren't
win
they?
conditioning.
Oh.
Where did they go? No, they played properly. They didn't fountain dive, nothing.
Dang.
But Apes Esports, that was perfect from them.
Mm-hmm. Man, look
Yeah,
at
look
them.
at
Look
they're
at
having
them.
fun.
There's so much confidence.
Can you blame them though? Like, you just went 35 and 13. Like, you had an hour-long game against this opponent. You're like, game 2, let's try something new. Let's flat in every single lane, and let's have the most farmed Darkseer I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, man, Selvus had such a game, and unfortunately for Burmese Ghouls, they don't get to feel too great at the end of it, but, I mean, draft-wise, it was a little bit of an outdraft in Game 2 there. It showed their skill, and won. Should feel good about that mid there. He was dominating, he was performing so great, it's just when, really, N1, I mean, well, really, Burmese Ghouls tried to fight, Apes were just way too quick, and really, it was Shravens and Selfless again that just proved to be the difference.
Yeah, it felt like they were taking too many fights with Iron Shell active. Like, they were taking these melee engagements against an Iron Shell Clockwork. Like, you're not going to win that. You might not even have won that if it was just a Clockwork. But like you said, N1 played a good lane. Unfortunately for him, the rotations came in, and I don't think you could be surviving any 3v1 engagement as a Death Prophet like that.
No, you can only do so much, and after today, pretty spicy games overall as well, but Apes feeling great. That's a very secure spot for now, in second position there. But Gargoyle Esports, they won their series, so that they get to take the third position. UDV proved to be just as strong as we thought they were, able to take a game back from Gargoyle Esports, who were in some pretty fine form.
Yeah, that series is going to be a big testament to both teams. It shows that it became a drafting issue more than a gameplay issue, because both teams kind of wiped each other in very decisive wins. And it shows the number one thing for both teams, like, do a bit of research against your opponent and maybe clean up your drafts into the new patch.
Maybe we'll see how clean up the draft's going to be, because we have more games coming in. Tomorrow has even more games coming up, 2 more series coming in. I'm pretty excited to see them, because we haven't exactly seen so many spreads of games. It's kind of where the point difference comes in, but Gagut, I mean, they're back again. They got their victory. Got a 2-0 against Team QX, so they should feel a little bit better going into it, but they still are facing Gargoyle Esports to go on for the first series of the day. And then to finish it off, Team QX are back, and they're facing Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, and I think that one's going to be a tough one. Like, you talked about Gagut getting that momentum, getting those wins. Gargoyle's an exceptional team, and that's going to be something they need to pay a lot of respect for. As for Burmese Ghouls, I'm not sure about Team QX, but right now they're showing a lot of flaws in their lineup. They're showing a lot of ways that they can be punished, and I think Burmese Ghouls are going to come in a bit angry after this second game here.
Yeah, they have a lot to come back for it. They've got a lot of fire on them. They've got some pretty cool gameplay. They just need to bring it on up. Maybe that series will be pretty hot, but we've got a day in between. It's going to be the afternoon in the Australian Eastern Daylight Savings. It'll be 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings before we get to see those games going. And I know the weekend's coming up, so maybe some Dota's going to come up for you.
Oh, I've already started asking people who's playing.
Nice. Oh, yeah.
I don't miss a beat here.
You can't waste any time. It's all about breaking out that new patch in. We will be back at least tomorrow as well for LPL, but we've got some great sponsors here for this season. Fantastic sponsors, 2022, LG presenting partner, bringing great quality hardware, bringing great quality seasons as well. Doesn't matter if it's 2021, 2022, even better, and even better screens from LG, and even better gameplay hardware as well. Mouses, keyboards, microphones, every single thing you need. Rocat's going to have it up there, and they're always great to use. The best quality hardware you can buy, and the best quality games you can see here at the LPL Dota 2 Pro Season 1 for 2022, guys. We're going to see you tomorrow for some great action.
But The ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.